celebrities make deals behind closed doors, promises broken. And their income soars, hidden agendas run the grand parade. In the circus, choose to masquerade. Believe me, I wouldn't lie. I've been given money, power, and fame to keep you in line. Television screens bright and loud, sell you dreams, make you proud. Pop the bubble, see the cage you're in. Start the revolution, let the truth begin. Wake up, they're feeding lies. Control the media's got you hypnotized. Trust authority, they'll take your soul. Break the chains, find your own control.
Great job, Ka. You're muted. This is just terrible. This is like we even like fucking like put work into this show. Like we fucking like done all this effort, and it's just been such a shit show, and we're only fucking 1 minute in. This is.
I know we're so late because of her as well, but at least she did a good thing. And you know, you were a good woman there for a few seconds, Kat. You were muted. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful, guys. So we were gonna have a guest, but they have been offline, so we'll see if they come in later. Because that's how it goes sometimes.
How have you been,
What
Kat?
is?
What?
How was your week? How have you been? I gave you a shout out on Jake's show the other day.
Oh, but by the like I probably had left because
No, you were
Yeah.
there. I read your message. I think you replied after I read it.
Oh. Well, I was like back and forth because kids sick and all that stuff. But anyways, so and I might be getting sick and I have my period, so
This is something the chat always loves to hear. Like we're constantly waiting to know about your cycle updates.
well, I mean, this is great because it's important that people know what it's like to be around women because
Sometimes they bleed.
because sometimes they do bleed sometimes and sometimes their brain doesn't work and it's all a part of not being queer. Like you have to get along with women.
Wait, we can use the word queer.
The ones that bleed.
Oh
You're talking
no,
about
I
the
don't think
ones
that's
that don't
quite.
bleed.
But anyways, so you want to do some topics or do you guys want to tell me about your weekend?
Well,
It's interesting.
Oh, go
Go ahead, Damon. Go ahead. Ladies first.
Now neither one of us wants to speak.
Damon, go first.
I was just saying I'm pulling a cat this week because I'm being disorganized and I'm making burritos.
Oh, man.
Very
My
good.
man.
Very good.
I'm literally cooking it back.
Nice.
But I'm wrapping it in like dried meat. I'm not having flour tortillas because apparently flour's bad.
So you're wrapping your meat with meat?
Yeah, he's wrapping his meat.
Hmm.
Gotta stay safe, fellas. Gotta wear that
You got
protection.
it.
Okay.
I know. There's great women out there, even when they're not bleeding.
Very nice.
Facts.
So also my birthday's coming up. So next week I don't know.
Wait a second, Kat. It was
Yeah.
Tareyak next. Be a good host.
Go Tareyak.
Typical women, man. No. You know what, Kat? You don't deserve to know how my weekend's been going. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Tell us about your fucking birthday and all this shit. Your periods and shit.
Well, okay. So I have my period and it's a weekend and everybody's sick and my birthday's coming up and my sister-in-law had the audacity to tell me my real birthday and I've been depressed. That's it.
What, you're 62 or some shit?
Your real birthday, yeah.
Yeah, like I had forgotten that I was that old because I gaslight myself to thinking that I'm young so that I act young and I feel young and it has been working as far as I'm concerned, which is all that matters.
And now your sister just hit you with reality and old father time is going to start beating you with the ugly stick.
I mean, okay,
Father time's undefeated, Kat. Father time is undefeated.
I mean, I feel like I could take them. You know, I've been doing pretty good, so I'm okay with it. I like my chances.
We need to support Kat. We need to support Kat. Kat, you look great for your age. You look awesome.
Stop
We
simping.
know how,
Stop
though.
simping,
She's
bro.
sucking Steve's energy. That's why he looks like a grey old man. Just
Yeah.
Gandalf with a good haircut and, like, funky glasses.
That's why he's grey, because she's been harvesting his energy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. She's an energy vampire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure he could cooperate with that message, but he's not here right now, so
Why? Where is he, Kat?
I think he's eating. He likes to eat slow because he grew up with like 6 kids and they were always like scrambling to eat. So like he likes to take it easy now.
But
That's because
also,
she's harvesting all that energy.
I was going to say conspiracy theory time. This is why her kids are sick as well. Her sister told her a real age, and she was like, "Oh, I got to start feeding on the children as well."
Mm-hmm.
So now they're drained.
Mm-hmm. This is true. So, anyways, Tareyak, anything new happened this week? Have you done any cool streams? Any topics?
Yeah, so like I said, I can finally tell you about my weekend. It's been going good so far. You know what I'm saying? Got some nice sleep. Sleeping patterns back on track to a degree. Started been getting some nice sleep as well, kind of in around that kind of 7-8 hour mark. So going well. Touch wood, as they say. But yeah, like I said, I had the stream on Thursday with Farney, which I think was a very productive episode. Went through like we're going to play.
Sorry, I had to channel Randy. Carry on.
But yeah, like the whole kind of aspect of like Plato's Noble Lie, we kind of deep dived into Giorgiani kind of talking about the Bible. There's a lot of stuff that he was kind of either misquoting or just kind of not taking the correct interpretation. Other stuff down the line of and like the Book of Job we got into as well, and it was kind of like a lot of kind of interesting interpretations of that. And then yesterday we had VK. We were on VK. We got kicked off within the first 5 minutes or so. It was brutal. But then we got brought back by our boy Bricky, and he's in chat as well. So shout out to Bricky. He ended up winning, and then we hosted an after party for it as well. So you know, good to be able to host the whole shit with that. There's some bitch that was like doing some dating website or some shit like that. She was getting absolutely roasted by everybody. And she actually ended up rage quitting because you know, the boys were going too hard. Well, they weren't going too hard. They were just kind of giving her the regular shtick, and she couldn't take it. So that was fun to see. Even Shazzy got up and she was giving her shit as well. So that was good to see Shazzy fucking you know, crack the whip, as they say. Other than that, like I said, then we're kind of like with here, and we're in the now. Basically woke up like, you know, like an hour or so ago or 2 hours ago, and then Kat was like, "Oh my god, like we need to stream." And it's like, "What are you talking about?" And then like daylight savings, and Kat's not really good at maths. Like she can't add 2 and 2. Like she genuinely thinks that 2 + 2 = 5. So like bear with us, chat, bear with us. And then she got on here and started talking about a period and shit like that. I mean, like, know your audience, Kat. You know what I'm saying?
They want to know, okay?
You know, that's something you should keep between you and your gynecologist, okay? We don't want to like learn about this like icky shit. You know what I'm saying?
See, people care, Teriyaki, just because you don't know how women are and
Don't lie. That's an alt account. You type that message yourself.
Oh my gosh.
Kat's very spiritual. Are you into all that kind of like hoo-ha
Zodiac
shit?
shit?
Yeah.
No, I am not.
Oh my god, what's your star sign?
Good
Do you
gosh.
tell the time by your period? Is that why you're always late?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just asking. We're looking for answers, Kat. That's what this is about.
Okay. So today I decided to make an outline of topics. So we have relationships, health, social issues, conspiracies. Which one would you like to dive into first?
Where can we start with relationship stuff? Because like we already technically covered the health with your period talk.
Yeah. And let's get the boring shit out of the way.
Yeah.
Well, shouldn't we do health then, since that's the most boring one?
No, just because you came in here with your period blood doesn't mean that you got to dictate the topics, okay? We're starting with relationships, Kat.
Well, actually, it has to do with a period. The health topic has to do with periods. So it does kind of flow perfectly.
Okay. That was a good pun. I'll give you that.
Yes. Okay, so the first topic is, should women work on
No.
their periods? Okay. Yes.
What?
Okay. Should women work on their periods?
How do you mean?
That's it. Should
Oh, I
women?
thought you meant like, should they work on them as in like stop making them happen? Or like,
Good God.
you mean go to
No.
work while they're on their period? You need to phrase things more clearly, Kat. Should women go to work when they're on their period?
Should women have to work? Let's rephrase it. Should women have to work on their periods?
Tareyak, what's your take on this?
Well, my argument is that women don't actually work. That's why they get paid less. You know what I'm saying? They're pretty much like kids in the workplace. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like it's like this whole kind of like vibe of like, oh, you need to take a mental health day. Like it's literally like fuck's sake, like get together, woman. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I think like if we were to say that they shouldn't work, like Kat would be like, well, technically streaming's working, and she'll end the stream. So like I'm kind of like indifferent in terms of like this whole aspect. You know what I mean?
End of the stream. Brilliant.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
is it like a stream, Kat?
I mean, it depends on the month and how healthy you are. It could be.
Jesus Christ.
It could be all.
Well, I think like if you are going to say they don't need to work while they're on their period, then like guys should get a break as well. You don't need to work if you've got a hangover.
That's stupid because you can choose when you have your hangovers.
Well, you can choose when you have your period.
No, you can't. Only if you do like that toxic stuff that kills you.
Which means that you have a choice.
No, but it's a bad choice. Like, I don't want to poison myself so I can get a job.
Well, with guys, it's kind of the other way around. We choose to poison ourselves, and then we don't have to come in because we got a hangover.
Okay, well, that's ridiculous. Maybe we can be like, everybody every 30 days gets 3 days off, and you can just pick and choose when you want to use them.
Yeah, but then give it a few years and women are going to start bitching like, but it's not really a day off because I've got my period.
I mean, okay, how about this? Women get 3 days off. Guys get 1 extra day off a month. Huh?
See, Kat, this is the problem. You women are the ones that always bitch and moan about equality. And when it comes to us trying to get some equality for ourselves, you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's trying to keep us men down. I think it's fair. We get 3 days.
You know what I think would be fair? Oh, what I think would be fair is you guys don't have to come in when it's your period, right? And then you shut the fuck up about the gender pay gap. Deal?
I mean, if I could have the power to make that deal, I'd do it right now.
I have a solution. What if we just like remove women from the workplace and then they don't have to work?
I mean, if we could do that, that's fine. But technically, women have never been removed from the workforce.
For a moment, part of me thought Tareyak was just going to be like, I have a solution, and it was going to be like the final solution. How about we just remove women? I'm glad it didn't go that way.
Are you? Okay.
I'm trying my best, Damon. I'm trying my best.
Oh. Go on, Kat.
Okay, so what a lot of people don't know is that the days before your period, women become histamine intolerant, which can affect their brain. So they get brain fog, they get anger and rage, or they can get crying episodes where you're like, oh, can you bring me that report in 30 minutes? And they'll start crying or screaming or both. And then you have to deal with...
We've known that for like ever.
Okay.
You're like, a lot of people don't know this. You're not telling us anything new.
Yeah.
Look, well, somebody doesn't know this because they make men and women work the same amount of days.
Yeah, but that's because we've had a lot of training with learning to ignore you. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't bother us when you work with us. It's, we deal with it.
I know, but wouldn't it be better if instead of dealing with people who are very sensitive, crying, on the verge of like strangling someone, that you kind of like said, hey, we can't be around you for a few days. Why don't you just take a beat and go to
Fuck
like
yourself.
another place. Just like go home. Just isolate yourself.
But Kat, when men do that, because there have been men who've been kind of saying, like, you know, you can't be here or you shouldn't be here. We can't really be with you. Go home. You know, they've said that about every day of the month, not just when you're on your period. But whenever those men say that, you girls are like, but those guys are like toxic males, chauvinists, you know, that kind of stuff.
Misogyny.
Like, don't forget that whenever those guys who don't want women in the workplace, women start crying and moaning that they want to be in the workplace. And then a couple of months out of the year, they cry that they don't want to be in the workplace. I think what we need is for you guys to just finally decide what you really want.
Yeah, here's what we do, right?
Oh my god.
Like I said, my solution, you know, like Damon could say, the like final solution has a good ring to it. I'm not gonna lie, it good naming convention. We just remove them from the workplace. You know what I'm saying? Because then there's no issues like this at all. They don't have to work. You know what I'm saying? You go home, you start doing your knitting, whatever the fuck women do, and then like we can all just get along. And while we're at it, right? Because like some women have their periods on voting days and stuff as well. Say, don't worry, honey, we've got this. You don't need to even vote and all that kind of shit. We'll do it all for you. We'll fix the country. You don't have to do shit. We'll repeal the 19th, and everything will be Gucci.
That sounds like a plan, Tareyak. You're talking a lot of sense.
I've done a lot of research for this stream.
Yeah. Kat, what's your thought on it?
I feel that a lot of my girlfriends have to be on these toxic hormonal birth control pills that can cause a lot of like strokes and heart attacks and sudden death. And they can actually make them more depressed when they're not on their periods. And after their periods, also, they deplete vitamins and minerals, which can lead them to autoimmunity, gut issues, weight gain, a whole bunch of problems just being on hormonal birth controls so that they can work like a man. Which it's like they do a very poor job of working like a man.
Yeah, they always do a poor job. Let's be real.
But Tareyak, would you prefer that a woman is cranky for like 25% of the month or risk weight gain?
That's a tough question there, Damon.
See, because it's kind of like you're fucked either way, because we know that when they get their period, if they're not taking the toxic stuff, they're going to be cranky and moany and depressed and tearful and like, you know, just hitting the fridge. But then we know that if they take the toxic shit to stop that from happening, the weight gain's going to make them cranky, depressed, moany, and hitting the fridge anyway. So which solution, Kat, is there where they're just happy and also slim?
Okay, that is called the fantasy.
Ozempic.
No, not even Ozempic can help, because then you get that sunken in look because you can't actually digest minerals. So eventually it makes you more unhealthy unless you take a whole bunch of other like intravenous vitamins and minerals like every week, which a lot of celebrities will do. But regular women, they're not going to do that. So they're going to start deteriorating and get sunken in looking and look really.
Yeah, that 1940s German look.
No. That was way better than what I'm talking about. You have to see poor people on Ozempic.
Wait, what? The concentration camps were better than Ozempic? Is that what we're saying, Kat?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, chat. I told you she doesn't like them.
One is just like you're doing it to yourself because you're crazy.
The other is mass genocide, Kat.
Okay, whatever. Anyways, we're moving on. So we've decided, yes.
Well, he's got a point. Both of you have a point. Let's be fair. You know, you go to some of those camps, and when you see like the women leaving, you're like, oh, you know, like, yeah, it's terrible. Like they're suffering. Some of them are like bruised up, or they look tired. They look like they've just been on a week-long bender. But you've got to admit, the body's pretty hot. Like, let's be fair.
Yeah, like that's Kat's slogan for like 1940s Germany. It's like, yeah, it was genocide, but it was a great weight loss plan.
Exactly. Yeah, they came out looking like, you know, Victoria's Secret models before they started having penises.
Oh my God. Also, you do know that fasting for prolonged periods of time increases your lifespan. Just throwing that out there.
Goddamn racist, Kat.
It's not. It's just facts. So moving on before I mean,
Too surprised that the Iranian doesn't like the Jews. Okay.
nobody said that, and that was on the list of things you're not allowed to say.
Okay.
My bad.
Call them the Juden.
No. We're not calling
What?
anything. We're
Oh yeah,
moving
what
on.
was the name? Tareyak.
Oh
Those
yeah,
people are like-
yeah.
That's
I think it was like what, oven dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, oven
All
dodgers
right.
or
Okay.
the people
This
with
is-
gas allergies. No. Yeah, Kat, which one did you say we could say, Kat?
No, I said you can't say any of them. I said let's just not bring them up in conversation every
No, you
single
had
time.
a name that you said it's okay to. The nasally gifted, was it? No.
Nobody
wait.
said that.
No, you did. Did you?
No.
I think you did.
No. Good God. Okay, so let's move on. We've already decided that women should not work, at least not on their periods. So we're all signing off on that. Good. Put a pin in it. We want them skinny, but like away from the workforce just 3 days out of the month, just to give them a break so they could sleep. All right.
Yeah, so because it's like because Damon brought a good point. It's like you're fucked either way. I'd argue that you're not fucked because it's either she's like a hormonal bitch and you're like fuck this, like you're not getting any action anyway, and then if she's all fat, you don't want to fuck her anyway. So it's like either way, like it's a bad situation.
True. Yeah. True.
Well, look, being a woman is a bad situation.
It's like trying to fuck a couch.
Okay. Anyway, so now we're gonna go into some relationship topics. Good God. So, Damon brought this up, and I didn't quite understand what he was talking about. So he's gonna try to sell us on his ideas that women present different when they want to attract a guy versus when they're already in a relationship with the guy that they wanted. So, Damon, why don't you tell us what are some things that change? What do they do before that they stop doing? Like, explain that to us.
Well, it's a pretty basic concept. I think you said that there's no women in your chat, didn't you? Guys know this. Like, when you and I were talking about this, I think Tareyak was there as well. The whole issue was you were talking about why women are sometimes dishonest, especially attractive women, when they've got the friends who are just, fugly, and they'll just be like acting a certain way because why are you praying?
Okay, because we're going to talk about that later. But first, try to focus on just with men. How do they act to attract them versus when they're in a relationship?
Well, okay, so everybody knows this. Most guys will know this, that if there's a girl who's trying to attract you, most of the time, because they're scared, women act mostly when it comes to getting what they want via manipulation. So they want to manipulate you into making the move to ask them out, even if they like you and they're quite forward. And even if they're in competition with other women, they're going to behave a certain way, obviously just with the signaling behavior to try and get the man to make the move and ask them out, right? And everybody knows this, but the thing is that all of that is pretense, that none of that is who they are. They'll kind of find out what you like. They'll kind of find out where you like to hang out or what you're into. And there will always be that kind of mirroring behavior that they're into that same shit as well. They'll dress a certain way to get you to attract. But all of these things, which we already know, the moment they actually get the hooks in and you're in a relationship with that girl or you're starting off a relationship with that girl, very, very, very quickly, all of those attributes that you decided that you like about her, you'll start to realize that most of them are bullshit. Most of it isn't true. And then all of the other effort that they made stops as well. And if any guy doesn't realize that, just ask yourself, what was it that you liked about the girl in the first place? When you kind of asked her out, what was it that you liked about her? And it's probably the way she dressed, the way she had her hair, the makeup, the stuff that she was into, the common shit that you had. Now, you might still have common stuff, with the girl that you're with, because a lot of times we are careful and we actually genuinely know that this person is into that stuff. And we usually filter out those people who are doing the manipulation because we'll kind of know if you're into like a certain band, certain music, certain books, certain whatever, when you start talking to her about it, you realize, nah, you're not really a fan. You're not really into that shit. And we can smell that bullshit. But a lot of the times with the girls who do it really well, you'll you fall for it. And then once you're kind of deep into that relationship, you'll realize that all of that shit kind of stops. Going to the places that you go to, going to the gigs or the clubs or doing the activities that you thought she was into, the way she was presenting herself, dressing, you'll realize like, wow, that dress that I like, she's never worn it anymore. Like the makeup, the way she did her hair, the kind of stuff that she was into, how she carried herself, all of that stuff falls away. And pretty much in the end, those relationships only usually last because the sex is good. And sex can't hold a relationship together.
I beg to differ. I'm kidding.
Well, no, it's pretty great. Like, I mean, most of the time, if you actually think, when you end things with a girl and you're like, maybe I should hit her up again, maybe I should give her a call. The reason why you feel that is because 99.9% of the time, in my experience at least, tell me if any guys think differently, but most of the time when you think, should I give that girl a call and go back there, it's because you think, damn, the sex with her was good. It's never because like, hey, man, we used to really enjoy going to see that band play or something like that. It's always the sex was good, nothing else. Nobody wants to go back to a girl that you broke up with because like her personality was so great, because most sensible guys wouldn't break up with a girl if the personality was good.
Okay, well, I'm thinking.
Kat's doing the maths in her head. It's like, wait, is that why Steven's still with me? When was the last time he laughed at my jokes?
Steve's like, I want to dump her so bad, but she sucks a mean dick.
Oh my God. Anyways, so I'm trying to think, like, remember when I told you guys about there was this guy that I dated and he pretended to like rock music because I liked rock music, and he would wear band t-shirts and I'd be like, who are you wearing? Tell me one song. And he couldn't. And then I broke up with him. Is it like that for you guys?
Pretty much, yeah. I was banging this girl who was like wearing a Rolling Stones t-shirt, right? And she fucking never been to a single Rolling Stones gig and barely knew like 2 or 3 songs.
Yeah.
But girls do that. Girls always do that. You'll see girls with a Metallica t-shirt and they're like, shit, you were fucking born after Metallica last did anything relevant. Like, what the fuck do you know about them? They don't know shit about it. There was a girl who was wearing a t-shirt and it was, I'm pretty sure it was Black Sabbath, but like it was the t-shirt where like the writing is so vintagey that you can't really see the writing, and it had like the poster over the kind of writing. And she didn't even fucking know that it was a band shirt. But I didn't really blame her for that, because it wasn't like she was pretending that she was into the band. She just liked the design of the shirt. But yeah, I mean, it's probably, that's probably a little bit different. But the thing is that when the girls do kind of front like they're into this shit, you realize that they're not. It's like, immediately that's a red flag. Not because, oh, it's such a big deal that they're into the music they're like, but it's just immediately it's that kind of display of dishonesty.
Well, I think it's sweet. I think they're trying to feign interest in your hobbies. I think it comes from like a very good place. It's like, oh, they're into this. Let me show that I can at least pretend to be into it, that I care about their stupid interests.
Isn't that similar to like saying like, well, I think it's sweet when a guy pretends to be a feminist ally to try and like get in with the girls?
No. I mean,
kind of like
I agree.
Move.
It is pathetic, but I do also think that a lot of women do it as like, oh God, Simperius is here. So
There's
I think
people who, I just need to point something out, because when I brought this up with girls before, they'll try and act like how it's double standards because guys do a similar thing. Here's the difference. When guys do the things that girls like, we let you know that we don't like it. We let you know that it's something that we're doing for you, right? Like, oh, we went out shopping together, like, but the thing is that girls have this superpower where they can just ignore how the guy feels even if we vocalize, no, I don't want to go to 4 different fucking shops with you while you're looking for that cute little top that you want to get, but you've got no idea what the fuck it is that you want to buy. And while you're looking for that cute little top, you're going to decide that you also need a handbag, 2 pairs of shoes, and a bunch of other shit. We let you know that we don't like it, but we're not going to bitch and moan if we're men about it. But we do let you know that we don't like it, but we come along because we know that it means something to you for us to go with you, right? Or if we show up to restaurants so that you can spend 3 hours drinking like 5 fucking bottles of wine, chatting with your friends while we just sit there and hold your bag. We let you know that we don't like it. But then you will tell your other girlfriends later on that we loved it. Oh, we had such a nice time. Don't speak for me, bitch. I didn't. But we do it because we know that it makes you happy. And not necessarily because we want something out of it at the end, right? But because we know it makes you happy and we know that we're going to be there for you. But when you do that shit, you only do it to get the relationship. The moment you're in the relationship, very quickly, anytime we suggest, how about we go to this, but how about we do that? It's like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to go with my friends. Let's go to my friends this weekend. Let's do this, let's do that. In a healthy relationship, there needs to be that compromise. And you can find those women that are like that are like, I respect
Damon,
you.
what are you doing?
What?
I can hear a lot of shifting.
No, maybe that's just something fucked on the connection. But I'm just saying
No,
that, like,
it seems like you're moving your mic.
oh, shit. I don't know. Can you still hear it?
No, it stopped. Simperius wants to come on. Should I let him on? I will kick him out if he says anything that I don't like.
I think there's just because there was a comment there that went by. It's like you know, like that's why I make sure like it's something got to it. Like that's why I make sure that I have hobbies that women don't like. I think he mentioned trains. Like there's a lot of women that actually like trains.
Who are these women?
I'm talking about a different type of train.
Okay, but should I let him in or not?
I don't know who it is.
Okay, Damon, yes or no?
First of all, Tareyak, nice one with the train joke. Cool.
Thank you.
I'm still making food, dude. So I'm trying to mute myself whenever I'm doing the food. I've seen Simperius a couple of times in the chat. Why don't you like him, Kat? What's your problem?
Because he said that like some racist shit against me.
Like what? Stop being anti-Semitic, you whore.
No. Whatever. Look, I'll give him a chance, but one freaking nasty comment and I'm kicking him. He's so annoying.
Why don't we get through the shit we need to get through first? And then you can do open panel at the end.
Well, I'm not going to open panel. I'll let him in for a few minutes and we'll kick him out if we want to talk. I don't even know where he is. Message me. I can't find your thing.
But yeah, I think at the heart of this, there was a very kind of interesting points kind of like made when we're talking about this, like the whole kind of aspect where like women will present different to what men will present, and then vice versa as well. This kind of interesting dynamic that it's that essentially like if a woman like wants to like, I think it was like ugly women or like fat women compared to like the beautiful women, like they go about it in different ways. And I think that there is a whole aspect to this where I think I'm not sure which one brought it up, but like the aspect of like pretty women won't use sex, but the ugly women will kind of realize that like sex gets them more attention, so then they'll use that as a weapon.
Wait, who uses it as a weapon?
The fat bitches.
What?
Ugly women. They just rely on using sex.
Oh,
and then the pretty girl, this is what we spoke about before, that the pretty girls who realize that they're hotter than the ugly girls are like, why are these ugly girls getting action? And then they think that they need to act like whores as well. And then that devalues the pretty women.
Okay, so, but let's stay on the how women behave before and after. I think, I'm trying to think, like, what did I do before that I didn't do after we were in a relationship? I do think I might have pretended. What?
So many years ago.
I know it's a long time. So I'm trying to think. I think I pretended to like not hate. What are
When
like
he
those
went to the
ninja
chariot
movies?
races. Sorry.
Ninja movies or whatever.
All right.
Yeah, so I pretended to not hate them, just like slightly. I'm just like, oh, that's cool. When like deep in my soul, I'm like, that is so not cool. But I pretended a little bit. I think I might have bought a book on like samurais or something to read about it.
See, dishonesty. You're.
Mhm.
How does it feel now though when you look back and you realize that your relationship is built on nothing but lies and deception?
House of
Okay,
Cards.
okay, but oh my god, what the heck is this? Anyways, so it's not my fault. I was okay. Like he's here. Come. Are you gonna come now?
No, he still hates you for lying about ninjas, you bitch.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of Peas. Do you remember anything that I pretended to be interested in because you were interested in it, and then like immediately when we got into a relationship, I'm like, gotcha. I don't like any of
He's
that.
gonna say anal. He's gonna say anal. Go on.
Yep.
Was there anything? You can't think of one thing.
No, you didn't care.
I didn't care about anything.
The conversation would just stop. No, you were never interested in anything.
I was never interested in anything you liked.
That we both didn't like, and that you did not like. No, there was nothing.
So I never pretended, is what you're saying.
Yes, you were very.
Tell
real.
Damon that I don't pretend.
She
Figure
does not
figure this out.
She does not pretend. She doesn't. She doesn't care. She doesn't care enough to pretend.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Wait.
She doesn't care about me.
You will pretend, but I can tell that you're pretending.
She's just. There you go. See, this is what I said. We know. We can smell that bullshit.
That's actually a good trait.
I pretend, or I don't pretend.
You will pretend, but you pretend really bad.
God, look at her husband. You can already tell, like she's drained his life force. Look, she has black hair. He's white hair. Look at him. I mean, I understand, dude. I remember when I was with mine for a while, I started getting gray in my beard at like 22, 23, dude. I'm telling you, man, I understand. They're soul suckers, man. They just destroy you. Look at her. Look at her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Steve.
What's funny too is that when you marry a Persian, their mom is nicer to you than they are. That's what's really, really funny.
My mom's not Persian.
Yeah, so I can't relate to that.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. If you didn't have the Persian grandma, dude, that sucks. It's like, it's like the Latin grandmother or the mother. They're always really cool and stuff.
Well,
too.
I have a Cuban grandmother.
Also, sorry to cut in, but
You
I've
do?
got dibs on her mom.
That's my mom.
Yeah.
Your mother.
And Kat,
Yes.
I've got next turn on your mum. Okay.
Gonna break both her hips.
Yeah, we're still supposed to get that guy out of the picture.
Yeah. So let's not talk about it online. Just
Wait, Kat,
Kat,
your mom is a divorce from your stepdad too?
No, she's still married. So we're waiting for him to move on.
Wait, you're trying to subvert a marriage, Kat?
No,
he's
I
old.
am.
No,
he's
old.
Oh,
I'm
he's
the
old.
one who's going to be cutting in there. I'm the one that's going to break.
Oh, you are. Oh, okay.
But I'm doing it for Kat and Steve though.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Well, Steve's probably poor guy. I mean, he's too far gone already.
I'm mostly doing it for Steve. He deserves some of that inheritance.
I think we all do it for Steve. I think when I'm gonna, those posters when you see for motivation on the wall, those ones where it's like a simple dude. I'm gonna put Steve up there and just go, hang on. If I can do it, you can too. You know what I mean? Look at if he can stick with Kat that long, I mean, we can do anything.
When I'm done with Kat's mom, like Steve, you can have a go on her as well if you like.
No.
Might as well.
Let's keep it in the family.
The Cuban
that
women
brings us
do
back
look
to the
good
train.
if they get older, though. The Cuban women are good older. I've seen some really good looking, like 40-year-old Cuban women. Like that's the thing.
Kat's face just dropped when you said 40-year-old women.
I know. I wanted to see how she'd react to that.
It's like 40-year-old women are old. Oh my god. Now I need to go to the fridge and eat my feelings.
You're gonna do
Steve,
see
by the way,
some like peeling mask or something on her in the next stream, where like she peels her whole face off or something.
baby blood. Anyway,
That's what
Steve.
we do every night. Baby blood.
Good God.
Steve,
Yeah,
when you said he
yeah, I
doesn't
know, right?
pretend to like anything that you liked, what about ninjas, dude? What about ninjas or samurais?
Yes, I did practice the art of ninjutsu.
So did I
And she
pretend to
pretended
like
to be
it?
No,
interested.
you did not.
I feel like I tried.
Oh,
She
try.
tried.
Well, I noticed nothing, so you must not have tried enough. You want to try again?
No. I'm good with that. Was there anything
Want
that,
to do some Katori Shintoryu?
whatever you're saying? Did you ever
That's
pretend to
typical
like
cat
anything?
Oh,
Wow, look at
arigato.
Cat. Look at Cat, not being very cultured and trying to learn, Japanese or anything. Look at that. Look at how Cat, you're not being very diverse. Okay,
Yeah, you're
not being
woke enough.
accepting, not being accepting and diverse and of different cultures. You're supposed to integrate things, Cat.
Okay, so
Well,
I have a
Cat is the
question.
DIY
Wait.
hire, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to make up the
I've got
quota.
I've got a
shit like that.
question for
For who? For me?
for
Or
you.
okay.
Um, when we go to Japan,
Oh God.
would you be okay with me going to see the soke,
I don't know what that is.
the grandmaster of Bujinkan Ninjutsu?
Whatever.
It's not.
Can I
it's not in
go
Tokyo.
to see
You just got out of that
He
question.
doesn't even know what she wants to see. Look at
No, shut
Cat
up.
is like.
thinking of something. Give her a
No,
minute.
but she
Give
is
her
like a
while.
cat. Like when a cat sees like a red dot laser and it just follows it around. That's kind of her with the, she'll just follow something and then forget about it once it's gone.
okay, like the fish place, the underwater fish whatever museum guy that the
Sure, we can do that.
Amano guy, he made that whole
Would you cheer
wanna see that.
Steve on if he went to?
I
if he
wish
went
we
to
could show
enter the
you
Kumite?
Fukushima, Cat.
Shut up.
No, we want to go there.
Why?
Well, my grandfather.
Because he's going to push you in, bitch.
We don't have to go
Exactly.
see his
He's gonna
handiwork.
he'll finally be free.
Wow. Anyways, so yeah, like I don't care if you want to look at like swords or something.
No. This is a full on class.
You have to take do we have to watch?
You may not be allowed in.
Oh, because I'm a female?
No, because you're not a part of the ninjutsu group. They don't.
Do you need a black belt?
Notice
or
how
something?
she
Is
runs
that
have
into
a
the
black
women
belt,
thing
but-
first. Look at it. Look at her. She runs to the women thing first, though. It's like in Japan, they don't think like that, Cat.
There are women in the groups.
Yeah, they don't
Wait,
think like that, Cat.
let Steve cook, because I think Steve came at this at the right angle. He was like, when we go to Japan, it's not if we go to Japan, when we go to Japan,
when.
bitch. Exactly.
Well, it's
like,
a
he needs
double-edged
to get his
sword.
ninja
'Cause
on.
women are obsessed with putting stamps in their passport, so she can't really resist that if there's a chance to do it.
She has a lot
So
of stamps.
yeah, they do. They collect stamps like they do men. They just collect them. They collect them as
Wait, no.
No, I have actual stamp
they're like-
collections.
Yeah, she
They're
does.
like
But-
skin. They skin the men
No.
alive, dude. Look at them.
She's not that type. She doesn't collect men.
I do collect stamps.
Well,
and
she
pencils.
collects their bodies in the backyard. After a
Well,
couple of
Well, she
years.
makes them out of erasers, but because they've been erased. But no, she's not that. She's not that type. I did collect my own, but she's not. She's not the type of she's not a body collector.
I feel like she's more of a Carol Baskin type. Do you remember Carol Baskin from the?
Like I would kill people.
Well, no, you'd give them the crocodiles or the alligators. You're in Florida.
Well, wait.
It's
not a Tiger King.
No. Wait a minute. You have a good point here.
What?
Carol Baskin collected tigers. You would collect tigers
yes.
Yes.
and eliminate your enemies.
I would
With-
actually also collect alligators if we
Yes.
had enough room. To be fair,
There you go.
See, that's
There
too
you
much work. What you need to do is you need to get a pig farm.
I
Oh, yeah,
don't
the
like
pigs, like Hannibal. Like, man, remember
Yeah.
that movie Hannibal? Like where they ate
They
that
eat
they
the
he
bones,
trained them to
yeah.
eat the dude.
I'm talking more so like Snatch. You know what I'm saying? Like how much flesh can a pig eat? You know what I'm saying? Like that whole kind of like
Yeah, those
scenario.
things they'll eat
Well,
anything
don't
too. They'll-
forget that she did collect black people and keep them in chains, but that's not legal anymore.
Who did
So
that?
she had to,
No,
she had to give them all up.
Well, Cat's like, damn it, in her head right now. Damn.
How did
She
you
still
know?
remembers being so angry when that law came into effect and she had to free them.
God.
She's like, we left Iran for our slaves. Damn it, they took them away there.
They did.
Okay. Anyways, moving on.
What are you talking about, by the way?
We're talking about like, do women behave a certain way to attract a guy, and then as soon as they get their claws in them, they change.
I felt like I missed that because
It's called
do that.
Isn't it called like bait and switch?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
she
did other
didn't-
chicks do that?
Okay, you're asking me if I noticed. I'm not the type of person that
Good
would
God.
notice these things, but
You would tell me some of them were crazy.
yeah,
were
yes,
they crazy
yes,
before
yes.
or the whole
No,
time?
there was okay, one that comes to mind. She was an actress, bartender for the first month. It
Red
was
flag.
great. Month after that, complete green-eyed dragon. She had green eyes. She was nuts.
That's
Don't date
very
bartenders
descriptive.
that are also
Yeah, bartenders are
actors.
never good, dude. I mean, even if they're nice, like just that lifestyle and that environment is so like constant and like moving all the time. They get really bored really quick. I knew a couple bartenders in college, and they were wild, man. I'm not saying they were all sluts. I'm just saying like they were always doing something. They couldn't just relax. They always had to be doing something.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
why is your chat filled with DJ and Coomers?
Well, I mean, she attracts, her. That's her audience. She's.
Yeah, you're here, Simperius.
Yeah, of course.
But I would like to add to, if you're dating a bartender, so I would see her at work, and she would tell me, look,
What are we talking about?
I gotta flirt with these other guys, and if you got a problem with that, but this is my work. So she would be literally flirting with them. But what was weird is that I didn't care.
Because you didn't
I think
care
that
about
was
her.
a red flag to our relationship, that I didn't care enough that she was,
because you were
stroking them
fucking
or-
loads of other women as well. So
Yeah,
that's
you
okay.
compartmentalized her. You at that
Yes.
moment, your brain compartmentalized her and said, "I'm never gonna marry her, so I'll do what I
This
can
is
now."
true.
And,
Yes.
I
Or
know,
she would never
I've
marry me.
been there, dude. I've dated a girl who I thought, was a totally, and then I'm like, I saw her at a, just when she got drunk and with her friends, I'm like, nope, can't do that. You know what I mean? I understand, brother.
Beautiful.
I understand.
But she was never.
But
that.
yeah, no, I don't think Kat is quite like an outdoor, she doesn't seem like that kind of.
How many times do I leave the house in a
Well,
year?
you gotta
Wait.
be when you're that
Alone.
short. When you're that short, hobbits are, they can't
Well,
leave the house that
They're
often.
closer to the ground, so
Exactly.
they're grounded.
Yeah.
When you're higher up, I don't know how
Okay,
tall you
whoa.
are, but like Damon, he's like in the clouds. So
Okay,
he's
what
always,
how often do I leave the house without you in a year?
you leave.
legally you're not allowed.
Yeah, she's not allowed to.
No,
legally.
just think about
Okay,
it. How
no.
often do I leave the house without
What?
you in a year?
Okay, the chain
Without
only
getting
gets
the
so
kids.
far out of the door.
Oh God.
No. Well, you go, you laser things off.
Not like a medical appointment.
Yeah, the Persians, they are. What about the feet? The Hobbit feet are very.
No,
she probably got
well,
those.
she had lasered everything else
Yeah,
before,
yeah.
and then she got pregnant and started to come back again. But I've never seen.
Why are you telling him that?
Well, because that's natural. I mean,
Yeah,
it
because
screws with the hormones.
if you laser it off, the hair is gonna come back.
Yeah,
Not as
eventually it does.
bad, it's coming back.
Yeah. Even if they laser, it comes back in like 4 years or something. You have to do it again.
Well, when you go into menopause,
I'll be dead by then.
It comes back.
Yeah.
As entertaining as the pube talk is,
Pubes. We were talking.
No,
about
it's the arm hair too. You got to worry about the arm hair. That's the big one. She got the arm hair done. I'm
I
sure.
don't have arm hair.
Well, what about? Did you do it where the Persians get it on like right beneath their the long hair by their ears? You know how you guys kind of get the long hair right by the ears, right? Yeah, there you did. I know you did. Yeah, you did.
Oh, the Elvis sideburns.
Yeah, they do. They have. She even, she did though, because they're even worse a lot of the time on more of them. So she got them done.
I like sideburns. What are you talking about?
What about the lip? Did you do the injection, the collagen, or any of those injections?
No,
you haven't done that. That's like the favor of the Persians, where they do the lip. What is that?
She doesn't need it.
No,
He
they
doesn't
don't.
want more.
No,
He
they
doesn't need
don't.
more. Does this? You saying she needs
He's
duck
trying
lips?
to save money.
Yeah,
No, he doesn't
exactly.
need duck lips.
Well,
Good
she
man
probably
right there.
spends enough that it's just like, geez, man, I know, dude.
Oh.
I had to spend so much, man. I had to spend so much, man. And she's from a richer family than I was, dude. And I had to spend even during college. It was just like,
Still pissed off about his ex-fiance.
no, I'm not pissed.
Oh.
No, not pissed at all. No. She's fine.
Sounds
She's
like a
great.
little bit.
No. She's great. She's great. No, I'm just saying I can empathize with this gentleman here. I understand the the ups and downs.
You know, she comes from a very privileged family on your father's side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't get any of that.
I think it came through genetically.
Yeah, that's what they do. You know,
Just a
it is.
little-
If you have 1% Persian, that's like 100% of the normal others. Privileged women.
Unless it's your mother's husband, because he didn't come from that.
Yeah, no, it's not the dudes. The dudes don't get it. Well, they kind of are. Cat, actually, it's true though. The Persian boys are super spoiled by the families, though. They're kind of really spoiled too. They really are, dude. They're kind of like pansies a little bit.
It could go either way.
True.
I've seen both.
Yeah.
Anyways, so basically what you're saying is I did not present and then bait and switch. Okay.
There was
so
no I knew exactly. I mean, unless
did I like go out of my way to pretend or like to just say like I don't like this?
No. You went out of your way to
Okay.
act like you didn't like me, and then I heard later from your friend that said, "Oh, I'm dating this guy. I really, really like him." And she said, like, you never stopped talking about me. And you never, ever let on that you were that attracted to me, according to what she was saying.
I don't remember that.
But she made no effort, though.
Look at
Yeah,
when they make that face, like all scrunched up, they remember it and they know they're wrong. Trust, I understand. Yep.
Like that's a good key move that Steven has. Like, you notice when they gotta make sure that you get the intel. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get the deep intel from friends.
Imperious, one at a time.
As sneaky as women are, when they lie and you catch them, they won't look you in the eye. It's really funny. It's interesting.
Or they give really heavy eye contact.
Well, in a different way though. It's like you can read it. No. You can read when they're caught, they're really easy to know they're caught, but knowing they're caught, like actually finding the evidence to be confident enough that you've caught them is the real game.
Wonderful. So Tareyak, have you ever like dated anyone? Like
Be nice. Be nice.
Look at her. I'm a virgin for life. Poor guy.
Ain't no women coming after my virginity, boys. That shit's ironclad.
Yeah, you stay like Newton, man. Stay like Newton, dude. Stay pure. You'll be your
I can't be spending money on women's beauty and shit like that. Like, what the fuck's this? Is like, yeah, like I'm gonna get some new tits on her.
I got fucking whiskey. I gotta go play.
But like, think about it. It's like you spent money on this woman, right, to make her to enhance her beauty, and then she walked off on you. Like, that's just like you're paying for the next dude.
Well, I hope. Okay.
Yeah, so, exactly. No, exactly. Like, well, and the thing is once you make the girl really, really and good looking, and they know it, they know they can upgrade from you really quickly.
Oh, no. Okay. You guys are looking at it. So there's two perspectives here. If you're in your mind, long-term committed relationship,
marriage. Don't say that doesn't count.
We're gonna call it marriage.
Okay.
Maybe you're dating them and then you get married, but whatever. And they're getting these beauty treatments. You could think about two ways. You could go the negative, like, oh, I'm preparing her for the next dude. Or you could say, oh, she's making me look better because I'm with a hot chick instead of someone that just let herself go and, decided to eat Twinkies all day.
Oh, that's not possible. I'm beautiful.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, in Imperius' case, it's an ex-wife.
No way. I mean, I could have freaking. I could have.
Okay, go on, Tareyak. I muted him for a minute.
That's what I'm saying. Like, in Imperius' case, like, it's basically like he did pay for all this shit, and then like she just left him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's that mentality.
So that's why he's complaining.
No. She never had.
Wait, hold up. I'm guessing. Did you pay for her to get laser?
No.
She was their family was worth like a couple $100 million, dude. No.
So did you spend money on her getting prettier?
No. She spent money.
Well,
That's
okay then. That's okay. Like, I mean,
yeah,
there's guys who
no. It
do.
wasn't that. I was just saying I can empathize, and I know what the games the Persian women play. I know,
No, but
what.
he does have a good point
Oh,
there.
no,
that-
he doesn't.
no, there are some women. Do we even know a few of them? There are some women that will date someone. That person will buy them boobs, whatever, and then they'll break up with them and go.
Oh yeah.
you
The
know,
upgrade.
work their
Yeah,
way
that
up.
happens.
This is-
So the lesson
Oh, no,
is,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
If
they
you're going
do,
to pay
for
for a
sure,
girl
for
to get surgery, get tits done, get lasered, get her whatever, nose job, boob job, whatever, Brazilian butt lift, whatever the fuck you do. Like,
Some
do the
will
whole
even do it.
boxing Helena thing. Have their
Yeah,
legs removed as well, so they can't leave. Just keep them in a room. She doesn't need legs. Just
Well,
keep her there like a human pillow. But she's got nice tits, nice face, lips done.
yes.
There you go.
Well, we can get cyborg legs nowadays. If she ever needs them, you can always just pop them in, and then she can walk.
Yeah.
She'll need them
You
now.
can change them out. You could do like big legs if you're into big thighs that day, or you could go like twigs.
You can make her taller if you want a taller girl.
Oh yeah, you can make her like a little midget.
Those gazelle ones, you could get the blades like in the Olympics, like that runner do. Yeah, just like
Yeah, like the South African runner. Yeah,
exactly.
And she can keep up too.
And just make sure she doesn't kill you. Like
she could actually perform in sports close to you. Then you don't have to wait for them when you're on runs and stuff, and actually look back. Okay,
yeah.
You don't break a sweat the whole time, and they're dying by the time it's over.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's wonderful. So we're gonna do the next one. Do women present differently in front of their just male friends, let's say, versus female friends, in your opinion and observations? Does anyone have anything?
Yeah, bitches are fake ass. They're fake ass. Because think about it, right?
Well,
when they're surrounded by women, they get that hive mind shit that they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
they're all
that's the thing. It's a
yeah,
hive
that's
mind,
okay.
but they really
You could be
hate
this.
each other.
Logic flies out the window. But when they're around men and all this shit, it's oh, I gotta make sure that I impress this dude and all this kind of shit. But men also do this as well. Do you know what I mean? They act different around people. You know what I mean?
Okay, now you can unmute.
Okay. I think he can unmute himself.
Yeah. Well, the thing is women hate each other. They do. They even best friends hate each other. It's not the same thing as men friends and women. They will, if it means getting to where they need to get, they will toss their best friend aside. I've seen it so many times in so many my sister's friends group. They've done it. I'm telling you guys, especially if you're at the top of the social circle, those girls are stabbing each other in the back all the time, man. It is like Mean Girls, the movie. I'm telling you, if you really do want to see what women are like, it really is like that. They're vicious, man. When men, if we don't like each other, we can get a fist fight and we're done. We're over it. Women will try to, women will try to end each other's whole social lives. They don't want the other woman ever coming out of the house again. It's sad. It's brutal.
Do you want to tell them about when I tried to break up with one friend, what she did? Do you remember?
Which one?
The crazy one that would knock on the door.
Oh, that was.
Don't say who they are.
Well, her name started.
No, stop.
No, that she was nuts. And it was a lot of theatrics and
tried to
drama.
bone you. One.
Yeah. Well. Oh. Okay. So we were at a restaurant. It was actually at a bar. She was across from me. Kat was next to me. Her foot went up into my crotch and started, feeling around for some gold. And I had to push it away and just not act like anything happened.
Because he didn't want me to murder her.
Yes. And I waited until she left because she was staying with us. Left on a plane out of the city. And then I told her, and then Kat just lost it. But
my mom.
Oh, her mother
Steve,
also lost it.
Steve, important question here, and I want you to think carefully before you give the answer, okay? Look at the camera. I want you to look at us, okay? Don't look away. Don't look to your right. Just look at us. Who was better with doing that with a foot, her or Kat? We know the answer.
We got our answer.
Okay.
No, but Kat didn't.
No, it's okay. There's no yeah, but there's no yeah, but now. It's
I
okay.
don't touch it with my feet.
I'm not into feet.
No.
See, that was a good lie. You thought that up really well. Like it only took about 30 seconds. Not in defeat. He had to, Kat, the reason he didn't tell you straight away is because he needed to wait for the boner to go down. Because he knew that's what you were going to look at straight away.
And
It's
I
like,
was,
did she make too hard?
I was edging all evening. No.
Oh God.
Well, she
I
has
was
that
raw.
Damascus.
I mean, it was,
you know,
no, I'm joking.
he has that.
No, the reason why it took him so long is
that
that he was contemplating. It's like, how do I play this? Like, how do I get an Eiffel Tower out of this? You know what I'm saying?
No,
well, you know,
Cat,
you know,
so I can go out in public.
Yeah. Well, you ever done that flip it up to the waistband
Of course,
trick?
you tuck.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to talk about where
But
you
you
guys
can't
put
let
your
your
junk.
shirt
But whatever
come
you
up,
do
'cause
that
then-
if it's
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
oh,
Exactly.
And then reach
They'll
for
know.
this really
Yeah,
quick.
no. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, women think they're the only ones that are inventive, tucking things in their bra and moving their boobs. You know, the bra is pretty inventive what they do with it, but you know, we're pretty inventive too.
We need a belt for a reason too.
Well, the modern
We do.
women, the more modern women nowadays, they're really good at tucking their penis as well. Let's be
Mhm.
fair.
That's true. That is true. That's a good one,
This
dude.
is
I like
true,
that.
yes.
That's really good.
Talk to Tucker.
Wow.
That's pretty effing funny, dude. That was good, dude.
We try sometimes because Kat just doesn't make a fucking effort.
Mhm.
Make an effort.
Well, what can you expect? Women aren't funny, so I mean,
Good
No,
God.
she's fine.
Well, the ones with the penises are.
yeah,
They
you
were
know, I can
born
see
with it.
Cat with Cat probably has that too.
Wow.
Did
Anyway.
you get that lasered off, Kat?
Well, Cat, yeah, I know she's
Yes.
like Jamie Lee Curtis, you know, back in the.
Cleavered. Okay.
All right.
poor,
So
poor Cat. Like, see, the thing is, you can't see it with the screen, but her face, the Persian faces, they get real red when they're embarrassed, and she's probably
No, she
real
does not
red.
turn
faced.
red.
I do not have that.
You don't? Is it because the Cuban in you? You don't turn red like that?
I don't think she has the ability to turn red. She does not get embarrassed.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Oh, yeah,
no
she
blood
does.
left in
Oh,
her.
hell yeah, she does. You haven't seen me on the stream with her yet, dude. Just keep watching, dude.
No,
Oh, I
no,
get her. I get
we're not
on
doing
the
that.
on the bigger stream. She goes on. I'll go on there and terrorize her, dude. It's hey, Cat. Here, let's try this. Cat,
No.
why don't you show him the picture of your Discord image?
He knows it. He could see it.
She shows
Yeah,
me.
what do you think?
It's
I think
open.
that's quite inappropriate for a lady of your
He
age
doesn't
and
give a
stature
crap.
Let-
This
let me
one.
see.
to be doing that, Cat. You
Oh,
can't.
that? Yeah, that's fine. No,
Oh,
look.
oh,
Wait,
you know.
you don't live where we live. Where we live, that is like conservative.
That is
I'm in
Amish.
Florida. No, I'm in Florida. I understand, but
We're in
you know-
Florida.
Pasties
Tampa.
just walking around.
no,
Tampa.
Panhandle area. But Cat.
He's saying
Oh.
he's from Rosemary Beach.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
that Fuji?
Where are you from in Florida?
Panhandle area. Panhandle area.
Exactly.
Rosemary
What?
Beach.
No. That
Mhm.
Panhandle does not go over there.
Panhandle's like from like Alabama, like the border Alabama coast
he's
right there to
basically
probably
just
like
like
Panama
going
Beach,
anywhere.
right?
He could be like Alabama.
Okay.
Mm.
No, not Alabama, not quite that far.
Might not be.
But Cat, I mean, a lady of your stature shouldn't be expressing those kind of attire.
What are we talking
No,
about?
That's. I mean, what audience are we targeting?
Yeah,
Like,
you're
Amish or-
a role model for young girls on here. Cat, you got.
I'm not. What are you talking about? No female watches me.
Wait
I
a
know, that's
second.
what I'm
We're
saying,
talking
that's
about
why I
like
was
Dr.
saying.
Melons and all this
She's
kind
a
of
role
shit, and
model
then
for young
like
girls
Kumas and chat.
that don't watch.
Like what are we saying here? Like she's either a role model or she's Dr. Melons. Like we need to pick a lane here.
Well, but that's my point.
Exactly.
She's you got to go one way or the other. You got to either
Well,
be Dr.
I'm not going
Melons
to go
and actually.
Amish.
Okay,
So that's
so
not
then
going to happen.
Yeah,
you got
but
to
clearly the profile pic is in Melons.
You know what? You got to do the belly dance 1,000. The belly dance thing at the 1,000 members. Then, Cat. Then you'll get 2,000 members in one day.
Well, okay.
Nope.
So in her
What?
defense, when she's streaming, has she ever worn anything like her icon?
No, she's pretty good. That's why I give her so much crap.
Yeah,
is because she
so-
doesn't. But that's why I have to make fun of her more because she doesn't dress like that.
But people need some little bit of sugar to pull
Oh
them in.
my God.
And say like, oh, she's got cleavage.
Well, I heard she has a hot younger sister, so maybe that's a
She
possibility.
does.
No,
are
it's
you single looking. I mean,
Well, I'm always ready to rent a Persian for a while. That's always
she's half Persian. Would you half rent and then half pay?
Well,
Her sister looks like the hospital mixed up the babies.
Yeah.
No.
oh really? Is
she's
she like the
blonde.
white versions?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
she's the
blonde
real
with green
blonde
eyes.
version.
But she's
Okay.
so attractive. She's so attractive.
Is she like the
She's
Sarah
so-
Shahi kind of Persian or what?
Wait a second. Can we take a moment? Steve
Okay.
just said, after we said she doesn't look like Kat, Steve said she's attractive.
No,
Take a moment to
I was
digest that.
mentioning it to the comment of it looked like the hospital mixed them up.
No, it doesn't mean no. But there's those like Persians come in like they're either really like the white kind of Persians or the darker ones. You know,
Yeah,
they're that. It's like like Latinos are like that too in Mexico. They have that like white class that look almost like white people. You know, like Canelo Alvarez.
They
like,
are
blue-eyed.
white people.
I knew one of them.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. They're mostly like bred out that they're all white. You know, but Persians are actually white. Remember Hitler called them Aryans.
That's what Iran is. It means land of the Aryan.
I know. So I think that you guys are where
Yes,
it all came
aliens.
from.
We're aliens.
The Fourth Reich. They're trying to attack Israel right now. The Fourth Reich.
Yeah, I'm just trying because Aryan is supposed to, in terms of the Hitler.
He
his
means like
is
from the
yeah, blonde hair,
Caucasus
blue eyes.
Mountains
That's
and
like the,
stuff.
the
No,
literal
no.
opposite to
Hitler
a
No,
Persian.
he means it's a different. No, it means like genetically from like the Caucasus, like mountain areas and stuff, and Persians are from there genetically, I guess.
Yeah, like it's literally the opposite to blonde hair, blue eyes.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're moving on. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
why everything has to become racism with you guys.
Well, Kat,
Well,
you're the
those
one
are
who
the
was saying
funnest.
that
Those are the
like
best
concentration
topics to
camps
talk
are
about. They're fun.
fat loss websites. You know what I'm saying?
The
Okay,
race topics are the funnest things.
wonderful. So, have we decided that women present different in front of men versus in front of their female friends? Because I feel like
Oh,
we
of course.
skipped over
Come
that.
on. When women see men as tools, they don't see them as people. Like that's why women can make fun of us. You know, buddy, I'll let you know about this. No matter how long you're married to her, when she's around her friend or around her mom, they make fun of us, dude. They talk shit about us all the time. They
Of course
talk
they
so
do.
much shit about us, dude. Wait, not in an evil way. I don't think they do it maliciously.
No,
They just think of us as jokes. They do. They think
are
we're a
jokes.
joke.
What are you talking about?
I really love how optimistic Imperius is. It's just such a positive guy.
He is.
But
No,
it's
I'm
true,
just bringing a little bit of realism to the internet. You know, all this little red pill nonsense. You know, I'm just trying to give people the reality of things.
The way you come out and go, it's like, Steve, let me tell you. Let me tell you what these bitches are like. And it's like Steve sitting there with like the grey hair and all this shit. It's like, well, quite clearly Steve already understands. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. You know, all of his family had white hair, way younger than he did it.
Yeah,
I've lying to us.
No,
Don't
it's
even
just
get
true.
it.
Stop
don't
it.
even gaslight. But what's beautiful here is Imperius is giving us his knowledge, basically his experiences, and he's kind of talking to Steve about it. And Steve's too nice to say, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're gonna see in your next 50 years. You think it's bad now? Wait until you fucking marry one.
Oh, I can only imagine. Well, I remember my ex's dad I remember my ex's dad, he was a super smart guy, but all he ever did was just go into his office when he got home. Well, I mean, he did have four daughters and a wife, so you're kind of outnumbered.
Oh wow! I bet you that in that office he had a gun in his desk that he was just looking at and wondering when is he going to have the courage to just end it all.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the daughters, they kept nagging him for more money. They wanted to go on trips and go to doctorates and stuff, so they wouldn't let him rest. So he couldn't think of killing himself. He had to just keep working 48 hours a day.
But really,
and yes, I mean 2 hours for 1 hour.
He needed to work 24 hours a day so that he could take his mind off of all the estrogen that was just circulating in the
well, no, he had to do 2 hours of work for every 1 hour he was working. So 48 hours of work in 24 hours.
You gotta step it up. You know, you gotta keep
those
going.
Numbers.
Well, they got those. They had that blue carpet and gold pillars, and
What?
Poor cat. Look at her. We're embarrassing her. So see, that's the thing. Like you said, she can't be embarrassed. She's pretty embarrassed right now. You can tell by look at her. She won't even look at it. She's just.
All right. So moving on.
Cat, what's your sister's name though?
Vicky.
Oh, that's a white girl name.
Yeah.
That
she
is
looks
the
like a
ultimate
girl.
white chick name. How did that happen? That's disgusting.
She's also half Cuban.
That's weird, dude. Wait, which one named her?
Her
I
mom.
really
which
don't
is
think the
Cuban.
guy who calls himself emperor should be calling out other names. You know what I'm saying?
No, but that's not my real name. That would be
Yeah,
like me-
exactly.
Oh,
You
I'm
chose
gonna
this name
figure
yourself.
this out.
At
No,
least,
but
at least, at least Vicky can be
well,
like,
this-
well, my parents chose that name.
No,
like
no,
you
but this
chose
is
that
a-
name.
This is an online moniker, but I mean, imagine if I was named like God, what would you think of like
Hey, take some time,
Muhammad?
think about it.
I'm like blonde haired, but if I was named Muhammad, like it would just be odd. You know, it would just be
No,
odd.
wait. The name for you would have to be the same as the name Vicky. So you'd need a stripper name. Like, so what?
Hmm.
What would be like a white guy stripper name? I'm trying to think of one. Like Tucker, maybe? Would it be like a Tucker or something?
Why are you gonna strip and have like a dick that's tucked back? Like,
No, but what would be
You
like?
need
Well, I'm just trying to think. Like, what would I don't even know. I mean, Jesus, Kat, you're the girl. What's a white guy stripper name?
Tucker under.
Destiny?
she's gonna just riff off like 50 that she knows right now. Long schlong silver, dick's
Yeah.
enormous.
And
Like,
Andrew,
she's coming out
Andrew
with all
Canyon Maker.
Good
Yeah.
God. Yeah, I don't know.
But wait, you said she's half
Kristen
Cuban.
Tate?
So
Yeah, she probably likes like Hector or something like that, like the Cuban. You know the.
no,
Ew.
I'm
What would
asking about Vicky.
No,
You
I
said
don't
that your
like
sister
Cuban.
is-
You don't
so your
like the
sister
Latin
is-
guys. You don't like the
Never.
Tony Montana type guys.
Cat.
If they're redheaded and pasty white, if not red, then
Yeah, I had
Okay.
a ginger Cuban boyfriend.
How the fuck does that work?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
weird. Did he put some kind of like ginger curse on you? Is that the way you are right now, or what's going on here?
Maybe. But yeah, I like freaks.
wait, but maybe that attracted Randy.
Good God.
Wait a second, hang on. No, I need to understand this. What the fuck does a ginger Cuban look like?
Like a Irish ginger, right? But
So he
they're
wasn't tanned.
they're full Cuban.
He
Like,
oh wait
Generations
no.
in Cuba.
I've got a description.
Was he
Think,
tanned?
Wait, no,
No,
just
he
listen.
cannot tan.
Just listen.
An Irish
'Cause I was
tan where
expecting
the
a
freckles
tanned,
combine.
tattooed up dude who was just like
so and like red hair, red curly hair.
So are you saying like curly things, but Cuban?
No, but I can give you a little bit better description. Think of
Like a Viking.
a fat
He wasn't fat back
Viking
at the
with
time.
messed up teeth.
Well, he had that back then too.
It's
I
odd, a
just-
Viking Cuban. Wow.
Yeah.
I just can't
They must have
imagine,
traveled
like,
farther than we thought.
I can't imagine a redhead gangbanger looking dude walking up to somebody like, "Hey, SA," and he's just like ginger as fuck.
I say, he's not Mexican.
Yeah, that's
Whatever
Mexican.
the fuck. I don't live there, man. I don't know what your Cubans look like or sound like. But you
What is,
said
like,
your sister
oye?
is half Cuban.
Oh yeah.
Oye puto or pendejo. They say that.
Yeah, that's that, dude. Imagine that. She can't even teach your guys. Like, that's the one thing. Like a Latin girl, she can teach them Spanish. Your kids Spanish. Look at that. Cat, like,
Wow, what is this? Hold on.
Yeah, the
That is not what a ginger Cuban looks like. This
That's
is
exactly
ridiculous.
what he looked like, a dog.
apparently,
Like,
apparently,
That son of a bitch looked exactly like that.
No, he did. Stop being.
apparently, Cat is into bestiality. I think.
Oh my
According to
god.
AI.
if you're dating a ginger, you're dating into like soullessity or something because they're demons. These little redheads, dude.
I mean, I figured that out. Yeah.
Demon in the sack.
Mhm. No. Oh my god.
I was saying
Well, the
his
women
sack
I heard though,
was
I haven't had a.
demon.
You know, that's one of the few categories I haven't had as a redhead woman. Like, you know, I was,
Categories?
yeah, like, you know, interestingly enough,
Have you ever boned a redhead? I don't think that's your type. I don't see you going for
No,
someone.
I
They-
don't.
see
I
through.
don't. I
they
don't.
seem to me like a pale Asian. It's really hard for them to be hot.
I have to
Like,
go
I
through
don't like
all
the
of them to see.
real pale Asians. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yeah,
the
I
pasty
don't like
white one.
Asians unless they have like
But
the
as a white
curves.
guy, what's weird is the white guys, we usually love the Asians. But I
Do,
love the
do you
Asians,
like
but
the
I like
Asians?
I like the jungle Asians. I like the
she-
jungle Asians. The
I-
more
Curvy.
I don't
no,
want to
no, the tan one.
disparage my Asian sister-in-law.
Yes, more like this, Tareyak. Less like the dog.
Oh,
That's
more
a
like
damn
that?
lie.
But
Cat,
fatter,
You're
yes.
being
you
way
can't
too
pick up a
nice.
guy
him-
like that.
give
Get
him-
out of here. That's like
With
that's
curlier
damn
hair,
like that.
redder hair.
Oh yeah, but Cat, that's like Thor and Captain America
Yeah.
put together
Look,
and red
if you
hair.
just hold on. If you just look at the eyes, right there. That's it.
On the eyes. No, his eyes.
Is that?
are
I
more
mean,
inset. He's more like Viking. Like
Yeah,
he's
yeah. Well,
literally
your
a
eyes are more
Viking.
yeah, his eyebrows came out more.
Oh come
it was
on.
more like
Well,
Neanderthal.
Wrong
Borderlands.
direction.
Fat. Tareyak, put fat in the description. Put fat. Just
Okay.
So like
Okay.
more
Okay.
like
One sec. Let me
Neanderthal,
get
like the
this.
more like where the eyes droop over the lids and stuff like that. You know, is that what you're talking about?
Almond
Oof.
eyes, you know, because Irish.
See, that's what I mean. The
Oof.
sport guy, they like these ghost women. I'm not a big
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah.
This is
There
too
you
fat.
go.
This is too fat. What is the happy median?
Type in like
Cat,
slightly
this dude-
overweight. Slightly
This dude has bigger
overweight
tits than
ginger
you.
people.
I'm not
This
gonna
is
lie.
Yeah.
ridiculous amount of tits.
Holy moly.
And he's not white enough, first of all.
He looks like a weightlifter, like a power lifter guy, but he's too fat
Like
to be a
gave up.
power lifter.
Good God.
Kat, I'm having some audio issues. I'm gonna have to just hop off for a bit.
No problem.
I'll be back.
Okay.
This looks like Alex Rosen.
Looks like a damn, I don't know, some kind of hippo watermelon looking watermelon.
Can you do
eating-
like a slightly overweight?
Yeah, that's what I said. Slightly overweight ginger Cuban.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Type in
Curly
200.
red hair. Like put curly red haired, light blue eyed, ginger Cuban, slightly overweight.
Ginger Cuban.
Next,
Ginger
put in
Cuban.
hot tan Asian.
Okay. Good God.
Hot. They're gonna have an Asian in an oven. We're not doing a Nazi thing.
Oh my gosh, what is wrong
Oh,
with
that's
you?
funny. Cat, can we be really edgy?
No.
You know where how it's going, right?
No, we're not doing any of that. No.
He said he wants to edge.
Wow. All right. So, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's more like it.
He's still a little bit fat, but more or less. This is
A little bit.
vibes.
He's got a triple chin, Cat. He's got
Yeah,
literally got a
not
triple
so
chin.
many, but like make a little bit thinner, and that's basically it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But what
Can you
makes this
imagine
dude?
like trying to
Cuban?
hug that thing?
Nothing makes him Cuban because he's really
He's not.
he's
Yeah.
not.
So basically, Cat, you dated a ginger.
Yes,
that-
I
that-
dated
that-
the
you might as well
ginger.
just said
All
you
right,
dated
Tariq,
ginger.
Tareyak, type in hot tan Asian woman.
You
No, we're
Is
not
this
doing
like-
some
is this
DJ
what
and
you're
Kuma
putting
shit,
in
bro.
Porn?
But wait, Kat, do you remember?
No,
that
we need to make
comedian
Kat
that's
jealous.
redheaded out of Hialeah, that he
No.
we watched him on Instagram. He does shorts. He dresses up as women. He's bald, but he's redhead.
No.
He's got a beard.
No.
He's on it.
It doesn't matter.
I don't remember. Anyway, he's Cuban also.
You guys, you can tell you guys have been married forever. You have these little like these sidebar like little discussions.
What, like a relationship?
No, where they just where they just like where they just like go off into their own like little bubble together, and then like we're just sitting there watching them talk to themselves.
Yeah, that's called having a relationship. What, like this?
No,
we need to,
I don't
we
like
need to
being-
change
no,
this
I
dude's
never
name to
do.
Incel Purus. Like,
No,
the
I
simp thing
never do
isn't
that.
even
When
working.
no. When I never do that and like have a little conversation that's completely separate when I'm out with somebody or doing that, even when a girl's with
Well,
me.
you
No,
just ignore your woman. It's like, get away from me, bitch. I'm with the boys.
No, I'll just say we'll talk about that later if it's something that like doesn't pertain to what's going on.
It does.
What?
It does.
Nothing
It
Cat
doesn't
says
pertain- we
pertain
don't
to what
care
is
what he
going
looks
on.
like
She's a
anymore.
madman. Look at
no,
her.
I'm talking about the comedian, the redheaded comedian dude.
I don't care about him.
You know, I think
The only redheaded comedian guy I know that I can think of is the dude who got like caught
guy.
for
Bill
jerking
Burr.
off.
This does not
Bill.
look like him at all.
No. I'm saying he's another redheaded Cuban.
Oh yeah, this is another redheaded Cuban. Can I?
But what
Bill
makes
Burr's
him
a
Cuban?
redheaded Cuban?
Yeah,
He's a comedian.
another one.
Wait,
But that's
So
not Bill
apparently-
Burr.
why is his eyebrows black but his beard is ginger?
I don't know. Like I don't know what he does
You want to
with,
ask him?
with his
I can
personal
call
life.
him up right now.
Yeah, ask him. Ask him.
Cat,
Does
do
he
you
dye his
your hair
eyebrows?
or no? Cat, do you dye your eyebrows or no?
No, not yet. Thank God.
Not yet.
Or does he
Cat.
dye the beard? He wants the
Uh,
sympathy points.
You would have to.
I don't. I
bleach
could
the
never. I
beard
can't
and
do
then
that. I
make
won't
it-
do. I won't dye my beard. Never. I'll never do it.
Oh, you have a beard.
No. I do more of like the kind of like like the stubble beard kind of thing. The more like professional looking look kind of thing. Not a full
off the
beard like
internet.
that. But Cat, let me ask you a question. What do you think is for you if the gentleman next to you dyed his hair like back to a normal color? What would you?
I
what
would
you-
like that, but he refused.
Really?
Are you saying that this is not a normal color?
Well, I mean, like a non,
A
I'm
non-elderly,
so
a
offended. I've had this
non-elderly.
since I was a teenager. I have a condition.
You,
Yeah, we'll
what
get you
I
some
mean,
nice
at least
black
it
hair
won't be
dye.
Purple. It won't be purple at least. So
I
that'll be good.
know.
Bro, in what world is that fucking purple?
No, I said at least it won't be purple.
She went through a purple phase.
I know they all do. It's weird. I don't know why women, if they have dark hair, they put some kind of like purple streak in it. They always do like a
Yeah.
little like a streak band where like a dark purple in their hair in the dark hair. It's odd. I don't know.
My sister did that at a
Which
later.
one?
It's Sarah.
Oh, don't say the name.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Vicky, is it natural blonde or
yes,
is it
it's
like
natural,
Yeah, it's
completely
natural.
natural.
really interesting?
Mhm.
Interesting. I'll have to investigate if it's truly natural or not.
No, you
This
won't.
is like the
So are
biggest
you
incel
dating?
talk
I
I've ever
mean,
heard in my
it
entire
is.
life.
It is. So
No,
Tareyak,
Tareyak, don't pay attention to Kat. She's already sent me Vicky's number in the DMs. So
no, I haven't.
Yeah,
Anyway,
they got a date set up for next year.
Oh my
and
God.
She's run through all the men.
okay, so moving on. Wait, I think we already talked about this before, so let's move on. Female icks when they see a guy losing a fight or getting hurt. Have any
God,
of you seen
yeah.
this phenomenon?
Yeah, so
God.
like this is in like reference to, I think it was like on Joe Rogan's podcast where it's like one of the UFC fighters, she was like, oh, like she was dating this dude. Nice one, Kat. She was dating this dude and basically she was like, yeah, no, I had to break up with him because like the way he like failed to defend himself essentially. Which again is understandable because like a lot of women would not necessarily know about like combat and all this shit, but if you see your guy get fucking the shit beat out of him, it kind of dries them up and like essentially just fucking ruins the relationship from there. So like I said, kind of like going at it from the point of view of like the female licks, like there's a lot of shit that like necessarily like will just be, it is what it is kind of thing. You just got to take your L, you got to take your ball and go home kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, like in terms of the like you can have it like obviously on the other spectrum as well. If you go more intellectual and all that kind of shit, to do with the fucking like retard basically. Yeah, you're not getting any pussy that night. You know what I'm saying? Now the interesting thing is Marilyn Monroe, like she went for both ways. You know what I'm saying? Like she went for
What?
she went for like the intellectual. Like there was like one fucking I think it was like a movie producer and all that shit. Straight after she went out like a model guy kind of thing as well. So like I said, it's kind of one of those things. It's one of the anomalies kind of thing to it. But fundamentally, like I said, it's you got to be able to kind of play to your strengths. You know what I mean? Because the other thing that you see a lot of is like guys trying to act as though they're all that, but they're not actually. And then eventually it gets found out, and then relationship deteriorates from there as well. You gotta come correct. You gotta come righteous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta treat him like shit. That's what you
Good
do. You
God.
treat him like jack shit. Listen to me. I'm not, and I'm not saying that as like an angry. I'm telling you, like, treat them how they think of us. That's what you got to do. In the beginning, they think of you like a jackass. They think they know. They go, I know exactly what this guy wants. He wants to get between my legs and pound the shit out of me. So instead of, and they know this, they all know this, and they play this runaround circle game of dancing around the issue for however long until they decide that they feel comfortable that they have enough of their claws into your soul. Until then, and then they'll give it to you, and then all the hormonal infusion of nonsense that gets you addicted to them. See, that's the thing, and sir, I understand your plight too, because the Persian women, they try to get you to not wear rubbers too, and I fell for that trap. And the thing is, and sir, when you have that fluid, that pair bonding, they try they try to hook you in, and I'm telling you, it's horrible to get once that happens. It's like a chemical attachment.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
What?
I don't know what happened to you.
I don't. Something happened.
I think.
Yeah,
not
who hurt
sure,
you, Sampiris?
Look at DK Moon's
So,
comment. Look at DK Moon's comment in the chat, Cat.
Did something?
He doesn't know.
Did something happen with you?
Did
and
somebody
some-
try to baby
No,
trap
she
you?
she was so good looking, and then like I wanted to put one. She's like, no, you don't have to worry about it. And she was a virgin too.
no,
And she was a
My
virgin.
ass.
My ass. She was baby trapping you.
Oh no,
That's
she
not a
was. Oh no,
virgin.
she was a virgin. There had to be a towel used and all this nonsense for the first.
Well,
She had her period, honey.
No. I no. When they have their
Yeah,
period, I
highly
throw them to the other. They go to the other house if they're on their
taste
period.
fresh?
Oh my god.
When they're in the period, that's it. If I ever got
Oh my
married,
god,
I'd buy
that's a
two
great
houses.
idea.
Two houses, one next to each other. So when they get in their period, they go next door. I couldn't deal with it. It's just too much. I can't, dude.
Wait,
All right,
you
so,
can't deal with women on their period?
It's too much.
I don't
dude.
think he can
I
deal with
can't.
women full stop. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't too often. No, I can't. That's why I love women that are very close with their families, so they can hang out with their moms and their sisters and things
Like,
like that, so that I don't have to deal with them all the time.
what's the point of like getting with a woman then, Sampiris? Like, you seem
it's
like
a
you really
convenience
don't want to
factor.
get.
When you get they're good at massages because when they're tiny and they're light,
Are they?
they can walk on your back.
No,
when they walk on-
Sampiris, you don't understand the question. Like, why would you bother getting a relationship? Like, just go to a fucking like a happy ending place. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to masseuse.
No,
Like,
but
why,
the thing is,
why are you
it's
wasting
hard
so
to
much
get up
time?
and drive. I don't want to drive to those. So the thing, and I don't want to call an escort to my house. So instead, you get a Persian for a while, and they're usually tiny and thin, so you'll walk on your
Tiny and
back.
thin? No, there's
Yeah.
varying types.
I know she's
This
a
is
hobbit,
not-
but that's not the kind I was with. I was with the thinner, graceful,
That's
elegant
thinner?
Persian.
You mean wait? Did you have a butt?
Yeah, no, they did. She had a little like bubble butt kind of thing.
No. Did she have a butt and a waist?
Yeah. She was a size 3, I think.
No. You didn't
Something
answer
like
the
that.
question. Did she have a butt and a waist?
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
It would go
Yes.
in, not like.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she had good hips. Yeah, I could lift her up and throw her against a wall. Sure.
I mean, so it's possible that she wasn't a fake Persian because I think
No, she was.
there are a
No,
lot
they
of
were real
different-
Persian. Their family was blackmailed. They went to Ector Iran. They were dead. So yeah. No, they couldn't. Yeah, they were on the blacklist from going back there because they were part of the Shah family or an extension of it, of the Parhami family. But yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it's yeah, no, there are some Persians that are incredibly like model like that are like that kind of 5'6", 125-pound, nice C cups
Tall.
with 5'6" is not tall. That's a good size.
All right,
I don't want to.
Imperius.
Well, see, Cat's like I understand Cat. You could throw her around. Congratulations to you, but the thing is, I want a girl that is not so short that she can't reach the cupboards when she's cooking. I don't want to
All
come
right,
in.
Imperius. So, Damon, what's up?
What's up? What's going on?
Is your
Is he
mic
talking
fixed?
about women? Do I sound okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Was he talking about women who are like cock-sucking height?
He's talking about
Good
incel
God,
shit. man.
you too?
No. I was actually talking the opposite. No, well, I want a girl who's 5'6" because the BJs are great, but I want a good meal every night. And if they can't reach the cooking things when I'm not
Cooking
home,
thing?
What?
yeah,
Like,
I can't have something.
5'6" is a lot
This-
of real estate.
Dude,
But I'm
more of a
I'm
top line.
5'10". I'm still 4 inches taller than that. 4 inches is good for me. That's
Get
I don't.
her a step ladder, and then she can reach everything.
I want to be able to do one-handed lifts. I don't want to have to do two-handed.
But like,
yeah, but the long
this whole
legs have
thing.
their because you can fold them better with the long legs.
No, those legs are no. I'm used to no.
It doesn't matter, you guys. This is not a
Well, it's
let's
like a
talk
tree
about your
trunk.
conquest
It's like a
podcast.
it's like a tree trunk,
It's-
versus
but that's what I'm saying.
palm
It's like
tree.
incel shit where it's like, yeah, like I get all the bitches and all the shit, but it's like at the end of
No,
the
it's
day,
who,
like
who
this
gets
whole
all
shit.
the bitches. If you're a guy and
But
you haven't been
like,
rejected more than you're
like,
successful, I know what you mean.
fundamentally,
Alright.
like the whole kind of aspect to like like you want a woman that'll cook and all the shit. It's like, what, you can't cook for yourself? Do you know what I mean? I don't
No, I
don't
cook for
trust a woman in
myself
the kitchen.
already. I've done that my whole life. Even when I
Yeah,
was with a girl, I
so
cooked.
again,
But that's
let's go
but
back
what
to
I'm
it. It's like,
saying is
why
like Peter Griffin
yeah,
said,
why don't you?
women were created by the Lord Jesus Christ for our amusement, and I want to be amused.
Okay, but hang on a second. Also, right? The thing is okay, if he's gone, fine. But was that you, Kat, or was that him? Oh, Kat's nodding. Okay. Yeah,
But-
look, Peter Griffin did say that, to be fair, but let's also remember that Lois Griffin was cheating on him with fucking everybody.
What?
She even fucked the dog, right?
What?
Mm,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did I watch the same show?
No,
Yes,
I
Lois was
recall.
fucking everybody behind Peter's back,
Mhm.
including Brian.
Mm.
hmm
It was underhanded, like you didn't actually show it in the show, but it was kind of like gave that kind of idea.
But like to the main point, like that whole vibe just kind of like really just kind of like it gives like incel vibes where it's like women are like lesser than me, so it's like, but at the same time, like I want a woman that'll cook for me and all this kind of shit. But it's like even admits that like he cooks better himself. Like, what's the point in getting the cook if they're a shit cook? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like this whole kind of vibe of like why not just like bang hookers? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot cheaper. It works out a lot cheaper.
Wait. Tarek, are you advocating for banging hookers instead of getting
No,
a
he's
wife?
saying
No, what I'm saying
it's a
for-
better financial choice. That's all he's
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you have this kind of like this genuine attitude, you know what I mean? It's like, why are you not doing the hooker thing? Because it's like, why bother going to? Because he clearly hates like being in relationships with women. So it's like, why would you like go down that line of like, okay, yeah, like I just want someone that like massage me and like cook me meals, and why don't you just get a maid and then get a masseuse? Like, why bother? Like why like go into a relationship that you know you don't like or you know you don't want, clearly hate? Like, why go through all that fucking extra effort? Very kind of incel. It's very simpish, you know.
I don't. The thing is that like, with the whole incel accusation, I don't know if that's incel, but I've heard like the whole men going their own way thing, right? So many people talk about that as being, oh, this is what it is. No, this is what it is. No, this is what it is. This is what I think the men going their own way thing sounds like. So they're angry with women, so they just want to be with themselves. And then whenever I hear them talking about it, like, oh, I just want to hang with my bros, like they get me, like no woman really understands me, and they're just naggy into this. I'm like, that kind of sounds like they just want to be gay, but they don't want to admit that they want to be gay.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like as a man, right? If all you like, you sit down with yourself and say, "This is what I want."
I'm not saying that he's gay. I'm just talking about those particular guys. But
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Conspiracies is gay. I mean, I guess he should know.
But like this is what I'm saying though. It's like as a man, like surely you have like enough like brain cells or facilities in your brain to be able to sit down and say, "This is what I want." Be able to say, "Okay, yeah, I actually want a relationship," or "No, it turns out I don't actually want a relationship," and then like go about like actually getting that shit done. Like I said, in this case where it's like I want massages and I want like a bitch to clean my house and cook me meals, then just pay for a maid and pay for a fucking masseuse. Like, why are you like going through all this? Like, if a relationship is that stressful to you, like why go through all that fucking pain and heartache? You know what I mean? And even financially speaking, it works out like a lot cheaper. You know what I mean? Because a divorce, you lose half your shit.
at the same time, I just want to say like since we had him on and he was funny. Like there are those guys who, I mean, I'm not saying that this is his situation, but guys who do go through a fucked up breakup, if it is kind of like something that they invested a lot in and it was messed up and the girl did something fucked up or whatever, we've all seen that guys will vent in that way. They will go through that kind of like, oh, women are like this, women are like that. And that's a natural thing. If that's the case with him and it was a recent breakup or whatever, I hope he gets through it. I hope he gets over that. It's not healthy to think that way all the time. Maybe he was just joking here and venting here and whatever. But we got to understand that is a process that people go through. Women go through it as well. They'll start hating on all men. And then before you know it, you know, they're taking dick again and they're happy.
I never went through that. I never hated dudes. I
It
hated
happens.
in particular
It happens to some
dudes.
people. It's a coping mechanism, I guess, for some people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not healthy long term. At some point, you've got to put it behind you and, you know, get back on the horse.
Get back on the horse. Exactly. Anyways,
But
so
like that's what I'm trying to say though. It's like as a man, if you genuinely have that attitude, like because what I'm saying is like the bravado is not making sense to like what he's saying. You know what I mean? Like the logic does not follow. Because like if you are like one of these kind of like, you know, I don't know, like fresh and fit or whatever, like fresh like openly says like, yeah, he doesn't want marriage and all that shit. That's why he basically fucking goes for all these basically sex workers. Not saying that like they're actually sex workers, but they show a lot of sex worker tendencies. Like he'll spend the money on all these bitches and all that kind of shit because like that's what he likes, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like
But what kind of
there's
tendencies do they have? Like when
like
he
this whole
spends money
thing
on
of,
them, he gives them he leaves money on the nightstand for them. Correct.
not necessarily. It's more so it's like he'll buy them a Gucci handbag and then, you know, later on that night, all that kind of shit. Sugar daddy, yeah, like that whole attitude. And it's like, if that's your vibe, then do it. But like, don't like come at this like from the whole kind of like I said, like false bravado, where it's like, well, I want a woman, but I don't want the relationship. It's like that's basically the logic.
Yeah, they are basically sex workers. It's just that like there's legal loopholes with how they get paid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And
anyway, moving on.
moving
We'll get on
on.
to the stuff that we prepped for.
What we prepped?
Oh my god, this is what I'm saying. Can you just fuck off and bring Steve on?
I don't know. He's doing his like whatever he does.
No, that messes up the DEI quota. Damon, we're stuck with her essentially.
Okay, we'll bring Steve on, but just we'll get him to identify as a like half Persian woman.
Okay. Anyways, so
She says okay, but she's still here, Tareyak. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
He's coming. What are you saying?
Why did he sound like she just pulled out of him?
You just went over to the corner to whack it off, you know what I'm saying?
Good God.
What? I came.
Steve, what was that?
I came.
No, you didn't.
Just one. He just shot once.
Just once. Not easy these days, but you know, sometimes it happens.
It's the
It comes and
prostate
goes.
getting in the way of the cum.
Good God, guys.
Yeah, it's all caught in the pants.
Okay. Shit. We didn't watch
She's like,
the
shit,
documentary.
I didn't prep. Oh, fucking hell. Man.
We were supposed to watch.
Well, Damon, the first step,
The baby got sick and I forgot about it.
the first step is realizing the problem. Now we can get into the next
steps.
steps.
Like talking about prepping. I'm like, I don't know. Did we prep for something?
Identify the problem. Female brain. And then moving on.
Well, look. I think we can still work on it. All right. So I have this from last week, which I didn't get to show. Where is it? No, it's not here. What? Oh, it's a video. Okay. This is about, remember we were going to talk about last week and then we got derailed about how movies are CIA propaganda.
Right.
Okay, so we have a clip.
Okay.
De Niro's building a $1 billion studio. How is that going to make money? What's the business plan? Is it over 30 years? That's my question.
De Niro's 81, isn't he? Like, what? How old is De Niro?
But that's what I'm saying. In the rating system of Hollywood, PG-13, rated R, which rating is the most profitable?
I would say PG.
Wrong. It's G. The children's films that are animated stories like Cinderella are the most profitable in all of Hollywood, and yet they're 30% of the production. So why would the system make 70% of something that doesn't make as much as the 30%? Why? Because it's spiritual. Because the devil runs Hollywood. And he wants that negative 70% to teach your kids all these other things. But the 30%, which makes the most money, is happiness and loving your mom and dad, and they make the most money. Why would Hollywood make less of the most profitable?
Okay, so let's give people some background on Stephen Baldwin, though, right?
Okay, well, okay, yes, he's crazy, blah 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 blah.
Well, no. He's crazy, but at the same time, he's the Baldwin that's the less evil one, right? Let's be honest.
He didn't shoot anybody, yes.
Yeah, and also he found God and pulled himself out of a dark place, and yeah. But
And
at the same time,
didn't he raise his daughter to like kidnap Justin Bieber or something?
I'm not sure about that.
He introduced. Did he introduce his daughter to Justin Bieber?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cornered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
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 What was the story to that?
So apparently, Justin Bieber, the Baldwin girl, Hailey Bieber, was a Justin Bieber fan when she was a little girl, like maybe like 10, 11, something like that. The Baldwin guy took his daughter to meet Justin Bieber backstage and introduced her to him and all this stuff.
It was videoed.
And it was videoed. And then every time Selena Gomez would wear something or say something or get a tattoo of something or do her hair in a certain way, every little thing that she did in her photos, the Hailey Baldwin girl would also do, like mimic Selena Gomez. And then suddenly when Selena and him broke up, then the Hailey girl jumps in. It seemed kind of sus.
Yeah. So again, women presenting.
So yeah, bring it back. So women. I mean, that's more about women seeing another woman have what they want, so they tried to do whatever they can to steal it from her.
It's more of a sickness.
It's more like instead of she wasn't pretending to like something that Justin. Well, actually, yeah, she was pretending to like something, to be something Justin liked, which was his girlfriend at the time.
She's pretending to be not what she truly is.
Yeah,
Which is what we were talking about.
Yeah, so I guess okay.
I mean, she did it to a more nutty level. Like,
very.
That's like, yeah, that's like really kind of, that would be shitloads of red flags. But at the same time, I don't know why those kind of like the situations where you find girls doing that kind of thing, those kind of nutty girls, you can have the most fun with them for a while. But it's true, until they kind of get into that stabby mode. Like,
that stabby mode could come at any moment.
Yeah, it could be the first 2 hours.
You need to know when that moment's going to come, and hopefully you've come before that moment. And
it could be happening as you're coming.
Yes.
It could be. It could be.
Do you want to take that chance? I mean, is it worth it?
I did once. Kat knows about that. We spoke about that, but I'm not going back there again. That was scary.
But you liked it because you're a weirdo too.
I didn't like it because I'm a weirdo. I liked it because it was amazing up until that moment. It was fucking amazing. Steve, I'll introduce you to her.
No. What is wrong with you?
I can watch from the bleachers.
No.
Anyways.
But they are crazy girls. It's because they're more open-minded. That's what it is. That's
You
what it
mean
is.
their head is open because
Well, yeah.
open.
Yeah. You can be with the girl who's gonna stab you, but like she'll do anything, or you can be with the girl who won't stab you, but she's boring as fuck. Hey, let's do this. No.
You know that there's other
Right.
options, Damon.
No, those are the only two options.
There's only two.
And those are two. Democrat, Republican. That's it.
But like this is to my point as well. Like for me personally, it's like at least like my kind of like realization is that it's like, well, if kids is on your mind, then you just gonna like say, well, that's going to be the priority. I mean, I think like a lot of like people are like saying it's like, oh, I got to put the woman top, and that's why how you pedestal them.
We don't have to go to Diddy if kids are only on your mind.
Okay, Steven.
No, what I'm saying is like having kids, if that's like your top priority, is to like continue your genetic code, all that kind of shit. Like that's where it's kind of like, okay, right, I'm gonna have to put up with all this kind of shit. She's gonna like be fucking like nagging all this kind of shit. It's like those are kind of like things you need to put in. Like it's a pros and cons list. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same thing what I was saying with your man. It's like just like sit down one day and it's kind of like actually work out what do you want and then put them in. Like that's all the pros, and then do it versus the cons. And like Damon was saying, if he actually is gay, then just be gay. It's okay. It's 2024.
What? What is the advice? Is the advice? Wait, hold on. I got this.
It's so
Okay,
much.
let Kat show us the woman brain work. Let's. What did I say, Kat?
So he's saying that you should make a list of the pros and cons of being with a particular woman if you want to have a family. And if the pros and cons don't seem to like make sense, then you just become gay.
No, that's not what I said at all. What I'm saying is, generally speaking, as a person, you don't even have to go like as far as like a man thing, but men are better at this because they're more logical, all this kind of shit. But like working out what do you want from life. Do you know what I mean? And it could be like, right, like the scenario with that dude, it's like, okay, fucking like, I just want basically a woman to clean my house, cook me food, and give me massages. Then like, rather than actually fucking get into relationships with women and all that heartache and all this shit, why put yourself through all those cons, or what he perceived to be his cons, because like apparently like having a conversation with your spouse is like that's the worst thing apparently. You know what I mean? Like rather than like go through all the hardship, just be like, right, I'm just going to pay a maid and a chef and a masseuse.
Well, you're talking about Simperius, how he thinks like talking to women is like so much work and stress.
This is why you do it after sex. This is why you do it after sex, because girls like talking after sex. They want to snuggle, but at the same time talk about shit. So you have sex, and then you know how girls always snuggle, and they put their head on your shoulder when you got your arm around them, right?
And you're trying to cool off while
you're
sweating from all the work, and they don't understand. They're just heating you up. You're like, please give me some room. I'm in a full of sweat.
If you can put up with the temperature, right? At the same time, that's when you can get like a good, because like you said, it is effort, right? Like, you know, unless you're one of those low effort guys who goes on the bottom and like she's just doing all the work.
Gosh.
But anyway, like it afterwards, right? Like you said, it's effort. You're trying to cool off, but you just have to suffer through it. Put your arm around them, let them rest their head on your shoulder, and they do that thing where they just yap away.
You'll heal.
Yeah, and then you can, while she's talking, you'll heal. Yeah, the feeling will come back in your legs in about 2 or 3 days. But when they're doing that and they're just talking away, right? You can just have a good like 15 to 20-minute power nap, and they're usually done by that point. The talking's gone, and you're happy, she's happy, you're rested, and that's it. What's so funny about that?
Well, it could be that she noticed you weren't listening, and then she brings it up later and says,
"Oh, but they always think
listen
you're not
to
listening."
me.
Exactly, they always think you're not listening anyway. So you know, let them be right once in a while.
No, but that
You weren't
doesn't.
listening. That's correct. I wasn't. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time.
But like that's what I'm saying. It's like if your end goal is like I want to like, you know, have kids and all that shit, it's like I'm gonna have to listen to this bitch talk about fucking whatever the fuck Kat talks about. You know what I'm saying?
No, okay, wait a minute. Whoa. you're coming at a relationship in the wrong direction.
What,
you
logical?
Want to be married to your best friend, the person that you want to be
That
with.
is the gayest shit I've ever heard.
Well, we're gay.
I mean,
we're gay.
Okay, I'm a lesbian in a man's body. I thought I would just let you know.
And I'm a gay man.
Well, like,
wait a minute.
Well, like that mustache is coming in, Kat. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I guess so. But that's. I don't think it goes the same.
It doesn't matter. Look, whatever we are, it's fine.
But I'll give you a counterexample, right? Do you not think that a lot of these women will like realize what they've got if they actually do this list beforehand, rather than just like going from man to man? They work out, okay, like what are my actual things?
No, you have a good point there.
No.
Wait. But Tareyak pointed this out when he started speaking about this, and he was saying men are better at this. He was like, we figure out what it is that we want, right? Because when you're telling guys to do this, like, look, figure out what it is that you want before you go for these women and decide, like, are you going to put up with this? What are the pros or cons, right? What kind of woman do you want? What are you looking for? The reason why women suck at this shit is because women can't decide any of this. Women can't decide what the fuck they want to eat for lunch.
No.
Let alone
Damon,
what
that's
they
not
want
fair.
from a man.
Women have all decided what they want, and it's the top 1% of guys. They only want those guys.
They have to compromise.
No. What happens is, because like it's a typical thing, like you're around these people and then the blood goes your genitals and then you literally don't have enough blood to fucking like work out in your brain all shit. This is why you need to do it beforehand. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of these women, if they actually were to be honest with themselves, which I know is very hard for women to be honest, but if they're to sit down and actually like have like an honest list, because there's some of these other lists where it's like 150 things that they want in a man. It's like, okay, honey, you're fucking delusional. But if they're to sit down and say, right, the most important thing to me, kids, then okay, I'm gonna have to like make some sort of like concession. Like nothing's ever like a complete win. You're gonna like there's negotiation that goes on, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So, and the same thing with men. Like a lot of men, like they see this pretty girl, they start like seeing all this shit, and then they're in the middle of it, and then the battle plan goes out the fucking window. Because when you are in a long-term marriage, there are going to be struggles, there are going to be hardships. It's like the Simpsons episode where it's like he's there and Homer's working at the nuclear power plant, and he has the picture of Maggie and has on it like, do it for her. It's like you need to have that fucking like that priority worked out beforehand.
But why can't your wife be your friend?
If that's your top priority, then go right ahead, Kat. You're not understanding my fucking point. If your top priority is like, I want to marry my best friend, then hey, maybe gender doesn't matter then. It's like, yeah, you could be gay, all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Do what you want to do. What I'm saying is work out the fucking I'm giving you the method on how you get to it. You're like, everyone's priorities is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? And I think that like that needs to be the advice that like people need to start like, John, because there's not going to be one perfect formula. It's like the same thing with like the like, oh, you got to make $1 million, you got to make that bag and all this shit. You don't necessarily need to make a bag. You can get a fucking average job, but if you're really good at budgeting and you can save 90% of your salary, then you will be able to afford a family. You know what I mean? A lot of people are saying it's like, oh, like the house of Christ, all this kind of shit. But at the end of the day, if you're able to budget so much so and like make all these savings, it doesn't like it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire, but your costs are like $999,000 a year. You know what I mean? You're only going to be able to save $1,000 a year. You know what I mean? And you're going to be end up as a brokey anyway.
Because like if you can budget appropriately, you can live in like somebody's basement, or you can like live in like an attic with like a family of 5. Like they used to do that in the old time.
Even in Ireland, you could do that. You could live in someone's attic.
Did they used to do that, or do they still do that?
Yeah, we have the Shire and me Lucky Charms and we have our pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
And
you guys are racist piece of shit.
Those round doors. Yeah. Oh, we saw it in the movie. There's short little people with big feet and big hairy feet.
My uncle went to Mordor and dropped the ring in the volcano.
They're smoking pipes up there. Just
Diddly
like you
potato.
yourself.
Oh my gosh.
But this is what I'm saying. Like that, like this is the shit that like actually next Halloween I will dress up as a leprechaun just for the memes.
Yes.
A Jewish leprechaun.
No.
No. You have the tefillin. It come I'm sorry, they're not called tefillin. I forgot the name of it. And it had the tefillin that come out from out your pants, and you got the long curls that come down like this. Just make sure you get them nice separated.
That's the Orthodox Jew, not a leprechaun.
No, a Jewish leprechaun.
He's an Orthodox Jewish
He's
leprechaun.
An Orthodox Jewish leprechaun. You don't understand.
Leprechaun.
No, he goes for pots of gold, but he also goes for the Torah.
Oh my gosh.
But
Jewish.
this is what I'm saying though.
Oh my god, leprechauns are like, yeah, they both have like their little gold that they carry everywhere.
No, don't go there. No, I don't think you should go there. I think that should be swept under the rug. I don't think we should go there, lass.
Oh my god, stop pretending to be whatever accent that is.
Combination.
But
Is that Scottish? What are you doing?
This is what I'm saying. You got to be able to work out your priorities, and you have to like stick to that as well. Because if you just get into a relationship willy nilly, both men and women, you know what I mean? Like you're going to be like clouded by like either the pussy or the sex. Like Dan was saying, it's like there's so many people who are wasting years of their life being stuck in a dead end relationship just because like the pussy's nice or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? Or she's got nice tits or whatever.
That is a very valid. I mean, what I would do is
when you were whoring, say it.
Was
whoring.
Investigating.
Whoring.
If I saw after being with someone for a few months an end, or at any point an end to the relationship, to the way our compatibility was, or things that I saw in them, then I would end it. And she was the only one that I did not see that with. Still today, I don't see that with.
But when you
all these other women,
huh?
I said, but when you do, you're out. Right?
Oh my god!
No. I'm not the type of person that just goes, drops it. No, that's not me.
No,
but
once the kids are 18 and they're out of the house, then
no.
Yeah.
But I would have seen that well before then. I mean, and that is important. Like, you're wasting both of your lives by just keeping these relationships for who knows how long. Or sometimes you just convince yourself, well, we've been together for 4 years. Let's just get married, honey. Come on, let's just do it. And then they're unhappy years after that, and they get divorced. It's a complete waste of everyone's time.
Oh.
And money.
Oh, there's money too, but
I was talking about, because I was on some like message board or something like that, where like some people were asking questions, and they're like asking to like older women, like the younger women there. They're like, I don't know, like 19, 20, 21. They're like saying, can you give us life advice? So I gave, of course, me and like some 65-year-old woman gave like amazing, great advice. Did I say it right?
I don't really believe that, but continue.
Anyways, I gave the advice, and then the women, the younger women, were like, I don't think you're right. And I'm like, we wrote, like, both of us, like two different women from like very old women wrote all this shit, gave all this advice, and then all the girls were rejected and say, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And then, of course, we both got pissed off, like, you little shit. You know, like, you 20-year-old, 19-year-old little bitch. Don't ask us for advice. And then we spend the time to write out the goddamn advice. And then you go, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Wow, we only have like several decades on top of your life.
Centuries.
Fucking whores. I mean, it's like, I can't even deal with this shit. So anyways, what was the advice?
Fine. Do what you want to do, and then get back to me once you fucked your life up.
I think the end, we both are like, go fuck yourself, man, you stupid bitches.
But here's the problem, though.
When it comes, we'll be waiting.
Here's the issue, though, Kat, right? Because Kat's obviously like stormed off in her Zimmer frame. You know, it's like, you goddamn kids, get off my lawn, all that kind of shit, right? But the way you need to do this is like, you need to basically ask them the questions. You need for them to formulate the list themselves, rather than you just writing down a list and say, here, bitch, take this. Because like women, like you can't tell women what you can bring a horse to water or a whore to water, but you can't make her drink. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
we can shove her head underneath the water and wait until she stops breathing.
hold up. Moving on to the kind of like talking about the society part of.
Wait. Let me tell you guys what the advice was first, and then we'll move on.
No,
Oh
because
god.
People are asking.
Woman's gonna have it weird.
Okay, the
Go on.
advice was basically like we both separately, like I didn't read the other woman's comments until after I wrote mine. So we had the same shit, right? Just the same fucking things. So the 65-year-old woman was like, look, the most important decision of your life is who you marry. So these are all the things you're going to look for. This is what you're not going to look for. This is what you're going to avoid. This is how people will lie to you and waste your time. Don't hang out with people like this. And then we had a whole section on female friendships and how they could go and fuck you over. And we both came up with the same fucking warnings.
Well, because
right?
you're both the same generation. You're both kind of
we
the same age.
There were two different
What?
generations.
Slightly.
That's the point she's making.
Okay,
the
Kat
point
was a bit
is-
older.
Oh my God. Anyways, the point is we both said the same thing. And then these dumb whores were basically like, I think you guys have a bad idea of women. We should just, we're like, girl power. We don't steal each other's mates. We don't do that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. That's just you guys. And we're just like, are you retarded?
Yeah.
And they are. They are completely insane. Like, it's just like this naiveness, especially like
Naivety is.
naivete. Yes. Oh, I think it's a lot of women who ask these questions in these groups and stuff like that, and a lot of the men that do too. I think they're like more on the spectrum, or just more like too nice. Like
No,
they're just
it's
too
not
nice.
that. It's not that. I can tell you exactly what it is, and it ties into kind of what's the no, like the clip from the Mexican Cartman teacher. How do I reach these kids? No, but the video that you showed earlier, right? When he's asking, like, why are they investing this money? Why, like, why is this so profitable? They market that stuff very well to kids, right? We know how much brainwashing is coming out from things like Disney, especially. And if you just look at what those kids did when you were giving them advice, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at the tail end of millennials and
No. What's
most of
they're
Gen
19
Z.
is not millennial. What is
No.
after?
But I'm including them in this. The tail end of millennials
Okay.
and the majority of Gen Z, right?
Yeah.
Because
All
now
of
we're on to like Gen Alpha, and Gen Alpha
Alpha's
is actually,
not like that.
they're
at
pretty
all.
big. They're actually quite big.
Gen Alpha are horrible people in the best way.
Yeah, but like the majority of Gen Z, the tail end of Gen Z and Gen Alpha so far are actually kind of okay. But if you look at the tail end of millennials and most of Gen Z, because of the way they were raised, okay, what they want whenever they ask for advice, if they ask for advice and you give them real life advice, most of the time, that if you give them good advice, they're going to reject it. And they're going to say exactly what they said to you. And why is that? If you look at the deeper reason of why that is, anytime you get a group of people and you feed them this bullshit progressive lie where everyone is accepted, everything is tolerated, everyone is included. Like if you just watch some of the recent programming that you'll see on shit like Disney or in Marvel, everybody loves everybody. If ever you see like like what was that fucking film where there was like some villains? I think that it wasn't a Marvel thing. It was the Marvels movie where you got like every shade of the rainbow. You've got the black superhero woman. You've got the
I didn't
white
watch it, but
Muslim superhero woman, and all of them are doing everything. And even the villain is like some black woman who's a lesbian and all this kind of shit. But at the end of the day, it's almost like they're trying to make out like even the villain isn't a villain. It's not her fault she's bad. So it's like, because you can't have a minority or a woman or anyone like that be bad. So this is why these kids grow up thinking everything is clouds and rainbows and unicorns, because they would never imagine that somebody would do something like that, even though they know that deep down inside they would do it in a fucking heartbeat. But they will never think that somebody else will do it to them, because they've grown up in this kind of ultra tolerance driven programmed world, right? But more importantly, when people are raised in that way with such incredibly high levels of tolerance that even their own shitty behavior is tolerated, when you give them advice, they don't want that advice. What they want instead of advice is affirmation. So when they ask you like, hey, how do we get like a good husband, or like, can you give us advice? What they want you to say is exactly what they're doing. Like, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you're doing great, because that's what they've been told their entire fucking life. And they know what they want to do, but they just want to know, or they just want to have approval from others that the shit that they want to do is right. Because they've constantly been told that. They've never failed at anything. Even when they were last in a fucking race, they still got a medal for it. Like, their whole life is people saying, we can't do that, that's going to hurt their feelings. We can't do that, that's going to make them feel self-conscious. We can't do that, that's going to traumatize them. So you can't give them advice and say, this is what you're going to do. It's going to mean sacrifice, it's going to mean hard work, and it's going to take effort, and it's going to take a lot of investment and patience, because they don't even know what the fuck patience is.
But this is why I go back to like probably the best question to highlight this is, how did Socrates corrupt the minds of the youth?
Didn't he say don't go to war?
No.
Is that one?
Basically, what Socrates would do is, and what the Socratic method is like he just keep asking questions. And you let them get there by themselves. Because otherwise, like Damon's saying, they just want affirmation. You know what I mean? Like, the only way to change someone's mind is by these questions. This is like, even like Stephen Crowder's changed my mind. It's just him asking them questions and them kind of saying, oh fuck, I didn't actually think about this. I don't have a definition for this. I was just kind of saying this because that's what I heard. But then the cogs start turning.
Most people don't want to hear. Most people want to hear what they are thinking. They want it reflected back, and they don't like it when you go against their worldview.
Yeah. But you can get there by asking questions. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, you can get there by leading them, and that is the best way to get a good response, and you'll get the most out of it. I mean, they will get the most out of it. If you get them to come to the conclusion, it'll be set in stone. If you try to just tell them, yeah, no, they're gonna push back because it goes against their worldview. Their worldview is one thing, and they're just asking you to affirm it. I'm just repeating back basically the same thing, but people like to hear back what they think.
The more important thing to realize is why they need affirmation, right?
Because they're weak.
No. It's
and insecure.
It's because they know that they're wrong in what they're doing. Okay? And doing wrong and worrying that other people might judge you is a scary way to live, right? Most kids today are incredibly well versed in the art of cognitive dissonance, right? Or doublethink, if you want to get Orwellian about it. They're really good at accepting the fact that they've been raised a certain way, which is to live a lie. Because let's be fair, like, most kids nowadays are brainwashed in school. It's an indoctrination camp. It's not an educational system. So when they get brainwashed with that shit, they'll believe it because it's very appealing to believe that stuff. It's much more appealing to believe that if you fail in life, it's because everybody's racist or sexist or homophobic and they hate you and the whole system is out to get you, right? It's way more appealing to believe that than to think that you failed because you're not good enough. So this is why this generation is the generation that's used the race card or the sexism card or the bigotry card more than anyone else before them. Because they've not been taught to actually learn shit, because educational systems don't teach you anything. They just teach you excuses to justify why you're a fucking moron. And the only thing they do teach kids is how to go out and be an activist. Okay? Like, you literally have people who get passes if they're going to go to a protest. You don't need to show up to school. You don't need to turn in your homework. You don't need to worry about the test if you're going to go to this protest. So, and that's literally Marxism 101. That's what they did. They took kids out of educational systems and used them as protesters and hid behind the children. So if you realize that this is how kids were raised, and they know that everything they're believing and everything they're doing is actually bullshit, because you can only fool yourself so much. At some point, they're going to see what the real world is. They're going to understand the reality of the situation. They're going to know what they're doing is wrong. But at the same time, they're going to hold those two conflicting ideas and try to make them make sense. That's what cognitive dissonance is, or the cognitive dissonance is actually the result of what happens when you do that, which is this kind of feeling of brain sickness, because you can't have those two conflicting realities and kind of keep trying to smash them together because they don't fit. So the only thing the children know how to do is ask somebody else, give me advice. And when you tell them this is what you have to do, if you're honest with them, that is the harder thing for them to do, because it means that they have to accept that everything they're doing and believing is wrong. And instead, what they want to hear is the lie, so that they can carry on doing what they're doing, but feel good about it, because they think, instead of being judged by somebody else, I'm being accepted by somebody else and affirmed by somebody else. And this is why girls nowadays in these generations are doing it more than any other generation that came before them, of girls getting together and telling each other how great they are. This is you see girls doing that. They're literally,
Slay bitch.
huh?
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
I figured it out, Damon.
Have you seen girls, these single failure girls who are having success parties? Did you hear about that?
Success parties?
I don't think I want to.
Like, they call it a success shower or something like that. It's like, instead of having a
What are they
baby
showering
shower.
with?
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's like you get together and you have like a baby shower, but it's not for the girl having a baby. It's for the girl having a promotion at work.
Oh, I thought it was
something
because she was
like
having a deletus. You know what I mean?
Oh,
no. But that's basically what they're doing to one another now. Like, it's like you have to celebrate this kind of mediocrity.
Oh my God, celebrating mediocrity.
It's what they're doing. It's what they're doing.
What
They're
is it,
literally
another
celebrating
birthday?
mediocrity. Like, well done.
Celebrating mediocrity.
Let's be real here. All women are mediocre. I mean, it's just how quickly they get there.
Okay. So, anyways, I was thinking about what Damon said about how women do this shit where like they can't overtly, how they used to when we were younger. They used to just like bully the shit out of each other and like destroy each other's lives very brazenly. But now, because they've been conditioned, you can't bully each other, you can't do that, you gotta be nice, you gotta play nice. So now they've invented this new sinister way to bully, which is like the toxic nice, like, I will destroy you. Like, I don't have to be mean to you to destroy you. I can destroy you and destroy you as my competition by being so nice to you. You get it?
Yeah, but that's not new. Women have done that.
Actually, I have.
No, but like, wait, let me finish my thought.
You finish.
Okay, so for example,
Jesus,
like in the
look at that.
past, listen, horse. So in the past, like if two women wanted a guy, the other one will just like, call her names or whatever, spread rumors about her, or like just destroy her reputation very overtly, have like a bunch of mean girls laugh at her and humiliate her in public to lower her value that way. Now you can't be like that overt, right? Because people will come in white knight like for any of these girls. So now they have to be like, okay, now they have to be like, oh yeah, you look beautiful in that. Oh my God, just eat whatever you want. Like, he should love you for who you are. Just have more donuts, or like just shove it in her face. And then like just constantly like just praise her until she's no longer competition.
And you think that's new?
I think
that was literally in Mean Girls.
Yeah,
I know, but I think it's more towards that than the other one.
Women will do whatever they have to do to cut another girl out of it. Are you kidding me?
Becoming this out. This is true.
But like this is basically what, let's be honest, this is what happens usually when girls get to the top of any kind of social hierarchy.
What is that?
Any kind of insecurities they have about themselves, they'll promote to others, because even when they're up top, they want to drag other people down with them. And I know that sounds kind of weird because you think, hang on a second, you're at the top of the hierarchy. Yeah. But once they're in that position, they want to push stuff to make others conform to them. So, and they want to them to conform to their weaknesses. So
I think there's two hierarchies, though. I think the women that are in that specific hierarchy may do that, but the women that are in the real female hierarchy, the ones that are super hot, they know the game. And
no, they
they
do,
know.
but they've
No,
been
but hold
locked
on.
down.
They don't look around and try to drag. No, they try to shove it in other girls' face that they're hotter.
Yeah, but that
They're
comes
the
from
ones that.
comes from a
No, I
position
don't
of
see that
strength, though.
anymore.
Oh
That
yeah, they
the
do.
reason you don't see
What
that
do you
anymore,
think?
though. Wait, the reason why you don't see that anymore is because we've been living in a system of tolerance, like I've said, for so long. It's gone on for more than one generation. So what happened is that when those weak girls were promoted to the top, because that's what DEI is about. That's what ESG is for, right? When you have that kind of forced tolerance, forced diversity, what happens is people fail upwards, right? It's like diversity hires. Everybody fails upwards. That's why you've got Kamala Harris in the running now. And when you look at these girls that have been hired nowadays into position of power, they're not hot girls anymore. Why? Because guys were told at the beginning, you can't hire this girl. Why? She's attractive. People are going to think that you gave her the job because you're fucking her. So you have to hire an
Or
ugly
Damon,
girl.
the other thing, if you hire the attractive girl, you might hit on her and then she could, put a
Yeah,
charge against you. You'll never have
exactly.
to worry about that with Lizzo.
Yeah. So and this is why you have Leslie Headland working for Disney. Who was Leslie Headland? Do you know?
No.
She was
She's Charlie Weinstein's secretary.
personal assistant, not secretary, personal assistant to
Yeah,
Harvey
yeah.
Weinstein, right? And one woman who never came out and gave evidence against him. She was his personal assistant. She spent every minute of every
She's
day
the
with
one
him.
that plugged all the girls into his schedule and
Yes,
put them in there.
yes.
Like she
And
knew each one that ever went there. She knew where they came from, who to contact, how to contact them.
And
So
Like
you're
more
that's
saying,
importantly,
okay, wait,
she
wait.
was the one. When we spoke about her last time, I said that she was too ugly to molest.
So
She
what
was
you're saying, okay,
unfuckable.
listen, Damon.
She
So
was
what
no,
you're
no. She
saying,
was too ugly to grape, and she
oh,
was She looks. You look at her. She looks unfuckable, and she is like a non-binary lesbian or something like that.
well, she's
And
got a jaw that could grind freaking gravel, dude.
yeah, but she wrote a play. The first thing she did after that was she wrote a play, and it wasn't
big girls, we up.
autobiographical. It wasn't autobiographical, but it was basically about a woman working in the entertainment industry who ends up being the hero after all of these girls get raped, right? And it was basically like a self-insert to try and like cover her own ass and be like, this girl isn't the one in trouble. She's not the one who did anything wrong. She's actually the hero. And whenever you have women like this, women like her, or any other women who are just fucking talentless. I don't want to say ugly. I don't like saying ugly to describe women, but fucking talentless, unfuckable whores, right? Who only got to a position of power because they didn't deserve it, and they got it because the system basically pushed them to the top. And it's, like I said, failing upwards. They can't create anything because they don't have the talent to do it. So what do? They tell their own stories. They can only say what they fucking know. And that's why you get all of these self-inserts. That's why whenever you watch any modern entertainment, or when kids are getting fed this modern entertainment by these feminist women, it's feminist stories. And the heroes aren't heroes anymore. They're weak, pathetic feminist women who just have all of the power in the world, which they did nothing to earn, nothing to deserve, and they've got no responsibility or understanding of how to wield that power because they don't know about power because they're weak women who got
Well,
handy.
let's be real here. Let's be real. There is no powerful woman because they all know deep down, no matter, that's what I was trying to say. Even the women that are in that whole hierarchy of high end, business, CEO, whatever, they even know their only value, and that's why they all feel like crap. Their only value is how many men want to bang them. They all know this. Deep down, that is all they are.
Yes,
That's
and
why
what are
they
men,
themselves,
honey?
huh?
And what are men? What are men good
Oh,
for?
men manipulate the environment.
No,
Women
shut up.
manipulate
No,
No,
men.
let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Why do so many women hate Pearl?
Because she's rude.
I think she's tall and
No.
imposing.
She's
In
was-
Pierce, in Pierce,
she
why
says-
do so many why do so much women hate Pearl?
She says the shit that most men want to hear, and she either comes across as a disingenuous kind of like kind of pick me girl, or she sounds like somebody who is saying what she's wanting to say because she wants to cultivate a big audience.
Well, and
Most
also
women think that women
it,
don't
it's
really
also
believe them.
it's also that women don't like ugly women speaking for them a lot of the time, and so she's kind of a Sasquatch woman, and so they don't like that first, and then second, she's giving away a lot of the game. Women don't want the game. Women are used to dragging other women down rather than any one of them getting better. They would all
Yeah, so
rather fail than have one of them stand out amongst themselves as better. That's why. It's not just that we're in
like
an accepting society. It's that women. Sorry, go ahead.
you basically touched on the point, but it's you kind of missed the underlying arc between both your answers. The reason why they hate Pearl so much is that people listen to her. Men will listen to her, which is a rare fucking thing nowadays. And with all these other OnlyFans girls, all the shit, like you're saying, they know it's like it's all about the looks and all that kind of shit. But then you have someone like Pearl that comes along who's not showing ass, who's not showing titties, but she's getting all this attention because people are willing to listen to her. And that drives them fucking insane.
That's why I think she's honest. That's why I think she isn't actually just trying to get attention. Because let's be fair, if she wanted to get attention, she knew that she would get more attention if she says exactly what she's saying. But if she just made herself look hotter and showed the arse and titties.
No, I don't think so. I think
Yes,
I don't
she's
think
doing
so. I think the
exactly
market
what she
now is.
needs.
she would, because
Yeah, I think the
most guys
market
listen
is.
to her, but they're
No, I
like,
think.
no,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, most guys will look at her and be like, I want to go like that, but I want her to be attractive, though.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's what it goes back to. Let's be real here, guys. If I look at a woman and I can't imagine myself slamming her within 5 seconds, I don't want anything to do with her. I'm sorry. There's no reason. We can say we're whatever. That is the reality of men. Okay. If I can't imagine, if I'm thinking in my head, anything other than in the first 5 seconds, damn, she's pretty hot, man. I wouldn't mind getting with that. I couldn't get with her. There's no reason to. I
So
would be lying to
basically,
myself and to her there.
and again, and this is how I destroy this point as well. So what happens when you're about 60 years of age?
Well, it's pretty simple. I think all studies of numerous studies show men from 15 to 85 think women between 22 and 25 are the best looking women.
Yeah, so by your definition, as soon as she gets ugly enough, you're on to the next woman, which is not
No.
productive.
If I was married, no. If I was
Turned out
married,
to
that's
be like a ditty
no.
diddler.
A
So
marriage,
not even into
marriage
women.
is a marriage is a sacrament and a commitment. So no, but I'm saying like in the reality of what men think. I'm just talking about what men think. When a woman no longer is hot,
But you were making the case that this is what it comes down to. It's like you need to get the blood flowing in the pelvis.
Well,
but by
and the
that
thing
logic,
is
every single time she gets too old, I'm on to the next one. I'm on to a new wife,
well,
which does happen.
It's the sad part of why marriage sucks for men, but it's the burden we live. That you're paying for something that you're gonna have to own for 50 years that only has 20 years of usage. And so it's the great sadness of the male life.
But this is what I'm
And
saying. Like,
women,
what would be the point
men
in getting
too
married
are
then?
going ugly.
Do you think that men stay hot forever?
No, we don't.
Well, come
What
on,
what
it's
I'm getting at,
universal that
Superior,
usually
is
men in their 50s are seen as the best looking to women.
yeah.
That's what's odd.
What I'm getting at, Superior, is because like your original claim was that it's like all about is like, do I want the banger? Like that's the main thing or the priority. But clearly
No,
that's not the
it's not
case,
just
because then marriage just falls apart.
I'm being honest here. If you're a man and you can't if you're not thinking when you first meet the woman, God, she's hot, man, I wouldn't mind seeing, then you're not going to have the ability to be faithful to yourself, and you're lying to yourself and others. You should be able to be honest and stuff and be like, look, if it took me 20 minutes, 30 minutes to think a woman's hot, that means one day I'm going to wake up and be like, she's not good looking. I'm going to start to resent myself.
Yeah, but that's going to happen
resent
anyway.
her. Yeah, but not that quickly. I could deal with trauma when I have 20 years to prepare myself for it.
Oh my God.
But when I have to wake up an hour later and it's like a Freddy Krueger movie or something I'm dealing with.
Tim, how old are you, dude?
He's like
I'm
12.
I'm 38.
Obviously. No, he's
You're
12.
38.
Let's be real.
No, yeah, you don't. No disrespect, but you don't sound like a 30-year-old.
I'm glad,
what's
thank
the
you.
longest-
That
what-
makes me feel great. I
what's
go to
the-
the gym
what's the
twice a
longest
day to
relationship?
stay
She's
this
been
young.
through a lot of trauma.
What's the
Just
longest
13
relationship
years.
you've had?
Yeah, that
What was that?
person's really
Well, I've
tough.
been
What's the
engaged.
longest?
I've been engaged. I've been in relationships for like 4, 5, 3 years, each. So
The
I'm just
girl-
saying,
Wait. The girl that you got engaged to, how long were you with?
4.5 years, almost 5 years.
She
And
started
when
pegging
did that end?
It ended when I was 24. 24?
Okay, and the longest relationship.
The
that you
last
had, when was that?
intercourse you had, how many years?
I was 30, and it was for 4 years, 30 to 34, and then since then I've been celibate voluntarily.
Since 34 to 38.
Yeah, 34 to 37.
Wait, so hang a second. You've been celibate for 4 years.
Yeah.
No wonder you hate women. Jesus.
I don't hate women.
Go out and
What are you
fuck a
talking
girl.
about? What are you talking
I'd
about?
just
I
like to
treat
point
Kat like
out-
I treat my sister.
I'd
are you talking
like to
about?
point out I called the incel shit like an hour ago,
What
at
is
least,
in-
an hour and a half.
Dude,
No, dude, you guys gotta understand. You guys gotta
Men are
understand,
not
dude.
supposed to be celibate.
You guys, no. That's nonsense. When you, dude, this is okay.
Dude,
Guys, when
you
you,
know what they call
I
it?
listen for years. For my freshman and sophomore year in college, I lived next to 2 houses next to me with each over 100 plus women. I don't need to be around women. I've hooked up with enough of them in my fraternity. And in high school, I hooked up with half of the freaking cheerleading squad at my
Are
freaking
you
high school.
saying you peaked in high school?
No, I'm saying that you when you've done enough and you've had done everything of your sexual fantasies, after a while it's like I'm
Okay,
just saying,
so
like
stop
and if
for a
the way
second.
that when I look at a woman now, there's 3 things that I would have to think. First, if she can't have been with more than 2 or 3 guys, because that makes me look bad. That makes me like I'm using somebody else's tossaways, and I don't want that.
Dude, you're 38.
No, she got married last year.
You're gonna get secondhand shit. You're 38.
No. The woman I was engaged to was a virgin when I met her. That was the great.
That was
I'm sure
20
she
years
told you
ago.
she was.
Well,
Dude.
that was the chance. That was my one chance in life. I accept it.
So hold up a second. I need to talk to Tareyak for a moment about you. No, sorry.
Okay, let me
But-
mute
but
him.
just
Hold on.
So Tareyak. Now I don't want to sound mean here, but Tareyak, dude, Tareyak and I are carnivore, right?
What?
Simp
been
sounds
eating
like
meat
this to me.
curtains.
He sounds like a guy who's been eating meat his whole life, right? Not in a gay way. That's not a euphemism. I'm just saying he sounds like a dude who's been eating meat and it's all okay. But then he decides to go vegan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks it's good for him and he thinks it's good for his health. And gradually he starts becoming kind of black-pilled and saying the kind of stuff like what Sim's been saying. And then he thinks like everything else is the problem, not me.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that he's killing himself by not eating meat.
Exactly.
And yes, there's a reason why they call it post-nut clarity. We spoke about this the other day, Kat. I don't even call it post-nut clarity. I call it nut clarity, because the moment you start shooting, you start seeing straight. You know what you're doing is wrong, or why you're with this girl. Like, you shouldn't have settled. You should have done better. You should have made better choices, whatever. You can't think straight until you've nutted. And if you're not having sex, if you're celibate, and some of the guys who are celibate won't even masturbate, you are poisoning yourself. You're not thinking straight. You need to do that. You need to be with girls. You'll meet the right girl when you put yourself out there. I'm not saying you should fuck every girl until you find the right one. Don't be a man whore, but put yourself out there, make good choices, and then you'll meet the right girl. But you can't do it when you've got a fully loaded gun that you aren't shooting.
Okay, all right, sir. I understand this. This may be a lecture for kids. Sir, I used to be the philanthropy chair of a very large fraternity. I used to plan yacht parties, club parties. Sir, I used to get dome from multiple chick at the same time. Okay, I don't need, to be talked about. But first of all, and that's the problem. I realize that that's unfulfilling, and it really doesn't. None of that is like the stimulation that I really desire. Like, I am much more stimulated now, like, by my own pursuits that I have now than I was when I was that age. When I was pursuing like the very hedonistic, impulsive things. Like, and when you have enough money and you can buy whatever woman you want, it's not like a kind of thing where you go, oh, I need to bang. It becomes more like, God, dude, that's an effort. The hotter the woman, the more pain in the ass they are. And the thing is,
I'm saying you're hot. You're a pain
then
in the
you're
ass.
a giant pain in the ass. That's what he's saying. And now what he's saying to you is that's why anyways, he's telling you you're anyways, the issue is that that's why when I tell guys, like, don't try to date multiple women at the same time. You can't handle one. They'll eat your soul, dude. They really drain you. That's the thing. You may say post nut clarity. Yeah, every nut they suck out of you, they're taking part of your sanity. And the problem the problem is the more you get attached to that, the more it becomes a convenience. And human beings are attached to convenience and routine. And then you become attached to that woman, and they own you because you're satiated.
You're not going to get attached if you realize what
You're
it is.
attached. No, human beings are attached to the easiest path possible. We go for the path of least resistance.
No, that's if you're a weak person.
No, that's if all people. No. Militaries go for that. So when you're looking at tactical strategies in a military, you're going to go for the hardest path.
No. But in real life isn't a military operation, dude.
Yes, it is. Men and women have dichotomy. Yes, women have diverging.
Why do you think people go to the gym?
Men and women have diverging goals, though. That's the thing. We are at war. Men and women have diverging goals. Men want to get as much sex without giving as.
Hold up. You're not making sense here. You're not making sense. Any successful guys out there will know, right? Tareyak, tell me if I'm wrong here. If you listen to successful men talk about what it is that they're doing, what's the one thing that they say is the worst thing that you need to get rid of from your life? Comfort, correct?
Exactly. Laziness.
You cannot let yourself be comfortable. You need to constantly challenge yourself.
Yeah. So the exception proves the rule. That's my point. They had to teach themselves to get out of the normal human thing. That's why they're successful.
Yeah, but you said humans will naturally settle for the shit.
Yes, they do naturally. That's why those men are not the natural, normal people.
I was telling you,
those are the exceptions.
I was telling you that's weak people who do that.
And most people are weak. 99% of people, I would say, in general, don't know what their ass from their thumb. Okay,
no, we're not arguing with that. We're just talking about this whole thing that we're talking about is trying to give. Kat wants to give advice to people, trying to analyze what it is that you should do or shouldn't do.
The advice you should have is this is the main advice, and you may not agree, but this is the hard advice. The only way to win is not play the game. The ability to walk away from women and to not need the only thing that they are offering is the ultimate power, and it makes them more attracted to you.
Okay, so tell me this. Hang on a second. Look, you're a guy who's 38 years old, right? you're reaching the point where if you want to have a kid, you should be thinking of having one right now. If you want to have a wife and a family that you're going to grow old with and enjoy your life with, right? But instead, you've been 4 years celibate, right? What is it that you're winning here?
Okay, two things. First, my goal is not to just have a bunch of kids or any kids if I don't want one. I have brothers, sisters, they have a bunch of kids. I don't need them. First. Second, religiously, I'm not ordered to have kids. The apostles didn't have kids. Okay, you're not ordered to. Maybe I'm not fulfilled by that. Maybe that's not my path. If it is, fine. If it's not, great.
Okay,
I'm not worried about a temporal world.
If you,
okay, first, no, but hold on. Let's be real. Hold on. I'm not joking around now. Okay, like usually I'm messing around, but I'm being honest with you. Like that's
Right.
not my goal. Like my goal is not dictated by I need to reproduce and procreate. That's not a dictate. Okay, if someone wants to do that, fine. If they don't, fine. And I think people are imposing their own, like, wanting to be reinforced by their own example imposed on other people or seen through other people. Just because you don't need look at my family have enough. I have enough nieces, nephews, cousins. Like my family is massive. And and just because I do not choose to, and if it happens, great, it happens. But for me, I am much more fulfilled in what I do, my work, the things that I'm interested in, the places that I go. No, that's fruitful and multiply in the Old Testament, sir.
Here's the thing.
That's a completely different covenant.
I appreciate your answer, right? And I do agree to some extent. I think that if anyone is going to have that as a dictate, it's women rather than men. Because we usually see that women do have that really strong biological drive of wanting to be a mother. And if they don't,
and that's their ultimate gift. That's the ultimate gift that they have from God, is to help create life, not create. It's develop life, help develop.
So here's the thing that I want to say though, right? I agree that there are some men out there who simply fatherhood isn't for them. It's not something they're looking for, and it's not something that they feel that they need. And when they reach that age, when they get to their 40s or 50s, if they're still without children, they're perfectly happy with that. The only problem is maybe you're joking. Maybe you're on here and you're joking how you speak and how you behave. But there's been a couple of comments where people were saying like, talking about your attitude or how you sound, saying that you're kind of black-pilled, and Tareyak saying that it sounds like kind of like how an incel would speak. The thing is that the guys that I've heard that said that they don't want to be a father and they don't need children, that's not what they drive them. The difference between them and how I hear you speak is that they sound happy. You don't sound happy. You seem to have been ragging about like women and the older relationships and that. And like I said, maybe you're doing it as a joke. I hope you are doing it as a joke and that's not really what you're like. And I hope that you're not black-pilled. But most people who say, like, I don't need that, I'm fulfilled, they sound happy. They sound like they are fulfilled. And so far, you haven't sounded like that.
Okay, sir. This is, don't, please. Don't empathy watch me, please, in that way. What I'm saying is, in general, the internet is for shit talking. Okay, it is not real life. Hold on, sir. I like you speak. I am a 37-year-old man that grew up in a time when the internet is to call people the N-word. That's all it's for. It's for the N-word and porn. The internet is not real to me, sir. I do not have like my good friends that I would live and die for, that I've known since I was 5, 6, 7 years old, that we used to go and play up in the hills and throw rocks at each other and play WWF and throw each other through chairs and tables. No, sir. Those are not like, my friends that went to the military and brought back stories of almost dying and, working through PTSD and, being there at the baptism of their kids and at the birth of their sons and daughters at the hospital. Sir, that's not the internet, sir. I'm here to call women pieces of shit like they deserve. Okay? I'm not here to concern
here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the point. Like what Damon's saying, and like, again, he's not talking about the internet, so I don't know why you're talking about the internet. But he's basically coming at the point where it's like,
what Nothing I see on the internet, I believe.
The point he's trying to make is that, like, even when you're saying like I'm being serious here and all this kind of stuff, you're saying that it's like like my main goal is not to have kids, but then you're also saying if it happens, it happens. It
Did
sounds
I
like
say
at
it
least
was
that
my
you're
main goal not
undecided.
to have kids? Wait. Now you're wait. What? Where did the
But I'm
main
saying,
goal come from?
like one of the things when you were replying back to Damon, you said, well, first of all, I got plenty of siblings, all that kind of stuff. I'm not
So
interested
if
in
I
that.
don't want to have kids or if I don't have kids, that's fine. I don't have that impulse to do it.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, you're saying you
It
don't have the
wasn't that
impulse
I
to do
said
it,
it's my
but you're
main
also
goal
saying,
not to.
one sec, calm down, right?
Okay.
Like what you're saying is like that, like I don't have the impulse to do that, but you're also saying if it happens, it happens. You're undecided on this. That's what Damon's trying to come
No,
across.
I'm leaving it up to God leading me in the direction. If He leads me to where I encounter a woman that's a great woman and I marry her and we have one,
That's
great.
great. Wait. What you said there is great, and that's cool, and I like that. I think that
But if
when you
it
say if it
doesn't
happens,
happen,
it
it
happens.
doesn't happen. Not a
Right.
big
So
deal.
this is the thing. But you did say if it happens, it happens. So all as I'm gonna
Yeah.
say, we don't need to talk about it more because it sounds like it's a touchy issue, right? All as I'm
Not
saying is
touchy. You can talk about it for the next 2 hours. I'll
okay,
answer
but
your
all as I'm
question.
saying is that it feels like you're closing the door on God potentially making that happen if you're picking the path of celibacy. That's all I'm saying.
Why? The women I meet don't want to jump into bed right away, sir.
Okay,
I don't want
okay,
to meet women, sir. I'm not
look,
meeting women anymore at frat
dude,
parties or bars.
whatever happens, I wish you the best. I don't want to
Yeah,
make this
I meet women now through either like friends, like their friends' friends, or like through some kind of church event I try to, or a community event like a festival or something like that, or even like a wine bar if they work there as like something like that, something high class.
Right.
Not
Let's
something like
bring it back.
I'm not like at dive bars or clubs trying to meet women, sir. That was a long time ago.
But again, to go back on what you were just saying as well, is like, oh, like I have to be like sexually attracted to her, like I gotta like know that she's hot and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
You're saying
I
things
do.
like that. But then on the flip side to it as well, you're kind of making claims that it's like, well, I just want her to basically give me massages and cook me dinner. But,
Yeah.
like why would you bother like getting into a relationship with a woman if it's so much effort for you?
That's not a lot of effort, sir.
No, like you're like the whole kind of like talk and all this kind of stuff. Like apparently, like that, like that's not what you're interested in.
We
You
don't
just
have
want
to
to be able to
talk,
bang
sir. I
her.
would rather they didn't talk that much.
Yeah. So what's the point of getting in a relationship then?
Sir, that's the point. For me, it's not really a point. Like I'm very fulfilled by what I have and what I've bought and what I earn and what I do and what I know and what I learn. And like I said, for me, it's just like whatever. It's more of a convenience factor than it would be to any. It'd be more of like diverting, certain things that I don't want to do to somebody else more than it would be like fulfilling to me.
Yeah. So
Like
rather than getting a relationship with a woman, why not just like hire a maid, hire a chef, and hire? Cause you got
I've done
plenty of
that
money,
before,
right?
sir. Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah. So why are you not just satisfied in terms of that?
Well, I can't bang the maid. I'm not Arnold.
Pay her more.
Well, like, but again, like you're celibate, so that's not a priority for you.
Exactly. No, but that's my point. So for me right now, there's no reason.
It's not your point.
So,
It's you've contradicted
no, but
yourself.
that's what I keep going back to. No, I'm not. No, hold on.
Guys.
I'm going back to the same point. No, Kat, relax.
This is
I'm
not
going back to
important.
the same. It is important, Kat. I'm an important person.
He
Your
needs
chat
to
wants to
vent,
know.
Kat.
Your
He
viewers
needs to
want
get
to
his
know.
feelings out there, so then we can work through them.
Yeah, we're having a moment here, Kat. Okay, thank you. Now, no, I'm going back to the same point. There's no use for it for me right now. So, like I said before, it's more functionality than it would be for any kind of like personal like pleasure. Like I don't even like the things that a woman would do sometimes. even to no, like even like having to cook, do whatever. I can probably cook better than most women can. I enjoy doing it. Like even sometimes it's better to just whack it off when you're tired than dealing with them and being like having to like deal with do this. Sometimes you just want to throw them. Like the best time sometimes just being able to throw them over and just take them. That's the best time. I don't want to deal with their talking and their nonsense and having to get them all. It's functionality. When you get wealthy enough in life, you're not paying for stupid conveniences that normal people are. You're trying to save time and efficiency. And I will pay the extra money to pay for something that is efficient, reliable, and in great time frame. So, and that's what I want from a woman. It's a functional relationship.
See, what a German mail order bride. Germans are functional.
Oh, Russians, I've heard her. Brazilians, no, Brazilian. Kat, what about your sister? Can I mail order her or no?
No.
Do you have any like nieces?
Sounds like you're not getting into my fucking family.
No.
Kat, do you know
No way.
Kat,
No.
nieces? Kat, do you have any Persian nieces by any chance?
Yes, but not for you.
Well, how old are they, Kat?
None of your business. Doesn't matter.
Kat, how old are they?
It doesn't
They must
matter.
be in their 50s or 60s by now.
Well,
Dan.
yeah, it's true. I mean, poor Kat, dude. I mean, she must be aching sitting there for that long in the chair without stretching.
She's got her hemorrhoid donut.
She probably has one of the.
I have
She
my
has one of
little.
those. She has that big cushy seat that the old people put on their chairs.
No, she has her pedals.
No,
He's doing a
I have
pedal.
my little
She
stepper
has
pedals.
cushion. She has plenty of cushion for the pushing.
Yeah, my legs
one of
don't go
those-
numb.
She has one of
Like
those
some
pill
people.
cases, one for each day to remind her to take her arthritis medicine.
I don't have arthritis. Thank you.
It's got too much estrogen and testosterone for that.
Yeah, testosterone with that mustache. You can tell she probably got that lasered up first.
Jesus. Okay. Good God.
Oh. You asked for this, guy. You asked for this.
Mhm.
All right, so let's continue, and I think this makes sense. Let's move on to, can you be friends with liberals? Just friends with them.
No, you throw them through walls.
Okay, good. What about you, Damon? Do you think you could be friends with liberals?
You can be friends with them. The problem is that they can't be friends with anyone who isn't liberal.
Okay.
So you have to be a closeted conservative.
You can, you either have to shut up about your political views so that you don't hurt their feelings and trigger them, or they end up basically getting rid of you.
Well, what I like to think
I
is
know.
that you slowly erode their idea of the world through different stories and experiences. So then they start to question their liberal views, and then they start to kind of lean towards the conservative side, and they don't quite understand what's going on until it actually happens.
So have you done this a lot?
I do it all the time.
You can
I
try
think
it
the
with
best
the ones
thing
who
to
are
do.
smart, but most
I
of
think
them
the best thing to do with liberals, especially liberal women, and I've done this in the past, you break them like with just overwhelming them with how extremely conservative you are. And the liberal women see that the deep down is they want a conservative man to just throw them down and take them. And that's the big game. And I've, have you ever heard of hate fucking,
That's
Kat?
a good point.
Have you ever heard of the hate fucking? It's called.
Dear God.
I'm asking questions, Kat.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Kat,
I've had to
the
hate
incel
fuck a
wants to
couple
talk to you
lib-
about hate fucking.
Yes, yeah, Kat. Yes. Kat, when you there's been women, I knew this girl, you hate fucking, a girl that all throughout like most of my life, this was like, God, right after I broke up with the second longer relation. This was about, we kind of broke off in our life when I was 32.
You don't care.
This-
Get to the point.
Well, I slammed this girl that, we had always been kind of like, frenemies kind of thing. And it was
Can
like
I
a
just
hate.
say, you really need to rewrite the Notebook. I want to hear Imperious's version of the Notebook.
Yo,
He threw her down.
The Notebook
he took
is
her
just about
outside
a
the house.
eating slut. The
It'd be awesome. No, I really want to hear how you would write, like,
Rachel
especially the love scene.
dude. Rachel
He threw her
McAdams
down in the
looks like,
sand and
dude.
just slammed into her. It's
Dude,
just like,
Rachel McAdams has a mouth that looks like she could put a whole dick and balls in her mouth.
Oh,
Like it is a
that's
huge mouth. No, I'm just saying it is one of those like monstrosity things that it looks like.
Okay.
She's got no
It's
gag.
imperious,
You know that.
imperious.
We know that.
It's
What?
imperious. Tone
Yes,
it
yes,
down.
ma'am.
Tone it down. We're trying to focus on real issues.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Hard hitting
hard hitting
issues.
up against
Oh,
issues.
hard hitting. Yes.
Yes.
That's Kat's way of saying, I disagree with Damon. I think that you should stay celibate. That's like,
Yeah, I mean, for the good of all,
exactly. Kat doesn't
I've
want her
come to
nieces
this
getting.
conclusion.
Kat doesn't want her nieces, one on each arm, with one on each one of my arms. So
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, but I just think moving on. But seriously, like in Simperius, maybe don't date. Just like find a different path in life.
Maybe
so you're
maybe
promoting
men are
just
more
slamming
risky.
people, or what?
Huh?
Well, you're promoting just slamming people, or what are you
No,
promoting?
I'm promoting like just completely be celibate and like
What
I
wait,
try.
Simp. What about sex robots? What is your viewpoint on that?
He's ready.
Well,
you can't break those hips.
he's basically like, if it's a woman that you can do volume
does it-
control on, then
well,
I'm all
does it-
for it. It's
does
like,
it talk? Does it talk?
exactly.
You can have it talk or not talk. It's super easy. It'll be like, oh, Simp, you seem so tired today. Let me suck you off.
Oh my gosh!
No, but I
Stop giving
feel
him
like
fantasies.
It might
No,
sound a bit
but-
like RFK Jr., but it'll be at least
Good
there.
enough.
No, but see, the thing is, because it's in a figment of a woman, it would still fuck up. Like, it would still walk around and like get in my way in the house. Like, I'd
Oh,
bump
no.
into it and I get the fuck
Okay,
out
wait,
of my way. Or like
No.
it would
Alright,
be
alright,
like,
You can make it like a man.
Encourage him.
if you
don't
like.
encourage.
Imagine. I hate to say this, but
Yeah,
because I
say
don't
it.
want to give people ideas. But for people like Simp, right? The best sex bot would be if you had them create a sex bot that had gender options on it, right? So when you want to fuck, you can pick the female gender and fuck it. And then straight after, when you're done, you flick it over to a dude, and it will just be the guy that you can hang with. And it's almost like there's no girl in the house now. I'm just chilling with my bro.
That's fucking interesting.
See, I knew he would love it.
We should, that makes me think, that brings my nerd up in me, Do you remember there was a Star Trek show where a guy could turn into like anything? That's what I want. Almost like cyber, like nanites that they could form into the perfect woman when you want them to. So like, if I one day I wanted to see like, Olivia Dunn, it could just become Olivia Dunn. Or what was that? What was that movie, the X-Men movie, where the blue woman could turn into anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a good. See, that is the kind of robot I want.
But 90% of the time, it be a dude. Yeah.
Here's the thing, right?
They could be dudes too. Look at. No, she could be I remember she could be a dude too.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, because if you piss her off halfway through fucking, she could just decide to turn into a dude.
Yeah, that's true.
That's beautiful.
Well,
actually.
the one thing though, see, that would keep me. That would try to keep me in line. No, because I'd want them to turn into dudes all the time, so that I could just learn, like, be like Socrates, so I could listen to Socrates all day, and then I'd be able to stay celibate. It would kind of a double-edged sword. It's a temptation. It's a test of your own temptations. You know what I mean? It is. It's a test of your own like perversity. Because you have a robot there that you could choose to do the great things, learn a lot and stuff, or you could do the perverted things. Now, Kat, she would want it to be some kind of like Persian, slave chef that would just cook for her all day. She's a terrible human being. See, I'm the more empathetic, kind person, even with robots. I wouldn't want
slam into a woman once in a while.
Yeah. See, I'm not torturing, a husband like Kat is. I just use the robot once in a while, and that's it. Then the robot is a good person, and I can treat it, like an equal. But Kat's always abusing the poor guy. I mean, it's just an abusive. I can see it in his eyes. Look at him. He looks like a beaten down Will Ferrell. That's
All
what he
right,
looks like.
Simperius, it's been fun. All right, guys. We'll bring him back later if
Wow.
we get bored.
Cat's not fucking around. Cat's in a mood. What's
He
wrong,
woke
Cat?
up.
Don't
He
you
woke
like
up and chose
flip-flopping?
violence.
That was actually the best he's been, so we do need to like give him like, you know.
Okay, put him back on so we can congratulate him and then take off again.
No. He needs a break. Okay, so
Can I just say though?
yes.
One thing that he said that's quite inappropriate, and I think we need to cheer the guy up, right? Is Will Ferrell is a really nice guy. So Will Ferrell, if you're watching, don't be offended by what Simperia said. Like, carry on. We can carry on with the show now.
I'm so offended.
Oh God! Say that you look like a broken down Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell's awesome.
Wow. Anyways, so
If you ain't first, you're last.
yeah.
Thank you, baby Jesus. 8 pounds 5
Yeah,
ounces.
sweet baby Jesus.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Sweet
Anyways,
8 pound 4 ounce baby Jesus. Sitting in your own little manger. Like,
so why
we need to start talking every time Cat opens her mouth. Just keep cutting her off. Go on, Cat.
okay.
I was
Baby
joking. We're not going to let you talk. Go on. No. I'll shut up.
Okay. So why do we think that Hollywood is putting so much money into all these degenerate type movies that don't actually make any profit?
To dumb down future generations so they're easier to control. Simple.
Here's my counter though to that claim. It's like because like everyone would be like, oh, like Barbie was like a feminist propaganda film and all that kind of shit. But when you look at the ending, it's based like she leaves Barbie land, she leaves her delusion, she goes into the real world, and what's the first thing she does? She goes to see her gynecologist because she wants to have a kid. When you actually kind of look at like that movie in that light, it's about like Hollywood's basically made a big huge thing because they want women to start having children again.
Wait, do you think that was because I couldn't finish the Barbie movie? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I kept falling asleep. I tried twice, but I couldn't do it. So, what happens? You think they're trying to get women to have kids again?
Yeah, so basically it's like I don't know what the word is for it, but basically it's very kind of like, you know, platonic in a way where it's like you're making the movie in terms of like what the modern day is, but you're not actually promoting that message. So it's like the whole kind of aspect of like there was all kind of like the feminism thing and all this kind of shit that was mentioned in it. Like even like Ken's there like doing the patriarchy. But if you like watch that movie like as it being sarcastic, then all of a sudden you get that kind of vibe where it's like, hang on a second, they're taking the piss out of feminism. They're taking the piss out of this shit. You know what I mean? And that's why, like I said, like the ending scene.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's two things that I heard about that film. One was that it was made by a bunch of man-hating feminists, but when they made the film, they didn't realize how they torpedoed their own argument, basically, because they exposed a lot of things to basically be like, look, Ken's the actual real hero here. Barbie Land failed when the women tried to run it all this other kind of shit. And they're like, they didn't do this. This isn't like some subtle thing if we want to actually send a good message out. It's just that they were too stupid to realize what they were writing and they kind of outed themselves. Now, I don't know if that's true because one other thing that we know that is definitely true is there's loads of liberals in positions of power in Hollywood that aren't real liberals. They pretend like they're liberals so that they can carry on getting work, whereas really they're actually quite based and quite conservative. If you look at Adam McKay, for example, and Will Ferrell, like Will Ferrell just did an endorsement for Kamala Harris, but look at what the endorsement was like. he was doing it in the guise of Ron Burgundy. And Ron Burgundy is about as far from a liberal as you can get, as far from a modern liberal as you can get. So a lot of people are like, is it basically just trolling? Is it him kind of like saying, I'm going to endorse it, but I'm going to endorse it in this way? And did you see the recent Avengers actors endorsement of Kamala Harris?
No.
Watch it. It's hilarious because a few of them we know are crazy radical leftists. Like, for example, the guy who plays the Hulk. I forget his fucking name now, but the guy is just a total fucking cuck. But there's a few of them that we know are not liberals. They pretend like they're liberals, but they're fucking not. Like Robert Downey Jr., for example. A lot of these guys really go full tilt, pretending like they're liberal, but everything they do kind of shows otherwise. And when they did it, like it was very, very staged, but when they did it, they were trying to come up with a slogan for her. And Paul Bettany, the British actor, who I can tell you is not going to fucking vote for Kamala, but he's up there endorsing her, right? It comes up with a slogan. I forget what it was, but I think it was something. I'm not sure if it was him or if it was someone else who came up with the slogan, but the slogan was they were trying to say, I'm down with democracy. But they kind of, it was like Chinese whispers, and they pretended, and they ended up saying, Kamala, down with democracy. And they just kept pushing this thing of down with democracy, down with democracy, down with democracy, right? And a couple of them are like saying, are we sure that that sounds right? It kind of doesn't sound right. But they keep pushing it. And you're like, oh, it's meant to be funny. Is it meant to be funny, or is it really like them kind of subtly going mask off and basically saying, if you want us to endorse you, we're going to do it this way? But it's like, it's going to ultimately hurt you more than it helps you. And if you look at Adam McKay and Will Ferrell, like, are you really lampooning Republicans? Like, if you're looking at the Ballad of Ricky Bobby, right, Talladega Nights, it was meant to be lampooning this kind of like red state America, like these right-wing guys. But Ricky Bobby was lovable and he came out on top. Same thing in Anchorman. He ended up coming out on top, really. And it was like, he was this unapologetic chauvinist guy who was like full of himself, narcissistic. But again, he was lovable. He wasn't the bad guy. He came out like people liked him. The women were fucking annoying in those films. So like, a lot of these people are pushing this kind of what seems like liberal progressive message, but when you actually analyze it and watch it, it's not. It's the opposite.
True. Because like there's one line that like sticks out, because I've done a video of this actually. Let me share screen actually. Because it's like this whole kind of like double speak. Like you're saying what the plebeians think that they want to hear, but it's actually like there's like the hidden message per se. So like
Yeah.
it's like 3 minutes. So
Yeah, definitely.
Kat, you need to bring it to stage.
Thanks to Barbie, all problems of feminism and equal rights have been solved. At least, that's what the Barbies think. After all, they're living in Barbie land.
So like right off the bat, they're like doing that whole thing of like, oh, feminism solved all the world's problems and all this kind of shit. But at least that's what they think because they're in Barbie land. So right from the get-go, you're getting that kind
Who
of
am
vibe.
I to burst their bubble?
So right at the start of the film, they're talking about bursting bubbles.
I need to find house.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
then
Barbie's about Barbie. It's not about Ken. But that's what she said.
house. It's Barbie's dream house. It's not Ken's dream house, right?
Right, as always.
Now, what's Ken's role in the film?
I need to find somewhere where I can start patriarchy fresh.
And ladies, do you remember this line from the film?
You guys are clearly not doing patriarchy very well.
No, no, we're
doing it well. Yeah, we just hide it better now.
see, like there's like all these like lines that are mentioned in the film where it's like, hang on a second, like this is not a feminist propaganda film, because why would you put those lines in? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, I mean, definitely, the same thing, if you look at phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, loads of subtle shit in there that is digs at liberal progressivism. Loads of it. When the good writers were writing it. And when the good directors were directing it, like Jon Favreau, like when he was directing Iron Man and Iron Man 2 and a couple of the other Iron Man films that he was writing for, and a couple of the other Marvel films that he was consulting on, shit tons of digs at progressivism and like the liberal agenda. Fuckloads of it. And you know, now that they're kind of doing shit their own way, they're acting like, oh yeah, like this is what it is. Civil War. Watch Avengers Civil War and see what side people fall on. It's really interesting because you think it's going to be divvied up by, are you pro big controlling government or are you against it? The people who wrote that and who did that didn't even think it through, not for a minute. Writing's gone so fucking shit now.
But can I tell you one thing? Like, I was talking to some liberal ex-friends now, and they can watch a movie like that and they think that the conservatives are the totalitarian government. Like, they think they don't understand. They think that censoring people and canceling people is liberal, is free. It's not totalitarian. Like, they don't get it. They can't make connections.
Well, this is the ones that Steve said in that Tareyak, when Tareyak was talking about like if you use the Socratic method on certain people, right? Or how Steve said you break them down. Those are the people who maybe you can save. Maybe you can save, because these are people who are actually conservative, but they don't realize it. They because everything that they were told is stuff that they believe, but what they're actually doing is completely contrarian to that, but they just don't know it. They haven't really thought about it. If you actually say, for example, to somebody like for example, anyone who wants to be safe, because most people want to be safe. If you say to them like, okay, hey, look, do you believe in an open border? They'll be like, yeah, we should have open borders. Like, okay, fine. And if you ask them why they believe that, there's no actual common sense policy or logic behind why they believe it. It's just feelings. They want to be a good person. They think
No. Let me tell you what they tell me. They're like, we want open borders because if somebody's in a bad situation, they have the right to come here. And you can't say that everybody's evil. If there's even one good person who's trying to flee a bad situation, we should let them in, even if it risks having some evil people.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it usually comes from that emotional side of them wanting to be a good person and saying that like we're all equal. So if we're all equal, it shouldn't matter where you're born. You should be able to seek a better life and live in the best country if that's what you want, right? So it's a feelings-driven emotion that dictates that kind of frame of thought that they have. But at the same time, if you say to them, do you think we should get rid of guns? Yes, because we want to be safe. That's what they're going to tell you, right? We should get rid of guns. Like, okay, cool. And all of it is like the most surface intellectual kind of thoughts that they have. Like they don't even dig a little bit deeper. The moment you actually ask them to hold one view next to another view and see what the logical consequence will be, if you say to them like, well, give them a little fact, like, do you realize that most kind of like most gun crimes are committed, almost all gun crimes are committed with unregistered weapons, right? And they're like, okay, and they checked it up and they realize that it's true. Now you tell them, where do you think those guns came from? Once they realize that those guns get into the country illegally, right? Now you ask them, how can you justify having an open border? Because that's where all the guns are getting into your country, right? You want to get rid of guns because you want to stop, people going with pew-pews into schools and stuff, right? So how can we justify having an open border? And if you just go step by step through this thing and just walk them through it, then they're going to suddenly think, yeah, I now agree that we should probably have a border, but have a good pathway to citizenship,
I
right?
think
And check people.
you think that there's some logic left in them, and maybe
No, no, no,
you've
no,
met
no. What I'm
people who
saying
have
is that
some logic left.
they've been conditioned to believe things just because it's packaged in a way that sounds nice. Okay? And this is the most important thing to realize. That's why they believe it. Purely for that one reason is there's nothing deeper to this. If you look at how liberals are running shit today, it's the simplest way that they run it. Everything just needs to sound nice. That's how simple this is. It doesn't go any deeper, right? And this is why they are so focused. This is why they're so focused on controlling language, right? They don't like you being called pro-life. They don't like that word. If ever you actually get into a discussion about abortion with people, you're not allowed to say that word.
No, it's just like you keep taking it back to the same things. Like we already did all this stuff.
No. But I'm just talking about it with respect to how they control language, right? If you're having that discussion with people, go talk to a liberal about it, and you'll see what they'll do. They will never call you pro-life. They will call you anti-choice or anti-woman, or they will use the word anti to call you what you are, right? Now, they'll paint themselves as being pro-choice. And if you actually use language to fight them by calling them pro-abortion, right? They'll hate you. They'll start seething when you start doing that. Because for them, it's all about optics. It has to sound nice the way they talk. But the moment you actually go to somebody who's thinking about that, go to a young person who's been conditioned to believe this shit, and you actually say to them, "What? Did you ever think about what pro-choice means? Like, where's the choice for the baby? Like, are you giving that baby a choice to whether or not they want to live or die?"
Yeah. Did you hear there was that woman? I forgot who she was, but she wrote a book. It was about how the liberals weaponize empathy because half the population is female, and they know that they can just use emotional arguments and empathy to get the women, because women are more of the, like, if there's one person to close it, if there's one person that I can save their life or whatever, or their bad situations, it's worth a million people who didn't need that but use it anyways.
Yeah. Which is the wrong way to run shit.
100%, because it's not a logical way of thinking. Women they tend to not have logical thinking, maybe until like they're older or something like that, because
they never really do develop it. They never really do. Not in the same way men have, right? And in the same, and I'm not saying like, hey, men are better than women, because in the same way men aren't as emotionally aware, I guess, as women are.
Yeah.
Right. But if you this is why I'm saying, if you take them baby steps through these arguments, they'll realize how it all falls apart. They'll very quickly realize that it doesn't make sense. The problem is that when women reach that stage, they usually get frustrated and upset, and they don't want to talk or think about it anymore. But if you take men to that stage, they'll suddenly become not outwardly angry, but they'll get angry at themselves for like, why does this not make sense to me? And when they rationalize it, they usually end up realizing, no, I'm not a liberal. I can't be a liberal. This doesn't make sense. So you can get a woman to that stage if you catch her in a stage where where you actually make her focus on what logically makes sense and what doesn't. But it's hard to do that.
You need a logical woman. They're not that many. Most women.
Well, you can save women, but you have to use a different tactic. You have to actually make them realize that they're not virtuous. You have to make them realize that they're not a compassionate person if they believe this stuff, right?
Yeah,
So,
because
so like
instead
for
of saying,
example,
instead of saying like we have to save that one person, and even if all these other people use it, we have to twist it and be like, we have to save as many people, and then humanize, in this case, the unborn, right? Because
so
they
yeah,
dehumanize. They call it the fetus. They don't even say
yeah.
a big fetus, and that's
Well, I mean,
very
there
specifically
was
done.
there was two recent arguments. Well, one was recent, one was a while back. Arguments that I had with serious, like crazy radical leftist women, and one was like a full-on radical feminist. And she admitted, she was like, she admitted basically she was wrong and she had to think about it. And I was really happy for her that she was actually, you know, brave enough to change her mind and rethink shit, because she she had a partner, she had a fiance, but they decided that she, I think she was on the pill and she was like she was pro-abortion. I thought you said we could say the word, you
You
just didn't
can't
want to
say
talk
that
about
word.
it. Okay. So
Think of
anyway,
a flowery word.
okay, all right. So here's the thing. In the end, she changed her mind because both of these arguments, I basically kind of argued emotionally against them. I had to use an emotional argument on them, and with the pro-choice woman, I had to I basically ended up kind of saying, uh, what exactly are you arguing for? And she said, like, for this choice, this is, I want to be able to have this. I want to have this kind of like healthcare option. I want to be able to do that. I want access to it if I need it, and all this kind of stuff. And ultimately, what it came down to, it was a kind of long argument, but what it ultimately came down to was, in the end, I was like saying, but like, what exactly are you trying to legalize? Because she kept saying, it's not a life. It's not a life. It's not a life. The thing isn't alive. It's just a clump of cells. It's not alive. So I basically, in the end, was basically said to her, so why do we need to legalize that? She was like, because I want to be able to have that choice. I was like, but why do you need it? Well, because I don't want to have a baby. I was like, but you're not going to. And she was like, but if I'm pregnant, I am. I was like, how? Well, because, like, what are you talking about? She didn't get what I was trying to say. I said, if the thing isn't alive, how are you going to have a baby? Well, because 9 months later, that's how it works. I'm going to have a baby. I was like, but if it's not alive, it's not growing, right? So why do you need to be able to have this legalized? Why would you ever need that procedure if what's inside you isn't alive? Like, dead things don't miraculously come to life. And then she basically realized she either has to concede that it's a life, which means that she's a killer, or it isn't a life, which means that we don't need to have that procedure, because you don't need to terminate something unless it's alive, correct? So she kind of did end up seeing the logical side of it, but it was going through, like, there was a deeper emotional argument that was running through it, and me basically saying that she's evil because she wants to delete babies, and
Okay.
she got very emotional arguing about that. But the other thing is the big racism argument, right?
Oh my God.
Well, in the UK, we had the Brexit vote a while back, to leave the European Union. We were told in our country that if you vote for Brexit, it's because you're a racist. It's because you don't like having foreigners in your country. It's because you're anti-immigration and you're awful, disgusting, terrible racist, right? And I had to do a debate at a university with this crazy radical liberal woman, and she also had a liberal professor with her as well. And I didn't know until last minute that it was going to be like a 2-on-1 thing. But in the end, I basically got both of them to break down, because the professor was very, very, very feminine in how he was arguing. He was like a real manlet, as we say. But in the end, what it came down to was, I was like, I'm going to use your attacks against you. And if you do that with women, it really works. If you use emotional arguments against women the way they like to argue, if you flip that on them, it really works. So straight away, before they even had the opportunity to accuse me of it, I went in there and I was like saying, because I was given first take speaking, I said to them straight away, I was like, I really think it's disgusting that like these people who want to stay in the European Union, like it's incredibly racist. I just don't understand how they can get away with being so overtly racist. And they straight away went onto the defense, because if somebody attacks you first, you can't just attack back, not in that kind of way. And they were trying to ask me, like, what's racist about wanting to stay in the European Union? And then all you have to do is prove that if you have mass diversity, if every country has to take in and have open borders and has to take in a certain amount of migrants and keep up with all the DEI shit in workplaces and having like a diverse number of employees, if every country in this agreement has to sign up to doing that and having these open borders and migration, you're going to destroy or you're going to dilute the cultural fabric of every single country. So you're not going to be able to enjoy it. If you want to go to France and experience their culture, or experience the German culture or Italian culture, or anything like that, you're not going to be able to do it because everything's diluted and everything's now the same. So flip racism back, flip the emotional argument for life back, flip all of that back on the other people.
Tareyak, are you asleep?
No, I'm still here. I've been listening. It's like Daemon's giving you weapons here, folks. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to kind of use these and, like I said, like flip the argument back on them. But it's interesting takes as well. In terms, because I think chat is throwing the toys out of the pram as well. But the whole aspect, like I said, we can bring it back to the relationship thing, because I think the topic was one of the topics there that we didn't quite touch on.
Oh.
Sorry?
Which one?
The whole aspect of like the way women present themselves, or the fat ugly women versus the beautiful women, and what goes on there in terms of them using the sexuality essentially as a way to get attention.
Oh yeah. So in our theory, I think we all think this, right? In our theory, we all think that women who are more attractive don't have to lead with their sexuality, but women who are less attractive have to lead with their sexuality because they're trying to shoot above their pay grade. So they have to lead with sexuality. That's it.
Well, like I think in terms of there was a deeper kind of conversation that we had about this, but the whole kind of vibe of like I think we kind of briefly touched on as well, where Damon was like even the women that are at the top will try to drag people down with them as well, which is an interesting concept. But when you look at the likes of Kim Kardashian, like she was in like that higher status, in terms of like the like hierarchy or whatever, because what the fuck, like her father was like a famous lawyer and like got OJ off, all that kind of shit. But then she does.
I don't think we should go off of celebrities because they're in the club, the DGen club. They sell themselves. Kim Kardashian's a CIA asset, so she's a honeypot. So like these are not regular people. And I think they're trying to promote degeneracy in the culture. So when people keep going, this celebrity, this actor, this singer, this whatever, it's like we need to stop looking at these people as people, because they're really not.
That's what we're saying though. Like this whole aspect where it's like she was in like the upper echelon or the upper class kind of thing, but she still decided to have a sex tape to try and normalize degenerate behavior. You know what I mean,
she wasn't trying to do that. They told her to do that. The whole family is CIA.
Yeah. Because then it's like basically all these like chicks will be like, oh, like if I make a sex tape, then I'll be famous and I'll be this and all this kind of shit. You know, I mean, like Kim Kardashian is a beauty standard, whether you like it or not, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And you're right in terms of like we need to get away from that kind of like, because these bitches look like fucking Donald Duck with all these fucking lip fillers and all that kind of shit. But you have the same thing with Lizzo as well. It's like she's a singer, but like the whole kind of like her whole kind of vibe is the body positivity movement, or where the fuck that is. Yeah, be a fat fuck and all this stuff, even if it's detrimental to your health. But at the same time, like the only reason why she's famous is because she's a singer. It's nothing got to do with her fucking weight. I mean,
I'm
so why are
pretty
we
sure
pushing this body positivity?
nobody, I don't know of anyone who's an actual fan of Lizzo. I think it's all like CIA ops, like they're trying to promote something and push it down your throat. But who's going to these concerts? Like, who's like, it's just like, no, I don't think they're real
But that's
people.
the thing. She sold out arenas. She did, whether you like it or not,
I
because
mean,
it's
you
pathetic,
need to
useless
buy less
people.
seats with
No, but
those.
look, but look, like fat, useless people, right? Useless people do like to see themselves represented. The problem is that there isn't always enough of them, right? You don't always see enough of them. We know that there's been an uglification of women in film and TV over the past 20 years. If you look at film and TV,
yes,
no, longer than 10, right? You don't look at film and TV and see like the size 0 girls anymore. You don't see that.
I know it's great for me because when I was a size 0, I was in fashion. And then when I got a little bit bigger, I'm still in fashion. I'm still like thin compared to everybody else.
But do you think it all started with the Golden Girls?
What the hell are you talking about?
But the thing to ask yourself, if you think that there isn't a deliberately engineered decline in standards, just ask yourself, why is it that in the same time as we saw women being demonized for looking hot, right? In many ways, if there was a girl who had a hot body, everyone was saying she's fucking anorexic, she's got an eating disorder. And you saw this all over the newspapers, right? No care for their mental health. Just say that this girl, this model, or this actress, or whatever, has got an eating disorder and she pukes up 4 or 5 times a day. And they'll spread that bullshit all about her in the tabloids, whilst at the same time pushing body positivity and trying to have like some fashion magazine have some fat girls on a runway. Why would you do that? Like, and if anybody wants to attack the fat girls, you silence them, you cancel them, you say you can't say that, that's offensive, we got to worry about these people's mental health. What about calling the size 0 chicks anorexic and bulimic and saying that they've got some disorder? Why is it you don't have to worry about their mental health? It's all to get people more accepting of fat, unhealthy people. That's all it is. And they didn't just do it to them. They've done it to everybody. They did it with the LGBT community. They did it with all the other kinds of stuff. And now, when you see what's being pushed as being popular, it's all crazy, weird, camp, queer, whatever stuff. Yeah, sorry, we talk about politics. What the fuck, Kat? Why are you running this fucking chat then?
What? Some people like to troll. Just let it happen.
Yeah, no,
The
but you're
politics
sitting there
is
with a smile on your face like you expect me to comment on it. Why the fuck am I going to comment? We said that we're going to talk about social issues and politics.
Trolling. It's supposed to be fun, Damon.
politics is downstream from culture as well, and like the point that Damon was making, essentially it's like that's why you see like all this, like everybody's like 75% of Americans are either overweight or obese. So of course that's going to be made political. Then it's like you can't shame fat people. You know what I mean? Because we have to make sure everyone is comfy. Everyone's like fucking like we're kind of saying earlier on as well. Like everybody wants to be told that they're right. They want that affirmation. They don't want to be told that it's like, yeah, like your weight's going to kill you. You know what I mean? That's why it's demonized if you're trying to push like the like any health advice and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Now, like I think we should demonize Kat for talking about the periods, because at the end of the day, who the fuck wants to talk about that shit? You know what I mean? It's a bloody nightmare, literally.
But
So
it is.
I was
The culture is the thing to keep in mind, because like whenever you see stuff that's fucking damaging, like Kat, you like to talk about demons and say how these guys are like, it's all kind of demons in control, the promoting of evil.
Hold on. Keep talking. I'm gonna find a video. Go.
All right. But if you want to look at like the people who take this stuff seriously, that it's like it's demon worship, it's pushing the demon side of things. Again, look at what Disney's been doing over the past 20 years. Have you seen how much shit they're going back to and telling like prequels or telling like the origin story of this person or that person? Why is it always the evil person? They're always retelling the stories of the evil people, like Wicked, for example, or Maleficent or whatever. Like, and they're always retelling the stories of the evil people, making out like it's not their fault. It's not their fault they're evil, they're actually good. And it's usually like they try to then demonize the good people and say it's their fault that this person's evil. It's all about the kind of shirking that responsibility, getting rid of the accountability, and just being like, you can do what you want to do, be evil. It's not really your fault.
True. Like, and it's a good kind of vibe to go with. Like the counter, I guess, would be it's like you find it's to be able to find the nuance in different things. But I think that just kind of leads you down a path where you see even on the right side or right wing shit. Because again, not to go too political, but like with Adolf, like there's people who genuinely idolize him, and if you don't address that, you have people like Nick Fuentes who's saying, well, yeah, sure, he was a PDF file and all this kind of shit, but look at like the book burning, that was actually a good thing because it was all degenerate and all that stuff. And like you basically, if like that void will be filled by something. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so this dude is the smartest dude on Earth. He is the guy with the highest IQ on Earth right now. You know, he has an interesting story. Michael Knowles is interviewing him, and he said something like how come if you're the smartest, highest IQ person on Earth, how come you're not like a billionaire? And then he was talking about like how like, you know, things work. Like you need to either like know people who are like billionaires and like already be in the club, be born into that, or you have to do things that make those people happy. And since those people are in a club that their morals and values are the opposite of his morals and values, they will not invest in him to do anything. And then like he also mentioned how like the CIA tried to, you know, see if he'd basically go along with their ideologies. And since he is a very strong person, he does not go along with their ideologies. So he could not be recruited to the CIA because he's not into that stuff. And basically, since, you know, you mentioned demons and stuff, this is the smartest dude on Earth.
Wait, Kat, you've hyped this up a lot.
I know.
You've hyped this up a lot. And I am expecting a lot, not just because you hyped it up, but because he does look like he's the smartest guy. He looks like he has the biggest brain on the planet. Yeah. I mean, his head is like.
Oh, he's a giant. He's a giant man.
No, I'm just talking about his head.
Well, I mean, the whole body, his feet, his arms, his hands, everything.
I'm talking about where his brain would be in his head. It looks like it's in a different time zone. This guy looks like he can remember the future.
He's been there. Oh my gosh. Look, this is the smart. If you have any time, you know how like normally you guys probably know this, but I listen to everything on 2 times speed. You need to do this on like lower 2 times negative speed because
0.5 speed.
Like negative speed. You have to slow it down.
The word is 2 times slower, Kat.
Look, I don't know. Look, the point is this dude is so incredibly intense and smart. It's really hard because like my IQ is like kind of like in the middle, but like slightly more, maybe just a little hair, but it's definitely not like high. So you need to slow shit down. And even Michael Knowles is like, can you explain it again? Like for like a million things, because it's just too much is coming out of his mind. But anyways, the important part is blah, 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 blah. You said that I talk about demons a lot. This guy, being the smartest dude, reading all the books and all the knowledge in the world, he can read books super fast, blah, 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 one of his many talents. He's come to the conclusion on his own that these people who are the elites, they're just too stupid, that he thinks that they have to be taking orders from some one or some entity, something smarter than them, and that entity wants evil. So in his worldview, he thinks it could be demonic or Satan or some sort of evil entity that controls these useful idiots, because that's what they are. No?
We're waiting for you to press play.
Yeah, just play the fucking video.
Okay, fine, whatever.
If you really look at their intellectual production, Soros might be the best of them.
Yeah.
He's at least got a theory of economics, you know, it's flawed, but, you know, he at least has that. The rest of them are just a bunch of Sybarites.
What about, I guess, even outside of banking or finance per se, what about someone like Bill Gates? That guy's everywhere. He seems to be, I don't know, why is he an expert on healthcare? I don't know, but my television tells me that he is. Why is he? So someone like that, but he's a smart guy. He's got to be, right?
He's not stupid. Bill Gates is, he's got a respectable intellect, but there's something misfiring there. Okay. Bill is very concerned with overpopulation, and we do have an overpopulation problem.
So then this brings me to, I asked friends of mine, I said, speaking to Chris Langan, send in your questions. And most of the questions were about metaphysics and God and the CTMU and all of your thoughts on all those things. But one friend of mine, he said, you know, I want you to ask him about Bitcoin. I want you to ask him about money, and if there's any way to break the government or super government control of money. What do you think of? If I want to start my own currency, I guess I could. I'd call it Michael Coin. Is this one way to push back against an increasingly technocratic global form of government?
Yes, there is, but it has to start at the local level. You're not going to print your own world currency to compete head to head with these. You've got to go, you know, basically attend a few city council meetings. You've got to go in there, you know, say your piece, say we've got a problem, you know, basically the world is run by globalism. This is America. You know, we should have our right of self-determination here, but that's being taken away from us. See who, you know, agrees with you about it. You know, I mean, somebody will probably come up to you after your speech and say, you know, I agree with you 100%. Then you start, you find out who those people are, you get together and you start putting pressure on your local politicians.
Are you saying the situation is so bad politically that actually, you know, people will call you a radical and an extremist and a terrorist for something like this? But are you saying basically, Jefferson, we need to go fight another revolution or something? Or is there?
I would just as soon see this whole thing resolved non-violently. Of course, I want peace on earth. I want everybody to feel as though we're in fellowship with each other, the brotherhood of man. You know what I'm talking about. That is the right way to do it.
When you or I or Donald Trump, for that matter, use the word globalism, what the liberal establishment says is, oh, that's either they'll say globalism is good and we should have more of it, or they'll say that's a crazy conspiracy theory. There's no such thing as globalism.
What?
I could point to a lot of international organizations that increasingly try to take power away from national government.
Well, what are intelligence agencies? What are trade secrets? What's intellectual property? They're all conspiracies.
Right.
Okay. People trying to get ahead by lying by omission or lying directly to other people. The competition, right? That's what it is. You can't get away from conspiracy. It's how the world works. As a matter of fact, it's game theoretically rational.
So you're saying not conspiracy theory. You're saying just flat out conspiracy.
That's what makes the world go around, I'm afraid. You know, but of course, you know, the elite themselves realize this. They know that that's how the world works. They just want to distract you.
Well, that's such a great way to put it, where you say a trade secret, or just a group of people come together. They say, I've got this good idea for a company, and we're going to come together and do that, and we're not going to let the competition know about it. We're going to start this, and we're going to hopefully it'll be successful, and we'll make some money. And that is a form of
WF and their Young Global Leader program. You know, young global leaders. I mean, everybody's a young global leader, right? I mean, Trudeau, Macron, Merkel, Putin. You know, and for the Putin deals, that very much surprised me. But Klaus Schwab is on record. He's on video, in fact, you know, claiming that Vlad Putin is one of his young global leaders.
Wow,
trained in globalism.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that the young wing of the world.
Okay, so now Michael Knowles is going to talk about he almost was one of those young world leader things and they didn't accept him because he was too Republican in his mind. No? Did everybody go to sleep?
No. Listening. Tareyak just popped off. He said he's still listening, though.
My gosh.
He popped off. Yeah.
I thought you said that he was going to talk about demons.
I don't know if I got the right spot.
I love that you're so consistent in how organized and
Here, but it has to be like the section has to be the longest section. And
start at the beginning.
And it's like, and it says aliens, demons, UFOs, CIA, and the devil. So like I have to get through all of that to here. Jeez.
Do it.
Wait, what is this one?
There's timestamps. So
I'm looking at the timestamps.
Sometime.
Intelligence, Catholicism. This is most replayed, but it doesn't say. Anyways, so let's see. His first part is all on theology, so it's very thick. So you have to listen to that slower.
Of what Wikipedia is going to call it, conspiracy theories. Do you believe in aliens?
Well, I will say this, the intelligence community, large sectors of it believe in aliens.
Really?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It's a big, I mean, they're constantly discussing these things. Yes. And if you look at the global elite, you know, and you wonder, well, I don't want to blame the world banksters for this, that's a conspiracy theory. Then who is pulling all those strings? Okay. Could there be another kind of entity, aliens, demons, whatever? Could there be something that's pulling their strings that the global banksters know about, right? And they're taking orders from, but they're being totally concealed and hidden from the public. This is a viable hypothesis, and it's one that the intelligence communities don't reject.
It's funny you posted,
which is kind of neither here nor there, because the intelligence communities themselves could be run by aliens, for all we know.
People are going to be laughing when you say that there are alien that.
Let them laugh, okay? But they won't be able to come up with any supporting argument against what I'm saying. They don't know enough.
Well,
they're ignorant.
It's funny that you mention aliens and demons in the same breath, because I don't particularly believe in aliens. I mean, what do I know? There are a lot of things I don't know about, but I certainly believe that demons exist. I'm pretty confident that demons exist. I'm less confident that aliens exist.
Well, but the thing is, a lot of people are reporting that they're seeing these UFOs and other strange alien suggestive phenomena.
Yeah. So what is something like they call it the tic tac of these weird UFOs that seem to violate the laws of physics?
Correct. Basically, they look like little blobs of light or spheres that can commit these maneuvers that are totally against the laws of physics as we understand them. Right? They look like they have mass, but somehow they're not subject to inertia. They can turn on a dime on a right angle and continue at the same speed. They can accelerate at a tremendous G forces. Okay, how can that happen?
Do you have any theory?
Well, yes, I do. But it's it's fairly involved. Basically, when you reduce the world to telesis, and you understand that reality consists of a merging of mind and matter. It's an interplay, of the two.
It's not just stuff, and it's not just pure abstraction.
It can be real without necessarily being a completely physical phenomenon. Okay. In other words, there can be a mental component to it, right? And that is what I think is happening here. I think that there's something to it. The number of people that report UFO incidents is simply too large. People aren't, they're not all liars. They don't run around risking their reputations by saying, okay, I'm going to make a nut out of myself and say, these UFOs exist.
But couldn't they just be nuts?
Well, I suppose they could.
But you're saying
I'm saying it's very improbable that they are. I mean, because not that many people are that nutty.
Well, my friend Andrew Clavin, who you met earlier, he has this party trick, which is he's a mystery writer, and he has written ghost stories and things. And at dinner parties, he'll say, "Hey," I'll ask a random person, he'll say, "Hey, have you ever seen a ghost?" And he says, a lot of the time, people will say yes. And throughout history, people report having seen a ghost.
That is correct.
And he says, too many people are saying they've seen a ghost for there not to be ghosts, or something like a ghost.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
I've seen things that look like ghosts. No,
such as?
I have. I've seen things that look like UFOs too. They're there. I mean, if you're not a very observant person, you'll never see anything like that. If your mind is completely closed and you just screen all that stuff out, you'll never see anything like that. But if you're an open-minded person and you're observant, you will see things like that eventually. Okay?
I don't want to put you on the spot to give an example, because sometimes if I describe an experience that I would call religious or numinous, sometimes people say, well, describe it. I say, I can go around the edges, but it's somewhat ineffable. Could you describe such an experience?
Well, yes, I could describe such an experience. Okay. Well, on the UFO thing, I was working for the Forest Service near Lewiston, Montana, in the Lewis and Clark National Forest, not too far from Malmstrom Air Force Base. And I was in charge of a mountain range called the Little Snowies. Okay, I was the fire guard, the regional fire guard for that area. And I was alone up there. There were campgrounds, and I'd go up and tend to the campgrounds and make sure they were all cleaned up and everything. And that was one of my duties. And I had to be a fire guard, which means putting out forest spotting and putting out forest fires and things like that. One day I was up there in a Forest Service.
Wait, sorry. He saw aliens. I'm trying to find the.
See where he was working?
Where?
National Forest.
Oh yeah, there's an area that they had a lot of disappearance of humans because they were.
Oh my gosh!
The missing 411 that we spoke about.
He did not take the kids.
No, I'm saying that what we spoke about in the previous conspiracy chat.
Yeah.
Was that the missing 411, the people who get abducted, it all happens to be from national parks.
Mm-hmm.
And we spoke about the Project High Jump, where apparently when the aliens had the deal with the US government, that they would allow them to take people to abduct, to experiment on.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the agreement was that they would take them from areas that are not being surveilled, and the national parks were apparently where they would be abducting them from. So the fact that he said he saw this stuff occurring at a national park is yet another example of this.
So what you're saying is you do think he's the smartest dude on earth and you believe him.
Pickup truck at a certain campground, and I was there, and suddenly I look up, and I say suddenly, it was just in the skies. I became aware that it was up there, and I looked up. It was this huge spheroidal, but elliptical, not a perfect spheroid, like a saucer that was turned partially on its side. Okay, and I thought, well, that must be one of those lenticular clouds that I've heard of. So I looked at it and I figured, okay, now I wonder how this evolves in time. Totally changeless. I actually took sticks and I tried to use parallax to figure out, what is this thing? Why isn't it changing? Why isn't it moving? Why is it completely featureless and metallic looking? Well, it wasn't any lenticular cloud. Okay, and I literally stared at it for a long, long time before I finally just got, okay, it's there. Got back in my pickup and drove away.
Did you call it in or anything?
Well, I've told a number of people about it. Yeah, I didn't call it in. No, it was irrelevant to the state of my campgrounds.
It's funny you mentioned, because sometimes people say, this is a little different than seeing a UFO, but somewhat related. People will say, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Christianity because I don't believe in miracles. If miracles really happened, we'd all know about it. And if you look at the gospel accounts of miracles happening, the wildest part of it is not the miracle happening. It's the fact that when the miracle happens, everyone treats it as this miraculous event. And then 5 seconds later, they move on, and people treat it as totally ordinary. And this happens again and again and again. It's even happened. I would say that I've experienced things that are miraculous.
Yes.
And even in my own life, not 1 week later, I'm just going about my business as though it never happened. Or I'll forget that it happened. It's a miracle, shouldn't that?
But you don't deny that they happened.
No.
Right.
No,
That's
I don't.
the important thing. Because then you're really nuts.
Yeah. when you deny that it happened, right. Because you're so beholden to some preconceived notion of the way things are.
That's correct. So who are the real nuts? Obviously, they're the people that are doing all the talk about the alien conspiracy theories. Okay? There's obviously something there, or the number of people that report them wouldn't be reporting them. There are people in the CIA who actually claim to have been abducted. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but they're there. Okay? And we're not talking about small individuals. We're not talking about low-ranking individuals. We're talking about high-ranking individuals.
These people, not just that you've read a book about, you're saying these people you've talked to.
Or people that there was one of them in particular that I was actually, somebody that I knew was trying to arrange an introduction to this person. And I said, well, okay, so he's in the, CIA. Is he going to tell me the truth? I'm not in the CIA. Is he going to tell me the truth about anything? Well, no, actually what he wants to talk about is abductions, because, he and his wife were actually abducted by aliens, and he wants to talk to you about it. And I said, well, is he going to tell me the truth about anything? Well, I don't know. I said, then I don't want to talk to him. Okay, I don't want to talk to him at all. There has to be some kind of understanding that I'm not going to get lied to. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time because I'll never know whether he's lying or telling the truth. So if somebody isn't going to commit up front to telling me the truth, I don't have time for him.
If he were a really smart liar, he would have just said, I will tell you the truth, and lied even if he wanted to.
I suppose so. I mean, that's what they do in the CIA.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
right. It's sort of the job, right? If you're a spy, that's
correct. And you lie your ass off at every available opportunity about everything.
Right. Right.
Okay. They don't all do that. I think there are a couple of people that I sort of trust when they talk about certain subjects. But, you know, by no means are they entirely in the know even. I mean, if you're in the CIA, you're basically a bureaucrat.
Right.
You know,
right.
You look up, you know, you see, okay, well, we you know, I've got my superior and then I'm looking up farther. Now I see the director of the CIA. Who's giving that guy his orders? It ain't the president. You know, I mean, that's that suddenly you're in a void. Who's running things? Okay. As far as most of these guys are concerned, it could be the devil himself that's running things. They just don't know.
You know, it's so amazing that you say that because it takes it full circle to the point that when I hear, okay, this so-and-so is actually really beholden to so-and-so, and this person is actually beholden to this person, and I know that that's a fact because you can just see it in politics. You can kind of go to an org chart and kind of point to it, right? But then eventually saying so-and-so, if in a really powerful position, they're actually responsible to so-and-so and accountable to, and you think, okay, at a certain point, you think, I don't know, I have no way of verifying this could be it. And then when you go all the way back to, and so-and-so is really just answering to the devil, now you've got me again. Because I read that in my Bible. I know that that's true. I know that he's the prince of this world.
Well, yes, and they've been. By the way, I mean there are accounts from biblical times and pre-biblical times that involve UFOs, things in the sky that show up during critical battles, for example, and turn the tide. Right. This goes all the way back, you know, to the Vedic religion, you know, the pre-Hindu religion. There are all kinds of people who have reported these things, and they end up in various religious scriptures, including Christian scriptures as well, in some cases. So
that. I can't think of an example of an extraterrestrial appearance.
Well, no, they're basically attributed to God. These are the interventions of angels or something.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know, you can go back. You know, you look at the Mayans and the Incas and people like that. There are also, you know, there are pictures on temple walls, rather they're carvings that seem to suggest that these things actually existed.
Well, you know,
or at least were perceived.
Right. No, there's a great meme that I'm really taken with. It actually has to do with IQ, which is a nice coincidence. But I love this meme because it's got the really stupid guy at the one end of the bell curve, and he's sort of drooling, and he says, "Duh, all the bad stuff is because of the devil." Right. And then you get up on the bell curve into, I don't know, say IQ of 120 or 130, and it's the really smart guy, the egghead with the glasses, and he says,
"No, that's just the start of the danger zone."
Yeah, the danger zone is when you're just smart enough, but not smart. And those guys, they say, "No, actually, the devil doesn't exist, and actually, we're all just sort of bags of chemicals, and no, it's all rationally explainable." And blah, 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 blah. And then you get up to the guy at the really high end of the IQ curve in this meme. And he says, no, actually, the bad stuff's just from the devil. And he agrees with the guy at the other end of the... But it strikes me that there's really something to that. Roger Scruton, the late conservative philosopher, he said that the job of the conservative intellectual is to articulate things that the common man knows intuitively.
That's right.
And it's especially interesting when it comes to you, because you're a guy at the very highest end of the intelligence spectrum, and you've lived the life of a blue-collar guy.
That's right. I wanted meaning in my life. You know, it's like I say, I wanted meaning above all things. You got to make sure, you know, that you decide up front when you're a young man, if you want to accomplish anything, who do you serve? Truth or mammon? Okay, you don't have a choice. You do have a choice, but you can't do both at once. Okay, it's either going to be truth, which is the same as God. I mean, truth and God are to some extent synonymous.
Yeah.
Or it's
good, the true, and beautiful.
Or it's going to be money. And if you choose money, if you choose mammon, then you're going to be serving mammon, who happens to be the globalists at this point, because they control all the wealth and power.
So you mentioned, I think we.
Yeah.
Highlight your comment. The one before. There you go. Angles and demons. Boom.
You know what I meant, you whores.
I just want to highlight, right? So this guy's main premise or the underlying logic here is because so many people have had these encounters or say that they believe in this, that it must be true.
Yeah.
No.
That's the underlying logic here.
Which means that Santa Claus must be true too.
Exactly, Damon. I'm glad you picked
how
up on
many
that
people
too.
have said they saw Santa Claus?
Well, yeah, that
every child. Every
There's
child.
Because
There's
somebody
a
actually dresses up and pretends to be Santa Claus. Are you saying somebody's dressing up and pretending to be an alien?
Now you
yeah.
got
It's
it.
basically it's basically military intelligence. That's what they're saying is military intelligence.
Oh my god, you guys are
Well, here's the thing.
so mid IQ.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I
we're
do
just
believe-
it's not as high view. There's a scene. One sec, cause like there's actually no, Damon. You go ahead and then I'll explain the next part.
I was going to say, I do believe in aliens. I do, right? I think that you do have to be nuts if, well, there's a picture that you can find online, okay? And it's a super, super, super high-res image. And it's got the whole known universe that we photographed. And it's spliced together all of these images and condensed it into a super high-res image file. And you can basically start off when you open the image, looking at a zoomed in picture of Earth, and you zoom out and you'll see our solar system. You zoom out more and more and more and more until you see multiple galaxies. And then you zoom out more and more and more and more and more until you basically just see where light is starting to fade. And you see what looks like a dust cloud, in which is the entire known photographed universe as we know it so far. When and this dust cloud, as you zoom in more and more and more, you can see all of the individual stars, and as you zoom out of it, you see them basically just turning into patches of gold and blue light. And it's insane to see how much we've actually photographed so far. And when you look at all of those stars and planets and galaxies and everything, it's like, it's mad. It's mad to think that our planet, our little rock, is the only one that has life on it. I think you've got to be insane to think, like, out of all of that, like, dust cloud of countless rocks, that just one of them has life on it. I think you've got to be kind of crazy to believe that. So I do believe that there's aliens, but I don't believe each of the claims. And as Tareyak is saying, I think that a lot of it is shit that we've reverse engineered.
There are also religious people that believe that God made humans only. And, well, let's say for the religious aspect, who says that God didn't make any other being at all? Who says we're the only one? He never said we were the only one.
But what if there's other gods and they're aliens to us in other worlds, and then they made us?
No. This is when you're specifically talking to a religious person who doesn't want to believe aliens exist because the Bible doesn't talk about aliens.
It talks about angels.
Talks about angels. It doesn't talk about aliens. So my point is to say that just because God, we're going from their ideology, just because God made humans doesn't mean he didn't make anything else.
And backing up your point there, if I could just stillman it a little bit, here's the thing. If you believe the Bible, then you believe that life is a test, right? That God is testing us and that we have to live a good life, right? We don't, and also we don't know what his whole plan is, right? If you do an experiment where you're testing something, you're usually going to have lots of different groups as well as a control and everything else. So what if there's other planets out there that have their own Bible as well?
I mean, of course they do.
We wouldn't be able to know about those others. If you go and volunteer for an experiment, right, and you're part of a test group, you don't know how many other test groups there are.
Or hell is actually another planet that you're sent to when you didn't do your job on this planet. And you keep going from planet to planet, it gets worse and worse.
Oh, there is a theory that this is the hell planet, aka the prison planet, aka we did some bad shit, now we're here.
AKA the worst timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Darkest
who's to say that we didn't come here from a different planet?
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we came here from another planet because we messed up in that planet. So now we got sent here as punishment.
Makes
no, because
panspermia.
You were born like another way to look at this as well, because he makes a comment of like, oh, like who controls the president, like all these kind of like the org chart thing that he was referencing, all that kind of stuff. There's a scene in Sherlock Holmes, not Sherlock Holmes, it's the British one, Sherlock, where it's like the German type dude, and like he basically kind of explains like, so I know all this information, I know this information about Dr. Watson's wife, Watson's wife, he cares, that's his top priority in his life, is his wife, and then Sherlock's greatest care is Watson. So by knowing this information about, and he's like flicking like Watson as he's like on the nose when he's doing this, like explaining this
Oh,
whole
you're
thing,
talking
because
about the final season.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas basically, because I know this information about Watson's wife, I now have control over Sherlock. And it's like basically, it's like that's how you're able to control people essentially. But fundamentally speaking, like when you're talking about like the president, all that kind of stuff, like those are the same things. Like Trump clearly cares about his wife, clearly cares about his kids, and all that kind of stuff. So it's like there are ways to get at people through all these means. So in terms of like who controls who, it's not necessarily like oh, it must be aliens that are dictating all the shit. It could just be certain people have influence over these other people.
Well, I think we've spoken about this quite a lot, and I do want us to talk about it again, because it is interesting, like the whole alien conspiracy theory, and time travel and all of this stuff. Like if UFOs are gravity control devices, that means that they would control or manipulate time as well, which is why the tic tacs appear to move so quickly. And it's also why you have orbs of light, because technically those UFOs that basically looks like blobs of light that would be moving around, if you're doing faster than light travel, it would appear like photons moving rather than actual physical objects, which is kind of what I think the guy was getting at in the video when he said it would be real, but it wouldn't be like this physical thing that we would be seeing as well. Because faster than light movement would technically necessitate that you would be kind of like have those photonic qualities. You'd be like moving as a particle in a wave at the same time. But whether or not it's man-made, whether or not it's alien, whether or not like Tareyak was talking about the whole panspermia thing, like are we actually from this planet? Did we come for another thing? Like did we just travel through space and land here, or on the back of a meteor, or maybe as a more advanced civilization that then forgot its past? If you look at what Randall Carlson or what Graham Hancock was talking about, like having the mother civilization, the ancient aliens or whatever. It's interesting to think about.
Okay.
What? I
Yeah,
want to
tell
see
us more
Tareyak.
about tell us more about angles and demons, Scott.
Yeah.
Look, I don't really.
There's right angles.
Anyways, there's right angles and there's left angles and there's 90-degree angles, and there's many angles. Anyways, so I think it's late and we have come to the tail end. But there are some Trump conspiracies that I think I touched on before, but I don't think you guys paid much attention to me.
She's
Go ahead. I don't think you did touch on it before.
Okay, so I'm really getting into this guy. He's a conspiracy guy online. He has a Rumble now. I think it's called Cancel This Conspiracy or something like that, his Rumble account. And he does deep dives into like who owns this company, why is all the food poisoned? So who owns this? Who owns this product? Oh, okay, they put like these chemicals that cause hair loss because down the line they sell the hair growth, whatever products. And so like it's all about making money and at your expense, like cause problem, whatever. And then he found out like all the top companies own each other. There's 4 big corporations that own each other. So it's like the mega corporation, and everything that the mega corporation gets their hands on when they buy the smaller mom and pop corporations, they change the ingredients, they change the processing, they make everything make you sick. They just turn everything evil for more profit. And sometimes not even for profit, like they just do things to be evil for like no reason. To us anyways. Maybe it's because they also own the pharmaceutical company, so if we get sick, they'll make money that way. It's like this big scam. And plus, we are their workers, so they don't want us too smart, so like they keep the poison to keep us from like being able to be strong enough to revolt, or to think clear enough to revolt. Anyway, so that's the stuff that he does. He also did this interview where he was talking about like, you know, because everybody's asking him, who should we vote for? This was like months and months ago, so it's an old interview he did. And he did a deep dive on Trump and whatever. Of course, like we know, like the Kamala thing, like she's just a puppet, blah, blah, blah. Everybody knows that. We don't need to really go into that. She comes from like a very high social economic status in India, like the top caste in India. She comes from them. So she's had a privileged life within the circles of the elites. She kind of just works around the elite circles. So she's not like a regular.
She's come from a really middle class family.
No, all of that's bullshit. In fact, all the rappers also come from elite circles and bloodlines, and pretend to be it like from like Compton or whatever ghetto they talk about. They're not. So, anyways, he did a deep dive on Trump. Trump was basically the apprentice kind of to this guy. He was a top, I don't know if it was like Mossad, CIA, one of those like intelligence agency operative guys that he had billions and billions of dollars, and he would use it. He owned a hotel, like a fancy schmancy hotel. The entire hotel, especially this room, is decked out with secret cameras and videos and like surveillance equipment, right? And this is like when who's the trans not the cross-dressing president Nixon, was that it? No, it was another one.
You're talking about the head of the FBI.
No. Which president was the cross-dressing one around at the time where like the communist scare?
Nixon.
Probably Nixon. Whatever. Anyways, so like this president was one, and he apparently publicly
McCarthy.
Whatever. I don't know. Let's say like there's a cross-dressing.
Why does the Irish guy know more about American shit than the Americans?
Because they don't teach us anything in school. You know this. We've gone through this. So anyways, so this guy is teaching Trump. Trump is seeing, okay, he has this hotel. He's bringing women and maybe animals and God knows what else to these elite people, throwing these fancy schmancy Diddy type parties. He's like the first Diddy that we know of. And probably this has gone on since Babylon or whatever. This is what they're saying. So he's throwing these big parties, getting all these people to basically do all these things on video and whatever. And then he, and by he, like the agency that gave him all the money to run this operation, controls these elite people now. It's all like government officials. It's all whatever, all this stuff. And now he has all this evidence on people. He can control everybody in the government and the higher parts of power in corporations, everything, movies, everything. They control everyone. And Trump learned from this guy. So that is why they're saying Trump is very adamant about never compromise yourself, never be caught with an underage girl, never drink, never like eat or drink anything around these people. Like Trump does that. So they're saying he learned all of these things because he worked for this guy that was compromising everybody else, right? So then as soon as, I guess, that guy got either found out or he'd stopped doing it or he died or whatever, so the hotel was up for grabs. That's already decked out with all of this surveillance stuff. So then Trump basically almost bankrupts himself to purchase this hotel with all this surveillance equipment. So they're thinking that Trump must have blackmail stuff on them, which is why they can't really do anything against him, because he has a blackmail stuff on against them that he could release. They don't have anything against him, but they're still trying to, like, I guess, off him or whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't work out logically though, because if he had that dirt on him, there's no way that he would have just been a punching bag for 4 years. And, you know, like the whole system was against Trump. He could have very easily just won the second. I mean, I do believe the conspiracy theory that he deliberately lost the 2020 election. I believe that. Because think about it. It would not have been good for him to have been the president for the past 4 years. He left just when COVID started, right? So he deliberately left that shit heap for Biden to run. If you think about it.
I mean, perhaps, but
So I mean that I can accept. I can accept
okay,
that
okay.
conspiracy theory that
But how about this? Look, 4 years of peace when he was president, no wars, none of that. So that can play into this theory that he probably has a lot of blackmail stuff on people. They don't have blackmail stuff on him. So I'm saying he's not releasing their blackmail stuff. So he's like, I have your blackmail stuff, play nice. So, but then he doesn't go along with all the stuff that they want him to do. He does whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, I just don't think that if he's got blackmail stuff on those people, that they would have come after him the way that they have been.
Of course, because if he released it, then they would off him and all his kids and his generation. Like he knows if he cannot release everything because obviously they would go after his family after he didn't even care. He's old, but it would be his entire bloodline will be wiped off immediately after that. So this is kind of like a stalemate. Like I won't release my stuff, but you don't have anything on me, so you can't tell me I have to do what you said.
It's just that, like, the whole, you know, the court cases, they wanted to lock him up and all that kind of shit. That's like, I don't think that you would go after somebody like that if they've got some, you know, terminal level dirt on you.
I know, but you have to realize if he releases that dirt, his family is gone.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is that they want to destroy him anyway. Like that's what they want to do. Like I think that when you get to the point where a bullet that was meant for your head takes your ear, right? Only because you turned by fluke. Once you're at that stage, you'll be like, man, fuck you, I'm destroying you.
I don't. No, absolutely not. When you have kids, you don't think that way.
No, but he will have dirt on more than just one person.
I know, but
So
if
you're
he
like,
releases
destroy
any of
that
it,
one guy.
no, because it's not one person. The person who did that to him has no connection to anyone, so he doesn't know who to
But
release
what I'm
the dirt
saying
on.
is that you show that you mean business by throwing one to the wolves, right? You destroy one person, and then you let them realize, like, I'm willing to do this. I've got more. I've got hundreds more that I could throw under the bus now.
What if that was Diddy and we don't know about it?
No, that doesn't make sense. It wouldn't have been Diddy. It wouldn't have been Diddy. The Diddy.
Also, I just want
Go
to
on.
point out the reason why Trump doesn't drink is because he lost his brother to alcoholism.
I know, but even before that, he didn't.
Yeah, because his brother was like the one thing you never do.
Remember, a lot of these people's backstories are contrived for media. Like, you know, I was a poor person. I worked at McDonald's. Like all these things that people say, they're excuses for their behavior. They're to give a backstory for the person. Like 50 Cent was shot 50 times in the face, whatever. And then like there's, I guess, footage now being released where he's, you know, into dudes, you know, whatever. This is not like yes. They're all in on it. Like this is the crazy thing. They're all in on it. Maybe like they had internal beef against each other. Maybe like Diddy crossed the line that 50 wouldn't do, but like they're all doing the same garbage.
You're saying that 50 Cent is gay. And
allegedly, according to these alleged videos that were released.
And
allegedly.
Straight after you say maybe they had internal beef. Like, wait, you didn't do that deliberately?
No.
All right, okay.
Good God.
Or sausage. Turkey
Yeah,
sausage.
they had some beef sausage, maybe some pork sausage between them. I don't know, but
They went into the man cave.
yes. Oh my gosh, you were supposed to talk about your man cave.
You're my man cave.
Thank you. Anyways, that's all I have, unless you guys have something else.
Tareyak?
Well, yeah, I mean, conspiracies can be good, like thought exercises, particularly like critical thinking stuff like that as well. I think we kind of what
What is the whole point of the stream? Conspiracies.
well, I don't know about your title, but my title says relationship talks. But
It's
like,
relationships, health, and conspiracies. Thank you.
well, like to lend a quote from the video as well, it's like a lot of the world is based in conspiracy. And if you don't know that, then well, now you know. Because like even like the way stocks act is based on public perception and all that kind of stuff. But fundamentally, it comes down to information. That's my whole thing from this, and it's like that is true and all this stuff. I don't know about why 50 Cent has to be gay. Like why that's getting brought into it. But allegedly, just in case Cat gets another strike.
Whoa.
But in terms of the whole, like that's the way the world operates. Like Elon Musk was even kind of talking about this. Like even money itself is like it's just information. You know what I mean? It's the more information you have, and for example, like if you had the know-how of how to cut your own hair, then all of a sudden you get all the money back that you would have spent on haircuts. Like it's a very oversimplification, but it's that general principle about like that's how information works. So fundamentally speaking, like I said, it's like you got to make sure that you're still kind of like have your feet on the ground for a lot of this shit, because it's very easy to get like to fall down one of these rabbit holes, and then all of a sudden you're basically saying it's the demons. You're just screaming demons at everything. You know what I mean?
All right, Tareyak, what do you got, Damon?
Well, historically, like, I mean, I thought we were going to talk more about conspiracy theories today, but we didn't because you didn't do your homework, Kat.
Well, I thought this was a conspiracy theory, and now Tareyak gave me a whole speech on not to fall into conspiracy theories when I thought this was the purpose.
Well,
no, I like I said, they're good exercises. It's good to have these conversations, but it's like don't like go like, you know, like I'm basically holding on to your ankle, you know, to bring up the red shoes analogy again. You know, I'm holding on to the ankle, saying, "Cat, don't break your ankle. Come back out of the rabbit hole." You know, that's basically what I'm trying to say.
All right, hookers.
Well, look, you know that. Who was it? Was it Arthur C. Clarke who said something like, "What we used to think of as magic is just scientific stuff that we haven't realized yet," or something along those lines. You know, like science today would have looked like magic to the people of the past.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that a lot of that is sorry.
Yeah, like cell phones or whatever. Where's the cords? Where's the cables?
But
or
also
radio.
Also like spiritual concepts, like, you know, if you took technology from today and went back 2,000 years, people would think that you were performing miracles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's kind of two ways to look at it, because I think, like, what if a lot of the spiritual concepts that we used to have in the past, like the idea of, you know, angles, and demons, are stuff that we now understand in a more scientific light. Whether you look at certain miracles or certain phenomena that people used to kind of think of in some kind of karmic way or whatever, and you're like, well, no, these are just coincidences. These are just natural events, kind of things dictated by the passage of time or whatever. But another part of me is thinking, what if, as we think we've grown more wise or more knowledgeable, what if we're really kind of becoming more ignorant? What if what we're seeing is actually demonic activity, but instead of understanding it as being demonic, we just think, well, it's a virus, it's a new type of it's a new strain of something else, or yeah, what if that's actually how evil works? Because, like, you know, Tareyak, you know this better than I do. Like, if you look at the Bible, how are actually demons described? They're not actually described as being these kind of individual things that will be doing stuff actively. That in many ways they're described as events or actions or concepts, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that as we think we're becoming more intelligent and more knowledgeable, really we might just be putting these things that for tens of thousands of years humanity has kind of understood as being one thing, a spiritual thing, which now we're kind of putting through the filter of science to make it more palatable, so that we don't have to believe in God and we don't have to believe in the demons, and we soften the story for ourselves. So, oh no, there's no evil and good, and there's no final judgment. It's just, it can all be explained by science, and that's all it is. And what if in reality, no, it actually is demons?
Demon. Look at this demon. It's beautiful. It's a perfect demon.
You like your pussy?
Oh my God, Steven. Anyways, I think Damon finally came back around, and now he's with me. You see, we just got more dumb. It is demons. Thank you.
Pat just hears what she wants to hear. And that's okay. But I think that's why, like, you need to have like the skeptic, you know, because like I said, it's a good mix. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. What are we going to talk about next week?
Don't put so much pressure on her, Damon. She needs to look up ChatGPT for answers.
Well, look, we were supposed to talk about the Homo naledi. We were supposed to talk about the South African, the Cave of Bones.
Yeah, okay, so we will look at that one. For, do we have the comedy?
Oh, the comedy thing might be.
Is there any other day of the week?
Yeah, the comedy thing is.
No, don't say where and what.
You can't do Saturday.
Saturday is the comedy. We can't.
Yeah, because it starts right at when we normally start.
Okay, that's cool, because I've got something that I need to do as well.
You gotta do someone
that I need to do. Yeah.
You got someone to do.
Run them through.
Break some hips. We're breaking them hips.
Anyway,
all right,
we'll find a day.
So
but
we have time to watch this movie, Tareyak. Did you watch it?
No, not yet. But
Okay, so
I've been
not
kinda
just
busy.
me. You know, you never shit on him.
No, that's not my thing.
Yeah, that's pretty gay, Kat. I'm not gonna lie.
He does piss on him, but he does not.
But maybe that's what she wants us to do, because then she'll have the intel on us. Then, you know what I'm saying? Then she'll get us start endorsing Kamal and shit.
Oh, when is the election?
Well, listen, it's nice that you said that, the liberal man. We've been trying to get her to do stuff like this, and we've been saying talk about politics because something's happening that's kind of important. And what did you say, Kat?
I don't know about politics.
That's boring. Nobody wants to hear about that.
Everybody's doing it though. Everybody. You're gonna be on Jake's stream, right? Talking about it.
Kat,
and probably Tarek's gonna be
on
in like 5 streams talking about it.
You need to come on Jake's stream, Kat. Come on Jake's
What
stream.
do I know about what kind of what do I give?
Well, you can be there to prove that women don't know shit about politics and they shouldn't be involved.
I mean, the only thing that pisses me off is like the whole who was Alex Kutchin, whatever. Not a fan. Tareyak, not a fan.
Who? Of who?
I don't know.
Well, you said Alex something and you didn't know what you were talking
yesterday or whatever, or the day before. I don't remember when you were on Jake's stream.
Alex Kirsch.
Yeah,
Right. What about him?
dude, his stupid like thinking Obamacare has anything but like negative consequences is insanity.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Insanity.
We need to save him because he's a poor guy who's a liberal. He doesn't know any better. So he needs to be saved because he's been brainwashed since he was a little kid. Right?
But
This is what I
it's
said to
too
him.
much. I don't think like okay. The other thing is I need to control my anger, right?
But it'll be good to have you on the show because if any liberal guys do jump on, which I think they might, it will be good for us guys not to talk on behalf of women, but to actually throw it to the women in the chat and be like, hey, we've got Kat here. Kat, what do you think of a guy who's willing to vote for Kamala? And then you can be like, dude, you sound like a pussy.
Yeah, that's not going to convince them of anything. Like
no.
When
but we do
somebody
need to
when
understand
somebody's
that
like a dude for Kamala, like they're too far gone. They don't care about what women that
No,
we're never going
this
to
is
sleep
just
with them
another
anyways opinions are.
This
Like
is
maybe if
another
I was like a
manifestation, though.
chubby, cross-eyed, liberal, shaved head chick where he's like, I have a chance, and then I'm like, oh, I wouldn't sleep with you if you said. Then he'd be like,
No,
well,
but
let me
this
know.
is
Well,
you're touching on it here. These guys are like another kind of iteration of the feminist allies. These are guys who'll be like, I'm gonna go
like the
around
sneaky
proudly.
fucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna go around proudly saying that I'm a dude for Kamala because maybe I'm gonna get myself some liberal
Get
pussy.
some woke poon. Yes, I'm gonna
Yeah.
get me some low standard woke poon.
And you should just be like, no, you're not. You're not, because those liberal women are too busy fucking other liberal women.
True.
Because let's be fair, they're all dykes anyway.
I mean, yeah, like they don't like men anyway. So why are these dudes pandering to them?
So
But
here's
you
the
can't
thing.
save
We
them.
need to talk about. I had an idea. I was thinking about how, because you're, and I say this with all due respect.
Oh God.
But you know, you're so staggeringly fucking bad when it comes to preparing for shit. And you just do like the bare minimum amount of effort when it comes to doing
Appreciate
your
you.
homework.
Mhm.
Yeah. I
Tareyak
appreciate
didn't
you,
do it either.
That's why I'm being honest. But Tareyak can do research on the fly because he's a
Okay,
man.
okay.
And
Then.
we can multitask, unlike women who think they can multitask.
Good God.
Right? No, Tareyak was talking to you, messaging his chat, entertaining us, and at the same time found out which one of your presidents was a crossdresser. Bam, just like that, he did it. Right?
Which one was it? Nixon?
Tareyak?
See, like she says that like we don't listen to her, but like I'm pretty sure like what goes on in her head is just like the monkey clapping the fucking
Symbols, yeah.
the
I
symbols.
was thinking the same thing, just doing the backflips.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean?
Steve
like,
knows it's true as well. That's why he's got a sly smile going along. It's like, it's true. I can sometimes hear the noise of the cymbals coming from her ears. It's like, I know it's in there. I know it's in there. I heard it backflip once.
So, Kat, like to quote a great man, Brick, what you need to do is take a shit in your hands and then clap right in front of your face.
Oh.
Wow.
No, Kat, we love you. We love you.
Uh-huh.
It's true,
Beautiful.
we do. So,
All right.
So my idea was we should do more than one conspiracy thing per day, right? So whenever we stream, we'll do more than one conspiracy theory. We'll talk on a couple that either may or may not be related.
Okay,
So-
but you're gonna have to go with it. You're not gonna. I don't want no devil's advocate, Tareyak. I don't want no rational thinking. I don't want no like.
No, we do
well,
need to.
you
We
know
do need
that
to
easy to
scrutinize
fall
it.
into that trap. No, go.
We
with
need to scrutinize it. We need to come at
No.
it hard. We need to think
No,
about
you
how
don't.
may this what?
No, you don't.
No, all men need to come at things hard.
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
Good God.
If we go soft, it's over.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That is true. Well, I think it like Kat, it's a good vibe because Damon could be the judge, right? And then you can be like the defense, and like you lay out your case and all this kind of shit. Then I'm like Harvey Specter, and then I just like rip it to shreds.
So I give my idea, you shit on it, and then he agrees with you. This is great.
No. We're gonna look. So here's the thing, right? I think that we should give, to some degree, we should prepare a few things, and one of them needs to be something that is almost pretty much undeniable. We've got like very solid evidence on it, and then some of it can be real woo-woo shit. So every time that we talk about if we do a stream that's going to be conspiracy theory stream, right? We can have something that's going to be kind of rooted in, we will, dude, liberal, we are going to cover some shit. We will. And Kat, we need to get you on Jake's stream. We need to do something with Jake. But
I'll just be there.
We love the energy. Love the energy. almost to zero level. But anyway,
negative even.
We're gonna come up with, like I said, a conspiracy theory that's kind of rooted in like, but that is almost quite possibly true, and then some woo-woo shit as well. So we should also give the audience a chance to kind of decide which one they want us to focus more on. So one of the ones that I think is kind of woo-woo, but at the same time there's interesting meat to it, and I'll give it either or, right? First of all, Skinwalker Ranch.
Okay.
Have you heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
It's a great flavored dressing.
No. So I was listening to that guy that gave the Trump conspiracy thing. He did a thing with another guy on Skinwalker Ranch that I was actually listening to it today, but I didn't finish it. And basically there's like all these documents. I actually had declassified documents. Hold on. And I don't know what any of this stuff means, but this is like super interesting stuff. It's basically talking about like things like the Skinwalker Ranch area, and that they do like the remote viewing stuff. And
the weirdest thing about Skinwalker Ranch is that, first of all, it's like one of the most researched places. There's even a TV series going on now about it, where the guy who's bought it most recently has put up cameras everywhere, like insanely fast cameras, and he even bought like a cutting edge camera that can take, I think it's 2,000 frames per second, like insane levels of research that have been going on there, and it's been researched, like heavily researched, since the early 1990s. So like they've got decades of info on this place. Now, some of the stuff that they've been finding is like really weird, crazy, out there shit. And some of it is just, I think, bullshit, because they try to come at some of it from like a scientific perspective, and there's like some analysis with regards to them trying to say there's a signal that keeps coming, like something's broadcasting a signal here every time something weird happens, and they tried to say that it's like this frequency that's really crazy and bizarre. It's like, I did engineering, that frequency isn't really that bizarre and it's not crazy and it doesn't really mean anything. So I don't understand like why some of it is, they're trying to float some shit that scientifically doesn't always make sense, but there's other stuff that's just really bizarre. And for me, the weirdest thing about that place is that there's no one phenomenon, right? It's not like lights in the sky, UFOs, aliens. It's all kinds of crazy shit that's happening there. Like there's stuff that seems like ghosts. There's stuff that seems like zombies. There's stuff that seems like werewolves. There's stuff that seems like UFOs, interdimensional portals, weird specters, an underground kind of like what might be a crashed UFO buried deep underground. All kinds of weird, crazy shit that's happening there. Native American legends, like that's why they call it Skinwalker Ranch, because one of the earliest crazy weird things that happened seemed to have been a skinwalker. So really weird shit, and there's a lot of interesting stories about it.
Cool.
So the other thing,
into it, yeah,
if we're
Skinwalker
doing,
Ranch, and
if
what
we're
else?
doing, if you want to do an either or, this could be contrasted with the other thing, the Warrens. Do you know about the Warrens, the husband and wife demonologists?
Well, demons. Okay. So who are these people?
The people that, have you seen the Conjuring movies?
No, I don't watch
It's based on the Warrens.
Warrens.
So
Demons.
the husband was basically the only non-priest that was sanctioned to perform
I don't know how to
exorcisms.
spell it.
So he's like I think self-taught demonologist, like knows a whole shitload about it. And he apparently, I think, was the only person to have been sanctioned by the Vatican to perform exorcism. I need to read more about that, but that was the claim at least. But there's a lot of people that is calling bullshit on them. They've investigated a lot of paranormal things like the hauntings of places, possession, things like poltergeists, demons, and shit like that.
Nice. Let's see. See? Demons. See? People want demons.
Damon.
Audio.
You have to turn it up.
Your hosts, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Tonight we have Dr. Joe Klemick and Jennifer Benever, who are psychic investigators, who will be talking about 2 haunted cases that are active right now as we speak. What I'd like to do is start out with Ed, if I may, and ask Ed about the house that is in Trumbull, Connecticut.
Trumbull, Connecticut, yeah. This is a very interesting case in that there's 3 young ladies that live there and the mother. And it seems that a murder was committed many years ago, probably 35, 40 years ago. And what they see is the apparition or ghost of a young girl. And the mother has been seen that she's one time been in the bedroom and she turned around, she felt there was a presence there. And here's this girl, she's looking at her, she's around 15 years old, and she's smiling and she's very happy. And then she just disappeared. Well, the mother never said anything about this. And the next sighting was in the garden. She was working out in her garden and she felt a presence again. She turned around and here's this young girl again looking at her and looking very happy. And then she just disappeared. Now, this is broad daylight. This is very, very unusual. This is an outdoor spirit, and we call those lepties, outdoors. So the next sighting was one of the daughters, a young girl, I guess she was around 18. She was in her bedroom. She was hovering around doing homework or something. And all of a sudden, she felt a presence. And she looked around and here's that same girl. And she's looking at her, looking very happy, smiling. And then she actually walked over and sat on the bed. I believe there was a conversation between them.
There was a conversation between the 2 of them. And then this dark form, who we believe to be the person who perpetrated of this man, and the girl ran and hid in what was at that time a closet, but is no longer a closet today, Tony. Now, when we went to the house, we tried something different.
Okay, we need to take a minute to admire the beautiful fashion.
This 40-year-old is...
She is probably my same age right here. This chick is younger than me. And, I mean...
What's up with the trans closet? It was a closet, but now it's no longer a closet. The fuck?
It doesn't identify as a closet anymore.
It changed into a wardrobe. What?
Right.
Yes. Ooh, you know what? I want to do like some Aleister Crowley type shit. Not like specifically him, but like people who study or like write stuff on like the magic shit and the whatever crap.
Well, listen to these 2, because these 2 apparently kind of nearly fooled everybody. If they're fake, they fooled pretty much everybody, because this is they covered a few stories. Like they did the one that kind of exposed them. Well, there's 2 instances, I believe, unless I'm misremembering, but I think that the Amityville house.
I've heard of it.
Horror story, the Amityville Horror.
Yeah,
it was one of the first big movies that was like a haunted house movie. So that place, I think they visited and researched that place, and they came to some findings that they announced, because they worked alongside the media all the time, which is why some people are trying to criticize them and debunk them, because they were like, no, they're just media hounds. They're trying to become famous, right?
I think they might be. I don't trust them already.
Well, there's the funny thing is that there's some things about them that people are like, no, this kind of seems like it could be legit. But then there's other things about them where it's like, no, it's not. But then the people that are kind of trying to debunk them, a lot of people were saying that they actually had reason to lie and recant things that they were saying. So the two big ones that kind of um, cast shade on them was the Amityville house story and also the one in Britain. I forget the name of that event, but there was one which was a haunting in Britain, which I believe the second Conjuring film was based upon. And I'm trying to remember the name of what that place was. I forget. Something with a W, I think. But anyway, in both cases, the one that was in the Amityville house, the family that was there, I think one of the family members came forward and said that there was elements there that were lies and it wasn't true, and that the Warrens based their findings on, and they said, "Oh, this is what happened," and it was like, "Well, no, that shit wasn't true. That never happened." So for them to have claimed that that stuff was true was based on false information to begin with, but yet they corroborated and confirmed it, which shows that it's kind of casting doubt on what they said. But the one in England, that one it involved two sisters. And I think both sisters came forward and said that the story wasn't true and they were told by their father to lie and fabricate it so that they could make some money from the media. And the Warrens came in and were like, "Oh yeah, there's a demon here," or something like that. You know, they came forward and said that yes, this and this happened, and
Yeah,
they
I
kind of
don't believe them. Look, you guys always say that I'm not like skeptical enough, but I'm looking at these people and I don't believe them.
right. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It needs to be like think about Scooby Doo, Cat. You know what I mean? Like that's based in conspiracies. It's like, oh, there's a ghost haunting the town,
Oh,
and then
shut.
at the end of
This
the episode, that Rocky. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Look, when people go on
It's the
tours,
old fisherman
on
wearing a
talk
mask.
tours, I don't trust them. Like at
When
that point,
people what?
when you go on a speaking tour talking about like scary stuff, I don't trust you anymore.
Well, see, the one that apparently got them a lot of credit, where like they were like, no, that's kind of it's true, right? Is just look at how skeptical people became since the dawn of the internet, right? Because not that long ago, they did they had another big story where they defended a guy that was on trial for murder, and they argued the case that he was possessed. And the court took this seriously. It went to trial. Like they weren't like, no, that's stupid, we're throwing it out. So the court basically acknowledged the devil's real, and we believe that this guy was possessed by a demon, and that's why he did what he did, and we're entertaining this as a defense in court. And that's another one of there was a couple of movies and books and shit written about it. I think another Conjuring film was made about it, and I think it was called something like "The Devil Made Me Do It" or something like that. And obviously, the films dramatize certain things and like change things for the sake of entertainment. But if you read the true story behind this, if you Google the Warrens and the court case that they were involved with, where they argued possession in a court of law, everybody that was there, everybody that was involved in that story were like on the side of this guy. They were like, he just changed into a different person. He wasn't, it was like something came over him, and they argued some crazy weird shit to support the fact that this guy was possessed. And then all of a sudden, like, he's a totally different person. And you see the guy in interviews and what he's talking about, and like just that story really kind of made me think, what the fuck? If this is bullshit, like I really don't know. Like
I believe in demonic possession. I believe that. Right, honey?
It happens every month.
Shut up. So maybe we should do something on demonic possession, and we each plead our case with whatever evidence we come up with. And yeah, we could do that.
Well, The other thing, if you want to go for something that's a little bit more rooted in reality, it's kind of strange to think about, is have you heard of the what was it? The Brown Mountain Lights,
Nope.
something like that. A couple of locations around the world where you have weird light phenomena going on, like in the sky and shit like that. Some people think it's
Like the Northern
orbs.
Lights?
No, orbs of
orbs.
light, kind of like just flying around.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Northern Lights is something else I wanted to touch on as well, because there's phenomena like that that explain some weird shit. But there's also earthquake lights, what's called earthquake lights. Have you heard of those?
No.
So parts of the world that are quite well known for experiencing crazy earthquakes. People have, and this is a fairly recent phenomenon, people have noticed that quite often these really large, powerful earthquakes are preceded by lights in the sky during daytime. Strange lights in the sky that look like kind of rainbow spectrums, almost like a cloud.
Lasers, government interference. I knew it.
Well, that's one thing that some people might be thinking. Is it some kind of satellite that's
like a
able
laser
to cause
beam?
earthquakes, or is it some kind of phenomena because of the tectonic plates that are like moving along and like the friction is increasing
No,
to the
it's
point where it's going
lasers.
to create an earthquake, that it generates energy in the atmosphere?
I'm right.
No,
Tell them I'm right.
No, there could be there's a massive amount of energy that's released in an earthquake.
Yeah.
There can't be just
Okay.
sound, physical,
Well,
kinetic.
it could be building. It could be building a kind of charge. It could be building a charge. Those tectonic plates before you get that earthquake. It could be
And
building a charge in the
there's
atmosphere.
like,
You see it.
and plus there's piezoelectric effect. I don't know enough about this, but the piezoelectric effect. You know, you tap a stone, and it creates a volt.
Yeah,
spark of electricity. Why
So-
wouldn't that be happening during an earthquake?
Because it would be rubbing at a violent.
And it's like, and it's a massive amount of energy that is released all at once through over a long time. So look up geologists.
And also look up Google the earthquake lights, and you'll see some pictures of them. It's really interesting how it looks. The other thing is going back to the video that you showed of the big head guy.
Me?
The smartest man on earth. Yes.
Yes, me.
Yeah. So that guy, one of the things that he was talking about is he was saying, like, if you look at the drawings on the caves, like these cave drawings of, you know, people that were worshipped by these early cultures, like the Incans and the Aztecs, right? One of the things that you usually see in these early drawings, these early kind of images, when they're talking, especially in Native American culture, is you'll see what looks like human beings with slightly kind of changed features, right? And you don't only see this in hieroglyphs or with the Egyptians, you'll see it in other cultures, that they'll draw what looks like people, but posed in strange ways. Like, you know, like whenever you see how people are walking on in Egyptian iconography, they'll have their arms positioned in certain ways, like moving up and like another arm behind them. And their legs kind of spread in a strange way. Or in Incan images, you'll have the same thing. You'll have what looks like arms that go up and out to the sides and legs that are spread out. And they look like they're kind of squatting. And sometimes their head will look like a bird head, or it will have horns on it. Strange images that are like, that look like this. And one of the most common one is the man that's squatting with his arms raised and out to the sides. You'll see this in Native American culture as well, in the images that they've done. And this is something that they found at Skinwalker Ranch as well. And also spirals, this kind of repeating image of spirals and like what that means. One of the things that they realized was these pictographs that they had of these men in these strange positions. There's a guy who I can't remember his name right now, but he had a theory that these people were drawing what they were seeing in the sky because they were quite often drawn next to images of constellations of stars. But nowhere could they find a constellation that looked like the image of this of men in these positions. And people who were trying to decipher what these images meant were thinking that it was warnings coming from the stars, warnings coming from the sky, like of some terrible event that was going to happen. And an interesting thing is that this scientist believed that it was something that they did see in the sky that wasn't a constellation. And these figures were kind of worshipped, not as deities, not as really gods or anything, but of messengers giving them warnings. And what he did an experiment, because when you look at what causes the northern lights, or how the northern lights came about, it would be when you have like a massive kind of discharge of like some kind of solar energy or something like that. When it hits the magnetosphere, it looks like these images of lights. But if a high enough charge of what I think they call X flares was to hit the magnetosphere, you would literally have kind of like plasma in the upper atmosphere that you can see. And this guy did this experiment, I think it was called plasmoid forms, where he used kind of like charged up plasma to try and mimic what it would look like if you had like these solar X flares hitting the magnetosphere. And he recreated those images. He said, look, if you look at that level of energy, it will actually look like that. So these cave drawings of these images of these men, that's what they must have been seeing in the sky. And it looks crazy if you think of like, holy shit, people actually saw this shit in the sky. And they must have thought that it was demons or gods or messengers giving them warnings. And it kind of makes you think like, holy shit, imagine if you actually saw that, if you looked up in the sky before some crazy event that would cause a massive disaster, and you saw what looked like people in the sky with bird heads giving you like a warning or some shit.
Well, like, yeah, like if you saw like a solar flare, like you'd have to attribute that to the ancient gods or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like all these like a light show in the sky essentially, before we had like lasers and all that kind of shit.
Okay, cat's in her own world. I think we better just duck.
Yeah. Kat, did you like your own YouTube video?
Yes, I like all of them. I did. Why wouldn't you like your own video? You don't like your videos? Such low self-esteem, Tareyak.
Unlock the chains that bind your soul. Find the truth and take control. Rise up from the dream. See the strings behind the scene. Break through all the false disguise. It's time to free our minds. Open up your eyes. The matrix lies. Systems built on fragile lies, blindfolds covering our eyes. Let's break the cycle, redefine. Together we can make it out in time. Systems built on fragile lies, blindfolds covering our eyes. Let's break the cycle redefined. Together we can make it out in time.
Kat, why do all your songs sound like a Eurovision Song Contest reject?
Because I'm trying out for Eurovision. You don't understand that by now?
You're American.
What? I put the flag in. I'm representing. Damon has a fan.
See, Damon knows. He's got a lot of knowledge. And then we counteract that with Kat's negative knowledge. But like, we explained this as well in one of the previous episodes, where she's basically trying to energy harvest from Damon. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying he's sucking energy from him?
He's yes. Anyways,
And
guys,
knowledge.
I'm super tired. It's super late and my head hurts and I have to pee. So have a wonderful night and we will message each other for the next stream what we're going to do. And if anybody out there has any ideas, get into the Discord, link in the description. Get into the Discord, come hang out and send us your conspiracy ideas, your topic ideas, whatever. And thanks for coming to hang out. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Take care, guys.
Bye.